In a dream, a strange executioner spoke to me. It was dark all around, with only a cold gallows. The strange executioner's voice rang out. "Hello, I'm the executioner. You'll be beheaded here." Joyden woke with a start, sitting bolt upright. She suddenly grimaced, looking as if in great pain. Joyden raised her hand, staring blankly at her bound wrists. Her face paled as she thought, what on earth is going on? The iron cell door slammed shut with a loud clang. The male bishop spoke coldly. "You have 30 minutes until your execution. May the gods bless you in your next life, Joyden." Joyden quickly retorted, "I'm not Joyden." The female bishop below tried to reason with her, pretending to have amnesia won't lessen your sentence. "Please be quiet." The male bishop smiled benignly. "Finally, if you have any last meal requests, please let us know. His Holiness has granted such mercy." Hearing this, the female bishop looked extremely reverent. Such kindness to such a dangerous criminal, truly befitting of our wise and virtuous archbishop. Joyden clutched the iron bars, tears streaming down her face as she explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't attack His Holiness because The male bishop cut her off. "Time is running short. May blessings be upon you." Joyden collapsed to her knees in despair. She sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm really not Joyden. What am I going to do? Wah, this is so unfair." Joyden had a hobby, reading fantasy novels late at night before going to sleep. The novel she had read not long ago was a fantasy novel without any romance. The Lord of Palladium, Sin Song-guk, perfect in both ability and appearance. It was the biography of a kind and benevolent male lead. At the time, she had read and exclaimed, "What a great journey." Before going to sleep, being exposed to that fantasy world was a great thrill and joy for her. But now, Joyden was curled up, sobbing, That's right. Who said I want to go inside there?" Even as a villain like this, a drop of water landed on the floor, the sound interrupting her inner monologue. Joyden looked up, staring blankly at the puddle in front of her. She approached the puddle. Joyden's eyes widened as she saw her reflection. Vibrant pink hair, eyes red like poison. She was stunned. The image described in the novel. Among the many villains who appeared in the novel, one was like a stalker, deeply in love with wealth and fame. Joyden, a woman who lived and dressed like a man. Joyden thought to herself, if this really is the novel I read, then maybe, wouldn't the male lead believe I'm not Joyden? If he's portrayed with loving light and warmth. Suddenly, a loud bang startled even the guard outside. The guard called out, "Joyden, if you keep making such a racket." Joyden interrupted him. "I figured out what I want to eat." The guard was puzzled. Joyden continued, "If my execution is unavoidable, I'll accept it. Instead, let me have a last meal. Quickly, please prepare it quickly. There's no time left." The guard had no choice but to comply. Yes. A moment later, the iron door opened. The guard entered, carrying a tray of food. This was the last meal she desired. Joyden. Miss Joyden. The guard still looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from behind him. He spun around in alarm. The food tray clattered to the floor, along with the sound of a body collapsing. At that moment, Joyden bolted out, her bare feet already bloodied. Panting heavily, she ran urgently. Joyden looked at the dungeon corridor ahead and thought, what now? This is a big mess. Joyden thought to herself with unease, I've never even stepped on an ant. How could I hurt someone? I'm sorry, but I'm cutting the rope tied to my wrists. I'm truly sorry, but I really want to live. The other guards shouted to each other. Joyden has escaped. Over there, I heard a strange noise in that direction. Find her. Joyden continued running. I don't know the layout of this place anyway. No matter what, I have to get to somewhere brighter, escape this dark prison, and reach a place with brilliant light. Joyden's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before her. She looked at the large bookshelves and thought, where is this? A library? There's so many bookshelves, so if I hide here, it will be difficult to find me. Suddenly, she stumbled, and the bookshelf next to her abruptly moved closer to where she was standing. Her hands trembled. The bookshelf continued to move, then stopped. Joyden flinched and fell back onto the floor, startled. The bookshelf moved. She suddenly noticed bloodstains on the floor. Joyden quickly turned to look towards the source of the noise. Ulysses was standing next to a pile of bodies. He spoke casually, so it was a rat. Joyden was horrified by the scene before her. Blood and corpses. What happened? Ulysses moved closer to her. You saw it? I asked, did you see it? Joyden was so frightened that her voice trembled. No, I didn't see anything. Ulysses smiled, his eyes narrowing. You didn't see anything? Joyden was terrified by his expression, her eyes losing focus. Ulysses lifted her chin. He stared at her. You saw everything. Ulysses questioned, how did you get here? But Joyden was trembling with fear and couldn't speak. Ulysses scoffed. Cat got your tongue. Tears welled up in Joyden's eyes. She thought to herself, who is this person? What do I do? I'm going crazy. As far as I remember, this man doesn't appear in the novel. A murderer covered in blood, and also a handsome young man with flowing platinum blonde hair. Joyden's expression suddenly changed, as if she had remembered something. She thought, no wait, I think there was. A man with platinum blonde hair, only one person. It's the male lead of this novel, Crown Prince Ulysses. At this moment, Joyden finally spoke. This can't be. Ulysses asked, what are you talking about? He pressed his thumb against her lips. Ulysses easily parted Joyden's bitten, bleeding lips that you're scared. You look a mess. A sharp slap rang out. Joyden quickly got up and tried to leave. She thought, no, that crazy man can't be the sweet and gentle male lead. She frantically pounded on the door. Joyden pounded relentlessly on the door, yelling, open up, please, open up. Ulysses stared blankly at the reddened back of his hand. He lowered it and chuckled, my, how pitiful. Are you trembling that much? Startled by his words, Joyden stopped banging on the door. Ulysses gave a friendly smile. May I ask you something, Joyden? Joyden asked shakily. H, how do you know me? Ulysses replied, everyone in Palladium is under my control. How could I not know you? Besides, haven't you forgotten something? Joyden remained silent, despair washing over her. Ulysses continued his analysis. The time for your execution has already passed, yet here you are, alive and seemingly well. Are you running away? Joyden thought in a panic. That's... She thought miserably to herself. What on earth did Joyden do? What did she do to make him treat me like this? Suddenly, she froze, as if realizing something. The bishop declared that the divine officer trained Joyden for the assassination of the city lord. Joyden pleaded, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't attack the city lord. I love the city lord. The city lord loves everyone. Are these Joyden's memories? Please love me too. Why does everyone hate me? At this moment, Joyden silently realized it's him. I was gonna harm this man, the one right in front of me. It really is Ulysses. No, wait a minute. What are these memories? Stealing the male lead's clothes while he was bathing, collecting the chair the male lead sat on, planning a kidnapping, an ambush, etc. She must be crazy. What a stalker. At this point, Ulysses leaned his hand against the door. He gave a twisted smile at him. Why ankle still hurts from when you grab it the other day. Joyden thought despairingly. If there was a mouse hole, I'd crawl into it and hide. Why am I the one in this embarrassing situation? How stupid. Someone like the male lead probably won't believe I'm not Joyden. He's portrayed as a man full of love and warmth. Unbelievable. I'm actually hoping the male lead will save me. Joyden's eyes began to well up with tears. Ulysses spoke. Are you thinking of begging me to spare your life? If so, stop. It's not a good idea. Joyden silently wiped the tears from her face. She thought, my tears fall in despair and sorrow. This man won't save me, and I'll die unjustly in this strange place. Ulysses reached out toward her face. Don't tremble. I'll only kill you once. Joyden thought, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. What should I do? What should I do? Ulysses raised his sword. Joyden's eyes widened as she watched the sword raised before her. She thought, I remember. Ulysses' fatal weakness. If I take advantage of this, I'll become a pervert like the original Joyden. But I don't have a choice. Joyden reached out her hands towards Ulysses. She said, I'm sorry. Joyden cupped Ulysses' face and kissed him, leaving him stunned. The next morning, a loud alarm rang throughout the palace. A chandelier suddenly fell. People panicked, asking each other, was it a monster attack? No, Your Highness, no barrier has been broken. If not a monster, then did someone do something inside? The Pope is here. Who would dare? Meanwhile, a bishop clasped their hands as if in prayer. This is definitely the Pope's power. The other person is also very strong. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, I still felt it. Another person with white hair spoke up. If so, do you mean the other person is the divine officer? Oh, finally, Lord Ulysses. The three people at the table stood up simultaneously, rejoicing as if it were a festival. He has found his lifelong partner. These three were the council promoting Ulysses' marriage. They chatted excitedly amongst themselves. Back to the moment Joyden kissed Ulysses. She slowly pulled away from his lips. Then Joyden sank into the depths of despair, thinking, oh dear, I actually did it. I'm no different from the creepy stalker in the original story. At that moment, Ulysses suddenly spoke in a somber tone. Really? Are you insane? Joyden trembled with fear. I think I might actually be insane, Your Highness. Ulysses questioned her. Do you know what you've done? I'm asking if this was a plan you've been plotting all along. He abruptly reached out his hand. Joyden instinctively raised her hands to cover her forehead. I'm truly sorry. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Then, Joyden opened her eyes in bewilderment. She looked up, staring at Ulysses with flushed cheeks. Ulysses also seemed to realize something. Joyden thought. A pattern appeared on Ulysses's forehead. Did I succeed? According to the original story, Ulysses wasn't merely a priest. He was the master of Palladium, the last descendant of the gods. As someone bearing the divine bloodline, he had the duty to maintain it. But no matter how much those around him advised him, Ulysses always kept himself pure, to the point he almost had a phobia of physical contact. Others simply thought the reason was his sacred and noble status. But that wasn't the correct answer. The reason Ulysses avoided contact wasn't because he was a priest, but because the moment someone kissed him, a lifelong, inseparable bond would form. That bond was represented by the pattern on their foreheads. The bond bound the two together, and they both belonged to each other, a bearing. A bearing wasn't a bond just anyone could form, and even those with special bloodlines like Ulysses couldn't easily establish it, because this bond used a method of sharing power from the stronger side to the weaker side. It wasn't very beneficial for the stronger person. Therefore, Ulysses in the original story, to avoid others grasping his weakness, completely avoided forming a bearing. Moreover, the intermediary for a bearing was a kiss, a secret of Ulysses that even the elders didn't know. Ulysses spoke in a dark voice. If I kill you, this contract will disappear. A sword quickly pressed against Joyden's neck, so sharp it sliced off a few strands of her hair. Ulysses smiled. She had struggled in vain. If she had just given up and accepted it, it would have been over in an instant. Joyden opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Her voice trembled as she forced out the words. No, I'm sorry, but the Pope can't behead me with a sword. There was a truth Ulysses didn't know about. Bearing. Ulysses suddenly flinched. This was a truth only he knew because he had read the original story. That truth was, at that moment, Ulysses touched his neck and was startled to see blood on his hand. This connection includes sharing death. Joyden reminded him, her whole body trembling. If the Pope kills me, you will also die. Ulysses stared in disbelief at the blood on his palm. He lowered his sword. He began. Yes, Joyden replied. Your forehead, Ulysses ordered. Hide it. Don't let anyone see it. I'm barely restraining myself from tearing that skin off right now. Joyden quickly covered her forehead with her hair. Yes, your holiness. Ulysses thought, someone who trembles this much at a mere threat. How could they have done such a thing? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. I'm sorry, if others find out about this. Ulysses imagined Joyden with him, happily recounting, the Pope is in love with divine officer Joyden, so he saved her from execution. Ulysses, having thought that far, started hitting his own forehead. Joyden, standing beside him, paled as she watched him repeatedly strike himself. Holding his forehead, Ulysses bowed his head. Come to think of it, I've lived quite a long life. If I kill you and die here too, it wouldn't be so bad. Joyden cried out in alarm. Oh my God! She quickly backed away. Ulysses, seemingly losing his mind, chased after her with his sword. Come here obediently. Tears streamed down Joyden's face. Wait a minute. Please, just listen to me. I know about the future. A man tried to justify himself as the guards apprehended him. It wasn't me, sir. I've dedicated so many years to the kingdom and the peace of the Grand Cathedral. You know that better than anyone. Ulysses simply waved him away as the man continued to plead, sir. Afterward, Ulysses sighed thoughtfully. A concerned priest asked, Your Holiness, are you all right? Are you deeply hurt by this incident? Ulysses, acting benevolent, replied, Don't worry about me. Thankfully, order has been restored, even if it was a little late. The priests were impressed. Yes, you're right, Your Holiness. Truly, you are more compassionate than anyone. Even in times like these, you still care about others first. Truly remarkable, Your Holiness. While playing the benevolent role, he sighed inwardly. At that time, Ulysses was wondering about Joyden. Was what that pink-haired girl said true? Back to the earlier scene, Joyden, about to be struck down by Ulysses, panicked. Wait. Please just listen to me. I said I know the future. Faced with Ulysses's overwhelming, murderous aura, Joyden tried to convince him. In the future, because of Ulysses's wrong choices, the Grand Temple will decline. Hearing this, Ulysses paused. Joyden sobbed. Although I may look like a greedy pervert, it's a misunderstanding. I came to find you because I thought I had to tell you about the future I saw before I died, but you wouldn't listen to me. I had no choice but to cling on, changing every day. Ulysses gripped his sword. Are you telling me to believe what you're saying? Joyden felt a pang of guilt. Of course, it's a lie, she thought, silently justifying her deception. But the temple's decline isn't a lie. I know how things will unfold. So, To survive, I have to reveal everything I remember. Having decided, she continued, the matter troubling you, Ulysses, concerns the budget. He was taken aback, struck by her accuracy. How did she know that? Ulysses sighed. Go on. Joyden rejoiced inwardly. He took the bait. First, she stated, cutting to the chase, causing Ulysses to freeze. The person you're currently suspecting is not the culprit. Joyden recalled, the Grand Temple's funds, the heart of the city, have been leaking bit by bit for a long time. Ulysses started suspecting this around that time. And due to the monster incursions, the more days Ulysses was absent, the more brazen the culprit became. Joyden began her analysis for Ulysses. Geographically, cultivating produce in the city is difficult. Most food relies on imports, correct? But at some point, the quality of food supplied to the Grand Temple declined. The culprit facilitated flatterers, changing the food supplier and profiting in the process. And that person went to the empire to buy land cheaply, then spread rumors, using your name, about building a medical facility there. If the land value in that area increased, it could be sold quickly for a greater profit. Ulysses questioned, you say the empire? Are you certain? She replied firmly, yes. He exploited the physical distance and the poor communication between the empire and the Holy Kingdom. She continued, furthermore, relations between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom are currently strained. The Empire disregards the Holy Kingdom, seeing it as merely a temple, and wants it to bow before them. Later, the Empire will use this as leverage against the temple, and the Holy Kingdom will eventually have to accept the Empire's unreasonable demands. Ulysses remained skeptical. That's the future you saw. Joyden answered yes. She drew upon her memories when the true culprit was finally discovered. He had already amassed a fortune and fled. The reason he was able to escape so cleanly was because of the person backing him. The next words Joyden spoke made the atmosphere heavy, the imperial family. Ulysses was dubious. Is that true? Joyden affirmed, yes, it is. She continued her explanation. The reason that priests dared to so brazenly exploit the Grand Temple's name and abscond with the funds is because he had the Empire's support. On this chessboard, the Empire, with its ambition to overthrow Ulysses, has used that priest like a bishop, infiltrating the Holy Kingdom. The Empire wants to ruin Ulysses' reputation, and to do that, they didn't hesitate to join hands with him. Joyden tried to remember, what was the name of that spy priest again? Finally, she blurted out, Graham. Ulysses couldn't hide his surprise. Joyden explained, as you know, Priest Graham is from the Empire, his entire family, and current identity. All of it was fabricated after he became an adult. He grew up in an orphanage. Ulysses pondered, Priest Graham? He thought to himself, Graham is a priest with a fairly high title, someone who dared to take on all the accounting work of the Grand Temple. It's hard to believe that a loyal follower of Cielo like him would deceive me like that. But if what the pink-haired girl said is true, Joyden said seriously, please believe me, this is unrelated to my transgressions. Ulysses observed her for a moment, then said, I will postpone your judgment. Joyden rejoiced. Did I actually succeed? Ulysses finished his previous sentence for one day. Joyden froze. What? He turned back coldly. I'm giving you one more day. I'll tell the others, so return to where you belong. It's best not to dwell on it. The scene shifted to a beautiful morning with sunlight flooding the room. Joyden was lying in a daze while someone nearby was talking. Hearing this, she was startled awake. Looking towards the door, she saw a familiar figure giving orders to the guards. Joyden wondered what's going on. Is that a ghost? She looked closely at the figure, silver hair draped over a white robe. Joyden rubbed her eyes, thinking, am I seeing things? Suddenly, the figure, Ulysses, approached her bed with a murderous aura. You're awake. She was so frightened she sat bolt upright. Oh my goodness. It wasn't a dream. A moment later, the two sat down at tea table. Ulysses spoke, drink. Joyden stammered, yes, thank you, your holiness. She trembled as if having a seizure, which Ulysses found strange. Why is she shaking so much? Joyden spoke in a trembling voice. Is something the matter? Is it about Priest Graham? Ulysses replied, you're right. He's the one who hid the funds. Joyden exclaimed joyfully, I'm so happy. After her initial joy, Joyden flinched. She became somewhat evasive. This also contributes to protecting the safety of the nation. It's so fortunate. Ulysses looked at her with suspicion. He thought to himself, she's so different from the person I knew before. In Ulysses' memory, Joyden's image was filled with darkness. That crazy, greedy demon. That's definitely Joyden. Ulysses wondered, but the pink-haired person in front of me is completely different. Finally, Joyden spoke. I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. Ulysses said coldly, apologies don't change anything, so don't bother. It's pointless. She replied sadly, yes, your holiness. Suddenly, he raised his hand, startling Joyden. Ulysses said, raise your head. She reacted with both panic and surprise, yes, your holiness. Joyden feared he had ill intentions, crying out, are you going to do something to my head? No, my head isn't as hard as a rock. No. Ulysses seemed slightly amused by her fear, mocking her, just like Joyden said, what do we gain by hitting that rock-hard head? She thought to herself, weren't you saying I was about to be petrified just now? Ulysses continued, which of your words are true and which are lies? I just want to double check. Joyden felt anxious. So which words do you think are lies? Her heart was filled with panic. I'm dead if he finds out. Ulysses said, half joking, half serious. Now, let me see into your heart and soul. Can you do that? If not, we'll both have to die here. Joyden panicked. Why would you do that all of a sudden? Ulysses placed his hand on her head to probe her mind. Joyden yelled, just do it. Her eyes squeezed shut. Joyden thought to herself, I still can't fully recall Joyden's past. As time goes by, fragmented memories keep appearing. I wonder how far Ulysses has gotten. Meanwhile, he was looking into her memories. There's nothing particularly suspicious. Is she hiding something from me? An image of Korea appeared in Joyden's memories, making Ulysses think a strange place with a strange language. Is this the far sight she mentioned, to the extent that she can even see into another dimension? Past that point, something seems to be blocking me. If I delve a little deeper in her memories, it feels like something is pushing back against my power. Suddenly, he came to seeing a scene of the two of them kissing in the library. Ulysses sighed. Something feels off. Joyden, finding it taking too long, asked, are my memories strange? Ulysses withdrew his hand. Not at all. He wondered, could this be some kind of ability I don't know about? Ulysses analyzed the situation internally. A weak person couldn't even handle half of my power, let alone half of my soul. Instead, it seems they really did help each other before. Also, it seems Priest Graham bought his position. According to the Red Covenant's lineage, it seems Graham and Joyden are related. Ulysses concluded this person probably knows about his family's involvement in this matter and how to lose their life. Having thought this through, Ulysses said, as promised, I will save you. Joyden joyfully jumped to her feet. Really, she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, your holiness. Can the sentence be rescinded permanently? I'll do my best to find out about that matter and tell you gradually. Thank you so much. Ulysses replied, no, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Joyden, overjoyed and thinking she was pardoned, said understood. I definitely won't breathe a word of it. Hearing what she just said, Joyden froze. Yes? Ulysses chuckled. I told you this isn't a joke. Joyden, still feeling like she could be executed, was stunned. He continued, if you speak of it, I'll turn your life back to how it was before. Until then, don't mention anything related to that death sentence. Joyden denied. No, of course, your holiness. Joyden started feigning remorse that I made a huge mistake. I was truly savage, brutal, and cruel back then, so I'm afraid of bothering you again. Ulysses' voice was filled with menace. Is there even more trouble? Joyden flinched. He teased her casually. If there is, we'll abandon you and run. It'd be a waste to die so unexpectedly, but I don't necessarily have to risk it. I'll let you go. If there's any unforeseen circumstance, tell me. Joyden, knowing escape was impossible, slumped. I don't think there is, your holiness. But, Ulysses interrupted her. Instead, I'll give you a chance. As he extended his hand, his ring glowed. Joyden asked, puzzled, I got a chance, your holiness? Ulysses presented a piece of paper. Yes, negotiate with me. Joyden was curious. Negotiate? Ulysses spoke slowly. A 1-year reprieve. I'll decide based on your usefulness. During that time, if you cancel the pairing and show me your trustworthiness, I guarantee you complete freedom. And if you want compensation, use your foresight or whatever it is to its fullest to try and prove your abilities. Hearing this, Joyden immediately feigned worry, sweat trickling down her cheek. But, your holiness, how can we negotiate like this? You're just informing me. This concerns my life. Meanwhile, Ulysses grinned cheerfully. It all depends on you, Joyden, so try your best. A lot. He then lightly touched her hand. This action sparked a train of thought in her. For a whole year, I have to maintain this male disguise and gain the trust of the main character, Ulysses. Can I do it? Joyden lowered her gaze, her eyes vacant. Suddenly, a mountain of paperwork was slammed down in front of her. Joyden stammered slightly. What is all this? After hearing the reply, you've heard that the execution has been canceled. These are petitions from the priests submitted to request your forced deportation. She panicked even more. Forced deportation? As soon as she spoke, Ulysses slowly placed his hand on the tall stack of papers beside him, his eyes flickering open and closed as he continued. Because of this situation, Joyden, you must live under my command. There's no one but me who can stop this. His words made Joyden shrink back in fear. From the bright space of the blue sky, Ulysses' voice echoed once more, "If I call, you must come at any time. No defiance. You must answer truthfully with the faith and trust you show me." Hearing this, Joyden's face was etched with misery, tears streaming down her face. Why is this guy the male lead? Ulysses remained unfazed, picking up the first sheet of paper and adding, "Of course, I won't announce this publicly. It will be a dependent relationship that only the two of us know about. Until you stop having foolish thoughts, it will be a kind of symbiotic relationship. If you find this unfair, you can always go back to the execution option. What will you do?" Hearing this, Joyden immediately bowed her head, her face mournful as she remarked, "It seems His Holiness is also a bit wicked." But Ulysses was completely calm, a gentle smile playing on his lips. This world needs the dirty hands of the wicked to exist. His hand, holding the pen, pointed downwards. Joyden, her face drenched in sweat, reminded him, "Your Holiness will have to believe me." "He definitely will." Ulysses, still calm as ever, murmured, "Do your best." Lately, strange things have been happening in the temple, in priest training room number 3. A voice echoes in the air. "Have you heard? Joyden survived and came back." 3 people gather and chatter amongst themselves. What? How could someone on death row survive and return? Surely, His Holiness granted mercy. First of all, this vast holy land ruled by Ulysses is divided into 4 large areas. Each village, consisting of central street districts and ordinary residential areas, occupies 70%. The cathedral, formed by countless villages combined, occupies 20%. The holy ground where Ulysses resides, located within the cathedral, is the remaining 10%. And finally, the 4th part is Joyden's area, as everyone avoids Joyden and clears a path around that spot. A man and a woman lament in turn. That Joyden, because he died and came back to life, I feel even more terrified by his wickedness, don't you think? Every time it rains, the knee Joyden hit starts to ache again. At this moment, a man sitting behind a desk speaks cheerfully, "Good morning, everyone." Another voice, noticing the gleaming floor, adds, "Who stayed up all night to polish the training room floor so brightly?" The noise echoes throughout the hall. It must be this virtuous person who always cares for everything, right? Come on, raise your hand and let's see. Suddenly, someone's hand shoots up. A voice immediately rings out. "All right, so it's you." But the other person softly refutes, "It wasn't me, priest. The truth is, I saw it while I was getting up early this morning." She recalls the moment she encountered someone, her face revealing a look of alarm. Thinking about seeing Joyden diligently cleaning the floor, she stammers, "Trainee priest Joyden was cleaning all by himself?" Upon hearing this, everyone shows a look of bewilderment. What? Then, they hurriedly shout warnings. "Everyone, get off the floor quickly. We must investigate the ingredients of the floor cleaner, or something strange has happened. It's highly likely there's a problem." Night gradually falls, the moon full and round. Joyden lies in bed, wearily bringing a hand to her forehead. She opens her eyes wide, pondering, "Why is everyone avoiding me? It's just my hobby to clean. While cleaning, all my worries disappear and I feel better. I thought that if I saw a tidy space, everyone else's mood would also improve. But that's not the case at all." Joyden lies with her head turned on the bed, her eyes filled with sadness. "Because it's Joyden who made this name for myself. I know full well what daily life will be like. But actually, I'm no longer as confused when I'm alone. Because in my life before becoming Joyden, I've been alone since I was born. As soon as I was born, I was found abandoned in front of the convent. That day became my birthday. Even the ingrained habit of waking up every day at 6 a.m. and starting to clean and go to bed at exactly 10 p.m. because I had to live with and help the nuns with small tasks. Cleaning is also a normal part of daily life. So I wasn't originally expecting to be praised. Of course, deep down, I also hoped for the warm hands of everyone's appreciation. But here, I've cleaned everything, yet I'm treated like a wicked criminal. So, Joyden's nose and mouth trembled as she sniffled. She sat up abruptly, wiping her eyes with her hand, comforting herself. "No, it's okay. I'm not crying. I'm not sad at all. This is nothing. It's all right. Everyone's avoiding me now, but I can just slowly make friends. I can make friends later. Come on, Joyden." Generally speaking, things don't always go as planned. Everyone who saw Joyden tried to avoid her. "It's Joyden. Don't make eye contact. Get away from her. That unlucky thing." The bristles of the broom swept back and forth. She slowly continued her work, comforting herself. "It's okay. It's only been 2 days. There will be plenty of opportunities to become closer in the future." Suddenly, Joyden's foot bumped into a door. Immediately, she feigned surprise. Joyden looked at the closed double doors and whispered, "There's a place like this here." It looks like a storage room. Perfect timing. I've finished cleaning, so I should put the broom away. At that moment, a light appeared from within. Seeing an egg placed neatly on a red cushion, she was puzzled. An egg? Why is there an egg here? I'm the only one in this dark place. Joyden approached, placing her hand on it, and said, "You must have been very lonely, haven't you?" As soon as she finished speaking, the egg suddenly shook a few times. This sight made her eyes widen slightly, her voice filled with wonder. What? I think the egg just moved. Did I see that wrong? The scene changed to a magnificent and splendid palace. A carriage pulled by 2 white horses was rolling down the road. Ulysses sat inside, silently gazing out. He saw someone standing dazedly in a corner. Then, Ulysses immediately thought, why are they doing such a useless thing? And what's with those drooping shoulders and dejected expression? It would certainly be better to have stricter entry requirements. It would be embarrassing if everyone knew my partner was someone like that. Suddenly, the person sitting in front of him asked, "Should I cover you, Your Holiness?" Hearing this, Ulysses quickly adjusted his mood and replied, "What are you talking about, Elder?" Immediately, Hey, one of the 3 elders of the Ulysses Marriage Promotion Committee, replied, "His Holiness witnessed Joyden's priestly training. He seems to be troubled." The 2 exchanged words for a moment. Did I look like that? Yes, you've never been like that, and you even frowned. Hay crossed his arms over his chest, his tone full of annoyance. That wicked person's existence. I'm worried it might harm Your Holiness's mental health. As soon as he finished speaking, Ulysses asked with slight confusion, "I don't understand what you mean." Then Hay spoke sternly. "In Your Holiness's heart, the actions of that priest named Joyden, they displease you, don't they?" Hearing this, Ulysses immediately snapped. "Are you talking about me?" These words darkened Hay's expression as he thought, "You don't know anything, do you? Anyway, that's a very vicious youngster. I'm also quite wary of that priest, that shady, fanatical look directed towards you." Thinking back, he added, "Are you all right with that?" But Ulysses remained incredibly calm. "What are you talking about?" Immediately, Hay slowly said, "On the day of the explosion in the castle, because you didn't see it, I was very worried. Your Holiness, at that time, the 3 of us elders felt it. It was like a wave of matchmaking." Hearing this, Ulysses put on a cheerful, dismissive expression. "No such thing. Don't worry about my marriage yet. Shouldn't we be paying attention to the divine beast's egg?" The divine beast is a sacred creature that has lived on the continent for a long time. It's a mythical animal that is now extinct and no longer exists. We have such a precious divine beast egg in a foreign land. Hundreds of years ago, I received it as a gift, a symbol of reconciliation. But during that time, the egg hasn't even hatched, let alone given birth. It makes me wonder what's inside. A thought suddenly arose in Ulysses' mind. It's better if it doesn't hatch. When a divine beast baby is born, the support and care it requires will increase. And this issue is also a shield to escape the pressure of marriage. Rather than producing an heir, I want to live longer. Besides, hatching the divine beast's egg is a more pressing matter. Of course, it's not that I haven't thought about hatching it, but that arrogant egg won't even allow me to touch it. A thought unconsciously surfaced. Divine beasts are just arrogant and uncontrollable beasts anyway. Their arrogance is boundless. At this point, Hay sighed. How can we make the divine beast's egg hatch? If anyone knows how to hatch the divine beast's egg, this Hay will become a horse for that person to ride across the continent. Even if that person is an evil criminal, I will hold them tight in my arms and love and care for them. Realistically, that's unlikely to happen. Elsewhere, a giant egg suddenly leaped. Joyden hurriedly rubbed her eyes, wondering, is something wrong with my eyes? She looked at the object lying on the carpet, pondering, but it seems only slightly bigger than a normal egg. The strange thing is that it's a bit white, with pink spots on a light pink background. In a quiet space, Joyden spoke. "This big egg, no, this chicken egg? Anyway, very few people can eat this. Surely this is the egg meant for His Holiness's meal," but remained motionless. Suddenly, the egg unexpectedly jumped, startling her. "No? Are you angry because of what I said? I'm sorry, but are you really alive? Then answer me." As soon as she finished speaking, the object jumped in front of Joyden. She put on a gentle expression. "Look, you're about to be born, aren't you? Being alive and all alone here, it's so pitiful. How did you even get here? Did everyone just leave you here all by yourself?" Gently cradling the egg in her hands, Joyden closed her eyes slightly and smiled kindly, introducing herself. "Let's play together then. My name is Joyden. You have a name too, right? If not, let me give you one. What's a good name?" "Flo. How about it? Do you like it?" "That's great, Flo. We're friends now." Upon hearing this, the egg immediately replied, "You're the first person I've met since coming here." Early one morning, the rustling sounds of sweeping leaves echoed. Joyden was sweeping and humming cheerfully. She thought to herself, "Today I have to go see Flo." 2. Suddenly, her broom hit a necklace. Joyden's voice rang out. "Oh, there's a bird engraved on this pendant." She picked it up and speculated, "What is this? I don't think I've ever seen this before." Noticing an inscription, she said aloud, "If it's Lucina, ah, that's the name I heard back in the training room." She gazed at it excitedly. In a magnificent room, Antonio was crying, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, he froze. Spotting the pendant placed on the table, he immediately exclaimed, "Huh? WHU put this here? I dropped it while I was practicing swordsmanship. Sniffle, I thought I'd lost it for good. My father left it to me." Joyden witnessed the scene and chuckled to herself. "If I tell him I found it, he'll freak out, so I'd better keep quiet." At lunchtime, Joyden hurried along, thinking cleaning the classroom took longer than I thought. "I am starving." As she opened the door, she heard a voice ring out. "So you've changed your mind about Joyden?" Hearing this, her eyes grew sad. The voice continued, "Of course, people change after facing death. Joyden's human, too. It's natural to be scared if you know you're going to be executed." Joyden sighed dejectedly. "Here we go again." Suddenly, Antonio jumped up and declared, "Even so, we have to be careful, right? Is there anyone here who hasn't been harmed by Joyden? Raise your hand if so." Those sitting at the same table felt exasperated. They began listing their grievances. "Joyden stole my snacks before. She pushed her assignments onto me and then napped all day. She gave me indigestion medicine while saying it was good for me. I had to travel all the way to the Empire that day. She's so mean, seriously." After that, Antonio said smugly, "See, I told you." Suddenly, another classmate spoke up, "But there's me. Not long ago, Joyden helped me." Everyone exclaimed in unison, "What?" The classmate then explained, "I needed to contact my parents, but I was short on money and having trouble. But Joyden paid for me, so everything went smoothly, using something she created herself." At the same time, an image of Joyden flashed in her mind. Joyden had said, "Here, take this." However, the others expressed their doubts. The Joyden we know? Antonio slammed his hand on the table and said, "Don't be fooled. She's up to something. We all know how scary Joyden is." Then another classmate told him, "I saw someone who found your Lucina pendant." Antonio asked excitedly, "What? Who is it?" "It's perfect timing. I wanted to thank them." The classmate said with certainty, "It was Joyden." Antonio was stunned. He asked what? She repeated, "I said it was Joyden. I was sleeping outside this morning, and I saw her on my way back. She picked up something shiny while she was sweeping the courtyard. I thought about it, and it definitely looked like your pendant." Antonio stammered, "How? But why?" Joyden. Toward the dining hall, Joyden finally stepped through the door. She thought to herself, "I had to stand there and wait until their conversation ended, but I'm so hungry." Joyden's steps fell heavy. Everyone froze when they saw her enter. Immediately afterward, they pretended to be busy. "Ahaha, this is really good. Where are the ingredients?" Another one said, "I almost forgot about the assignment Priest Graham gave us. I'll go ahead." Seeing this, Joyden thought, "I knew it would be like this." Attempting lunch was laid out. She sat down at the table and pondered, "I'm used to it, but still, eating alone is tough." Suddenly, she heard a noise. Joyden turned to see Theo looking at her. Surprised, she thought, "Ah, he's looking at me? This is my chance to greet him." With that thought, she turned and cheerfully said, "Hello." But the person next to her coldly turned away. Receiving no response, Joyden's face fell. Antonio looked back from the next table. He peeled a grape from his plate and said, "But can people really change that easily? I don't know." Suddenly, a choking sound erupted. Hack. Antonio was choking on the grape. He struggled to speak, "Hack my throat. Can't breathe. Help in my throat, ugh." Everyone panicked, shouting, "Antonio." A classmate guessed something stuck in his throat. "Someone go to the south wing and quickly get a healing priest." Antonio made a loud, strained sound, gurgle. A voice rang out, "What do we do? Can anyone here use healing magic?" Seeing Antonio's state, Joyden worried. "What should I do? He could really die." As she approached, people coldly snapped, "Joyden, go away." "What are you trying to do?" Unable to stand it, she shouted, "He's choking on a grape. I saw it just now." A classmate retorted, "So what? You're not a healing priest. We're trying to help him calm down." He made desperate, gurgling sounds. Despite this, Joyden rushed forward, thinking he's losing consciousness. "I have to act fast." Joyden reached Antonio, wrapped her arms around his abdomen, and pressed hard. The other classmates tried to stop her. "No, what are you doing? Someone stop her." She continued to push on his abdomen, trying to dislodge the grape. Antonio's cheeks puffed out, and he let out a sound, ugh. The surrounding students cried out in fear, "Antonio." Joyden continued pressing, counting 1, 2. After a few more thrusts, the grape suddenly popped out. Both she and Antonio collapsed, exhausted. Joyden breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her brow. She thought, "Thank goodness what I learned in my past life actually worked here." She slowly lifted her weary gaze and was stunned. Her classmates were crowded around her, looking at her with admiration and awe. Whoa, a brown-haired girl excitedly asked, what? Joyden, how did you do that? Do you have healing abilities? What technique was that? A blue-haired boy chimed in. Joyden, you saved him. How did you do it? Teach me. Joyden looked at them blankly and stammered. No, that. She hadn't finished speaking when Antonio suddenly said, the Dashta. He turned his face away, tears welling up in his eyes. Gratefully, he said, thank you, Joyden. If it weren't for you right now, I would have. The other students chimed in, chattering amongst themselves. That's what I'm saying. So cool. Was that power or technique? In the dining hall, Joyden shyly avoided everyone's gaze. She thought to herself, thanks for your concern, but this is so much pressure. I should avoid everyone for now. Suddenly, a voice called out to her from afar. Joyden, where are you going? Footsteps slowly approached her. Theo quickly brushed past the others in the dining hall. He suddenly stuck his foot out, aiming to trip her. Joyden, carrying her lunch tray, saw him and realized, the brown-haired guy with glasses who was staring at me earlier. She remembered him from the crowd, adjusting his glasses while intently watching her. Why would he trip me? If I stop suddenly, I'll fall. Thinking quickly, she hopped forward, just jump over it. But there was one fact she had overlooked. Joyden's physical abilities weren't exactly outstanding. She misjudged the jump. Panicked, she watched as Theo's face darkened. He looked at her, unable to react. In time, because of this, she didn't jump far enough. A cracking sound echoed. Theo's foot felt like a wooden plank snapping in two. He screamed in agony. Ulysses smiled gently, a radiant expression on his face. He pointed to his head and teased. It seems my partner has a rather poor memory, doesn't she? Joyden trembled, tears falling as she bowed her head and admitted, I was wrong. He mimicked her wrong. Ulysses stood in front of Joyden's cell and complained, I asked you not to cause any more embarrassing incidents, as I can't bear it. She stammered, tried to explain herself. I didn't mean to. He sighed, opening the file in his hand. All right, let's see what you did and to whom. Joyden Rovo Hugh, sentenced to 3 hours of confinement. Incident occurred around 1 p.m. today. Details, in the Great Hall dining area. Crushed the instep of instructor Theo's foot. Joyden cringed and stammered to that. Ulysses continued reading, treatment required for 8 weeks. Quite the masterpiece. She hung her head and admitted, yes, I did that. She recalled the embarrassing moment. Normally, I could have avoided that by jumping easily. Ulysses, looking at her with a hint of remorse, speculated. It seems she's very upset about what happened. I can't tell if she's being bold or timid. If this were before, I would naturally think Joyden stepped on his foot. But now, I'm not so sure, as Joyden has changed a lot recently. His expression suddenly turned serious. He reasoned it wouldn't have broken with just that. Theo isn't as well known as Joyden used to be. Clearly, he was the one who tried to trip Joyden first. There's even witness testimony. Inside the castle, a priest reported to Ulysses, Your Holiness, Priest Lunisai and Antonio have submitted statements defending Priest Joyden. Stepping on Priest Theo's foot was a complete accident and an unfortunate mishap. On the contrary, he thought of poor Joyden sitting in her cell. She saved Antonio from a critical situation using a special method. So why didn't she offer a word in her own defense? What is it? The bishop continued. Fortunately, Joyden is under special observation. I wouldn't have known if it hadn't been reported to me immediately. Ulysses worried about the punishment Joyden would face if I hadn't come to interrogate her directly. She might have been beaten already. Disputes between priests deserve discipline. He went to where she was being held, stood before the door of her cell, and mused. After seeking out Priest Theo, he was the one accused. A madman who couldn't even break a foot. He continued. Joyden knelt down, gripping the wooden bars, and questioned him. Why is this happening? He said it's not. If you're gonna make a fuss again, tell me first. Did anything else happen? Joyden bowed her head sadly and replied, nothing else. But then she suddenly remembered something. She told Ulysses, oh, I met a talking egg. He asked in surprise, an egg? An egg in this temple of the gods. There can't be such a strange egg. Could there? Joyden looked at him curiously, not understanding what he was talking about. Ulysses looked down at the ring on his finger and wondered, are you talking about the divine beast's egg? Joyden, hearing about the divine beast's egg for the first time, was surprised. She recalled the egg's appearance. The divine beast's EGG.IKT wasn't very big. She innocently described the egg she had encountered to Ulysses.UM. It had pink spots and was about this size. It was a bit mottled too. It reacted as if it understood what I was saying. Ulysses, hearing this, confirmed with her, you're saying it's intelligent? Joyden awkwardly affirmed. Yes, I just had to touch it, and it would nuzzle against me like a puppy. He remembered the divine beast's egg when it was before him. Would that arrogant, soon-to-hatch beast obey this priest? In front of me, it sat still as a dead mouse, communicating with the divine beast and seeing the future, accurate enough to predict Priest Graham's misdeeds. Ulysses coldly reiterated Joyden's status. Joyden, you're only a trainee priest. You're not an official priest. Hearing him say this, she started overthinking. She thought, so he means to say, I haven't even truly become a priest yet. Thinking this, she humbly said to him, I know. To be promoted to an official priest, one must be recognized by a regular priest. Ulysses gently reminded her, that's right. You've spent 6 years of your life as a trainee. If you stop now, it will have been a meaningless period of time. So now I must change your residence and position. Theo limped into the room on crutches, amidst the murmuring gossip. Did you hear about that? Joyden just injured Theo's foot. A red-haired priest joked. I bet that Theo screamed pretty loud. The friend sitting next to her feigned surprise and asked, huh, really? The red-haired priest recounted. You could hear him yelling all the way from the dining hall. Huh. Mid-story, she startled as she saw Theo looking at her with a murderous gaze. Meanwhile, Joyden was in the dining hall, quietly listening to others talk about her, that it's true. Joyden will be chosen as the caretaker of the divine beast egg. Now she'll probably become an official priest. What? Not there. Actually, that's a place of exile. Managing the divine beast sounds amazing, but the reality is completely different. People say that the birth of a divine beast is a blessing, but that's not certain anymore. It hasn't been born in 300 years, so how could the egg possibly hatch now? Just the thought of it is absurd. The manager has to maintain the optimal environment in a dark warehouse, and the priests have to work alone. It's a job everyone avoids. Moreover, the managing priest position doesn't even have a clear departmental affiliation. Others agreed, adding, exactly, it's not like studying in the East Division or being in charge of records. It's not like being a knight and fighting in the North Division. It's not like practicing healing methods or conducting research in the South or West Divisions either. Even the previous managing priest couldn't stand it and ran away, leaving the position vacant, right? In the past, the previous divine beast manager got fed up with the job, ran off, and complained, I can't do this anymore. They argued that even famous summoners and alchemist families couldn't hatch the egg, so Joyden is now completely stuck in a dilemma. Joyden dejectedly thought about Ulysses when he assigned her the task. Ulysses suddenly ordered her to manage the divine beast's eggs. Moreover, he suggested, why don't you try hatching the divine beast's egg? Although it's not ideal, wouldn't it be better for the divine kingdom if you could hatch it? Hearing this, Joyden was stunned, foolishly asking, huh? I have to do that? He bluntly replied, yes. If you can't hatch it, I'll turn that egg into a giant omelet and eat it. So, if you want to protect your first important friend, I hope you'll try your best. Back in the present, Joyden felt both angry and sorry for the eggs. That's outrageous. How could he make an omelet out of that cute egg? First, I have to go to class. There was something even more despairing, his secret that others didn't know. Back in the cell, Ulysses had informed her, you'll be promoted to an official priest. Hearing this good news, Joyden was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly asked, really? She thought, up until now, I've been happy. If I become an official priest, I can go to a place that suits my interests. In the East, West, South, or North divisions within the entire temple area. That meant her main activities would be at a temple other than his at the central headquarters. Excited, she kept asking, so where will I have to go? Is it the West Division, since I have to research matters related to the Divine Beast, or the East Division? I'm fine with anything, Your Holiness. Seeing her enthusiasm, he replied, are you that happy? From now on, your workplace will be the central headquarters under my supervision. Hearing that, Joyden froze, turning stiff as a board. She clutched her head in fear, thinking about the bleak future under her terrifying boss. If I become part of the Central Division, my life will be completely under Ulysses' control. Is there no way for me to refuse? Suddenly, a priest called out to her, Priest. Joyden was still lost in her own thoughts. Annoyed, he shouted, Trainee Priest Joyden. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly replied, yes, sir. He sternly asked her, do you know what I was just lecturing about? If you weren't daydreaming in class, you should be able to answer. Try. Joyden stood up and stammered. Well. Hay frowned and scolded her. Don't tell me you were thinking about something else. You're sitting in the front row. Joyden scrambled for a way to respond. First, I should calm down and review what's written on the board. She looked at the board. The content was related to treatment methods and the uses of herbs. And the question posed was, which plant can be used as an ingredient for many types of medicine? Joyden quickly answered Hay's question. The answer is the mason plant. Surprised, he asked her, Mason, why do you think so? She confidently replied fluently. In the early days of the nation's founding, the foundation for the new administrative system was established. That person laid the groundwork for the study of healing in the southern branch. Therefore, this plant is named after the official mason. The name of that plant means the foundation of everything. Hay praised her answer. Very good. Completely correct. Soon, class ended, and the trainee priests walked along the hallway. Hay walked while pondering. He was puzzled by Joyden's behavior in class today. Clearly, she used to be quite disruptive, but since when did she become so intelligent? It was quite unusual. Suddenly, he heard a call from behind him. Teacher. He turned around to look. He saw that it was Joy Din calling him and said in surprise, "Oh, it's you." Seeing her panting from running after him, he kindly reminded her, "Whoa, don't run so fast, you might fall." "What is it?" Joy Din, still breathing heavily, stammered. "If you mix the juice of the mason plant with honey and boil it, it's good for a sore throat." He curiously asked her, "Why are you telling me that?" She quickly explained, "It seems like you have a sore throat. I was just wondering if it would help you." He was very surprised by Joyden's concern. He seemed perplexed and asked, "How did you know?" She honestly explained to him, "Your voice didn't sound well, so I heard you clearing your throat. If you drink that tea, you'll definitely feel better." She thought to herself, because this is the tea that the male lead, who often attends classes in the original story, likes. Hearing that, Hay felt very happy. His expression softened, and he looked at Joy Din with kind eyes. He turned to leave and expressed his gratitude. "Well then, thank you. I'll keep that in mind." Joy Din watched him walk away, anxiously wondering, "I wonder if I was able to help him? I hope so." In the dining hall, a blonde boy brought Joy Din a plate of fruitcake and offered her, "Hey Joy Din, do you want a piece of fruitcake?" She looked at the fruitcake in surprise. She pointed at herself and asked suspiciously me. In her head, she wondered, is he asking me? But why? The boy smiled brightly and cheerfully said, "Do you remember the last time I caught bugs for you? Thank you so much for helping me back then." Joy Din understood and said, "Oh." The boy excitedly continued, "Actually, I already guessed you weren't a bad person. I saw Theo starting the trouble. Some boys at the next table, seeing this, gossiped about the blonde boy. Know what's going on? Why is he there? He must be crazy." If he knew Joyden's real personality. With Joyden's previous personality, she would have gotten angry, thrown the plate away, and yelled, "Eat this yourself." But contrary to their expectations, Joy Din smiled kindly and thanked the blonde boy. "Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I feel much better." The boys at the next table, witnessing this strangeness, were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. They were stunned and wondered, Joy Din is smiling. Others in the dining hall, seeing Joy Din's gentle demeanor, rushed towards her, carrying piles of food and vying to offer it to her. "Joy Din, do you like chocolate? Or do you like this?" "Eat this too, I picked it out. It doesn't suit my taste and I have some leftovers I don't like, so eat this too." Joy Din was bewildered, holding everyone's food in her arms. She looked at all of them and thought, all the people I've helped. She felt incredibly happy and thanked them. "Thank you, everyone." In front of the large gate, a crutch was thrown to the ground. Theo angrily threw both crutches down in the courtyard. He thought about the prophecy concerning Joy Din. If this keeps up, Joy Din will be appointed the Divine Beast's egg manager. Ugh, I feel like I have the power of a psychic. Theo felt both angry and apprehensive. She said Joy Din would become the Divine Beast manager. He bit his nails. Ridiculous. That can't happen. I could do a much better job. Why what? He bit his nails until they bled from anxiety. If the Divine truly has eyes to see, then it should be me, not that crazy Joy Din. I'm from a family with generations of summoning abilities. Suddenly, a profound thought struck him. Perhaps it's because the Divine hasn't seen all my skills yet. If someone recognizes my abilities, surely Joy Din will be the one to leave. Alright, I must use this opportunity to make Joy Din disappear from sight. Anyway, Joy Din's reputation is already terrible. Although it's gotten a little better recently, it's still not perfect. I will definitely use this time to crush her forever. With that, he summoned a small squirrel that clung to the door. Theo opened the door and saw it. The little squirrel peeked out, looking at him with cute, round eyes, and chirped a few times. But he cruelly swatted the squirrel away and spat, "Shut up, go away." He thought irritably, this isn't the time to be summoning small things like this. Theo stealthily closed the door and entered the room. He smiled sinisterly. He looked at the Divine Beast's egg and thought to himself, yes, that's right. This is how it should be. Theo suddenly pulled out a pink wig from inside his shirt. He put the wig on his head, covering his real hair. He walked up to the egg and smirked, thinking if I were even slightly careless, just a little bit, then the culprit would be this pink-haired bastard, not me. Theo reached out his hand, about to smash the egg. But suddenly, footsteps approached, followed by a shout, "No." Joy Din ran forward and embraced the Divine Beast's egg, falling to the ground in the process. Theo yelled in frustration, "Damn it, you again." Joy Din, bewildered, touched the egg and trembled. What is going on? After examining the egg, she angrily scolded Theo. It's still alive. It can still feel, hear, and see everything. Why are you trying to destroy an innocent life like this? Hearing her words, Theo sneered. You're being ridiculous. That's why I tried to pretend to be the manager. Joy Din angrily retorted, Fro is my friend. If you don't want your other leg to become lame, then stop right now. I won't forgive you. She hugged the egg and comforted it. It's okay, Fro. I'm here, so you don't need to worry. Shoo, don't tremble anymore. Theo stared at her and asked, leg? Jordan affirmed, yes. Even back then, you tripped me, and I got hurt. But then she suddenly realized something. Wait, now that I think about it. His leg is completely healed. But what about that pink hair? Jordan abruptly stood up and shouted, you. Unfortunately, her leg, injured from her earlier fall, gave way. She cried out in pain now. She collapsed to the ground, thinking, I think I've sprained my ankle now. Theo looked at her triumphantly and scoffed. Joyden could only helplessly cry out, I don't know why this is happening. But Theo didn't care. He stepped forward, raising his hand to strike her. Suddenly, his arm froze. He panicked, Why can't I move my arm? Then he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, finding it hard to breathe. Why throat feels strange too. I can't breathe. He cried out in pain, Ag. A figure appeared behind him. Seeing Theo's strange reaction, Joyden wondered, why does he have that expression on his face? Suddenly, Theo heard a voice echoing in the air. You don't know what situation you're in. Elises appeared directly behind him and asked, do you? Theo collapsed. His face turned pale, sweat dripping down his face. Theo looked up at the newcomer and stammered, Yo, your holiness. Elises glanced down at him coldly. Theo fearfully watched the direction he was walking. Elises spoke slowly. I didn't think you'd throw yourself into getting that worthless chicken egg. Joyden, still holding the egg, softly replied, oh. Elises continued, why are you here? Joyden's leg trembled. Elises noticed and reached out to touch her leg, saying, in this condition, Joyden squeezed her eyes, shut in pain. Elises sighed in exasperation. You really should just be a special observation subject. Despite saying this, he used his power to heal her injured leg. Joyden looked down, happily thinking the injury from before is healed. Finished, Elises returned to his cold demeanor and turned to look away. Theo knelt on the ground, fearfully thinking, the Pope was here from the beginning? So everything I was planning to do to that pink-haired guy was seen. Joyden slowly stood up. Elises, facing Theo, said, no matter the level of training, we are all priests, so I will not overlook this internal disruption. Theo exclaimed in a panic, it's not like that. Your Holiness. Elises calmly replied, then tell me what you were planning to do, Priest Theo. Theo began to make excuses, falsely accused. I've been falsely accused for a trainee priest like Joyden to become the divine beast caretaker. That position is beyond her station. His words stung Joyden, and she clutched the egg tightly with both hands. Theo continued to justify his wrongdoing. If Priest Joyden had fulfilled her mission and properly managed the entrance, I wouldn't have had to come in here. Negligence in one's duties disqualifies one as a priest. The large egg pulsed with anger. Joyden smiled gently and comforted it. Flo, it's okay. Elises said with disdain, you say she's unqualified? Theo shouted yes. He smiled amiably, but his words were sharp as knives that, if that's the case, then it is my oversight. Joyden was chosen by me to be the divine beast caretaker. You lack the discernment to recognize that I am in charge. As the temple's administrator, you still have much to learn. Theo was horrified and speechless. Protecting Joyden behind him, Elises continued. As you can see, Joyden has received the divine beast's approval. At 8 p.m., the bell tower rings 3 times. All matters before then are concluded and put to rest. Joyden's small feet stepped on the stairs as she followed him, looking around curiously. Joyden marveled silently. So this is Elises's palace. It's beautiful. The palace, primarily adorned with white clouds, was indeed elegantly decorated. Elises urged her, what are you doing? Aren't you coming with me? Joyden quickened her pace and replied, oh yes. Upon reaching his office, Elises closed the door. Joyden nervously wondered, but why did he call me all the way to his office? Could it be because of the earlier commotion? Am I going to be punished? She imagined Elises smiling wickedly and threatening her. If you're planning to cause any more trouble, tell me now. Joyden worriedly thought, this time, I really don't know anything at all. She turned and said with weird cheek, even if I get scolded, I'll still say it, Your Holiness. Trainee Priest Theo was trying to break the egg. There's no proof, so you probably won't believe me, but please, just give me a few days to prove it. Elises waved his hand dismissively and said, I know. Joyden was bewildered as he lifted her onto a chair. She asked, what? Elises replied, I'm not so foolish as to not notice the foolish priest's malicious intent. Didn't you also realize his intentions and protect the egg? Suddenly, Elises knelt before her and said, I certainly wouldn't know the things that a newcomer like you knows. Joyden blushed in surprise. Ulysses pulled off his glove. This action startled Joyden. She thought his glove. Ulysses held her foot, and Joyden said in confusion, "I don't have any disease." He ignored her concern and carefully examined her injury, explaining, "The scratch is almost completely healed. It's just that my hands aren't clean yet, and touching the wound wouldn't be hygienic." There's also a personal reason. Joyden realized, thinking, that's right, Ulysses doesn't like physical contact. Someone else. He held her ankle and asked, "Does it hurt?" Joyden winced. Everything hurts, so I'm not sure. It kind of hurts there." Ulysses said, "This is the spot. I also feel this is the most painful part." Joyden thought blankly. "Then why ask? Isn't it to confirm with my own body?" She clasped her hands together and explained, "What happened was, Your Holiness." Only then did Ulysses look up. He comforted her. "The priest's healing magic isn't anything serious. Just a few gestures. Don't mind it." She said, flustered, "No, it's not that." She looked away, embarrassed. Then, she said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me." Ulysses looked at her. He said, "About this profound gratitude." As Ulysses spoke, Joyden anxiously thought, "Is he going to tell me there's no need to thank him?" Then Ulysses smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Good. Repay me by adapting well to everything. The treatment is finished. There's a test coming up, so don't get injured like today." Joyden's ears perked up as if struck by lightning. She realized, all right, the test. Theo muttered in horror, "Unbelievable. I could do much better." Just as he finished yelling, someone beside him abruptly pushed open the door and declared, "You mean the divine beast chose trainee priest Joyden?" All three of them were startled by this interruption and turned to look. Joyden said, "High Priest." High Priest Theo had once said to Ulysses, "If someone appears who knows how to hatch the divine beast's egg, I, Theo, will ride a rocking zebra across the continent." He had clasped his hands, looking up with sparkling eyes, and said, "Even if that person is a wicked criminal, I will care for and cherish them with all my heart." But actually happened. Now extremely panicked, he protested, "No, how could it be Priest Joyden? This is impossible. I implore you here, sir, please select a new divine beast caretaker through the official channels." Therefore, Elder Hio, who held the position of divine beast caretaker, proposed an objective examination for everyone. Hio's reasoning was that a position like that couldn't be filled by a brutal ex-convict like Joyden. The short meeting resulted in 3 decided items. First, a written exam. The divine beast couldn't be entrusted to someone ignorant of the kingdom's history. Second, a physical test. Caring for the divine beast required endurance. Third, a treasure hunt. Avoid the hidden traps in the La Grasse mountain range, and bring back the item you deem most valuable. All of these were tests of ability and strength to deal with crises, and a way to gauge the power to protect the divine beast. Ulysses crossed his arms in thought. Anyway, the others can't become the divine beast caretaker, because the divine beast will refuse. Even so, going through the official procedures won't hurt. Joyden expressed her worry. "Can I do well? I heard Theo comes from a great family of summoners." Ulysses chuckled nonchalantly. "Let's see. It seems that even that great summoner wouldn't dare think of stealing my lips. You're a step above him." Joyden lowered her head in embarrassment. Ulysses said, "I'm not worried about you." Joyden looked up and asked, Ulysses continued, "It's not a matter of can it be done well, but that it must be done. Don't even think of asking such a question." Joyden said, "But..." He cut her off. "Didn't you name the egg and cherish it?" Joyden had firmly stated, "Flo is my friend. If you don't want her other leg to go lame, stop it. I won't forgive you." She cheerfully asked, You heard that? That's right. His name is Flo, and he's my friend." Her gaze softened at, "Oh, right. Flo is my first, very important friend. I can't give Flo to just anyone. I have to protect him." Joyden clenched her hands on her thighs. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought, the highest point is at the final gate. The La Grasse mountain range is blocked by monsters. Because the terrain is so barren, it's difficult to use as a passage. About half the land has been abandoned, but I know the secret of that mountain range. If I bet my chances of winning on that, there might be a possibility. Joyden worried. There's a monster sleeping in the La Grasse mountain range, and it's very sensitive to sound. It will incinerate anyone who intrudes. However, if you let it smell saffron flowers, it will fall asleep immediately. But it's not as easy as it sounds. Cultivating saffron flowers is very difficult. It's a rare spice that can't be grown just anywhere, so it's very expensive. Rubbing her chin in thought, her mind raced, if only I could bring back saffron as a treasure. The problem is, the place where those precious saffron flowers grow endlessly is within the monster's territory. That's why no one has discovered this yet, and in theory, it won't be discovered for a long time. Joyden glanced up at Ulysses, thinking, it would be embarrassing to say I have a good idea, and ask him for the petals because that would be cheating. She probed, what if by any chance Theo wins? Ulysses rested his hand on the chair next to Joyden and said, then there's no other way. She startled, huh? He questioned, do you think I would cheat to reverse the outcome for you? Joyden immediately retorted, I don't like those kinds of tactics either. They're too despicable. To survive, I may have stolen that from you, Your Holiness, but this isn't a matter of life or death. Your life is important, while my earnest and desperate request is nothing. Joyden quickly replied yes. Then, her jaw dropped and Ulysses said, in any case, that won't happen because that pink egg isn't that foolish. Joyden clutched her chest, muttering, his name is Florus, not Egg. It's Flo. Ulysses said, it has a sacred meaning. It's too grand a name for something so small. Well, fine. The divine beast's eye is very discerning. There's never been a case where it disobeyed itself and approached a corrupted soul. Joyden thought, puzzled. Why has there never been a case of it disobeying itself? Ulysses said, you're the one who dared to make me do the work of a trainee priest caretaker. So no matter what it is, you'll be able to do it. One more thing. There's something I haven't told you yet. If anyone harms you like today, Joyden clasped her hands and replied, do you mean I should avoid them? I'll keep that in mind. Ulysses nonchalantly interrupted, hit them back hard. Being hit is unsightly. Joyden said, horrified, hit them? How can you say such a thing, Your Holiness? Ulysses crossed his arms and replied, just listen to me and do as I say. Don't mind me. Maintain your pride as my comrade. Such weakness is also troublesome and requires a lot of effort. These words pierced Joyden like arrows aimed at a chick. She thought, weakness? Joyden nodded worriedly, lost in thought. The more I know, the more frightened I become, but when he treated me, he was so kind. What kind of person is he? Ulysses explained, you were injured, so my body is also experiencing quite a bit of feedback. Like normal pain or suffering, it's a strange pain. A special experience I've never had before in my life, all thanks to you. Joyden scratched her cheek and chuckled, hee. Suddenly, Ulysses' expression changed. He asked with a dark smile, does that sound like a compliment? She flinched, tears welling up, and replied, no, Your Holiness, I apologize. Joyden thought, puzzled, but why does the phrase, because of you I have to endure this strange pain, sound like thanks to you? I find this quite interesting. Am I mistaken? Ulysses extended his hand and said, Joyden, give me your hand. Joyden asked innocently, yes, Your Holiness, why? Ulysses explained, I need to measure your divine power. Joyden wondered, measure my divine power. Ulysses waved his hand and replied, I have no choice but to be bound to you, so I need to know basic information about you. What level is your power, and how much can you help me? Joyden stared blankly, looking at the floating orb in Ulysses' hand. She thought, so there's a magical tool specifically for measuring divine power. How come I didn't know that? A small spark lit up in Joyden's eyes. She thought, the main principle revolves around the male protagonist, Ulysses, and Ulysses doesn't need to measure his divine power. That's why there's no surname after Ulysses' name. His existence alone is perfect. He's the only one who doesn't need to prove himself with family and history. But I'm not like that. Everyone working at the Grand Temple is under His Holiness, the Pope, so as soon as we become divine officers, our entire family name is separated. So my surname is also Joyden Iovohio. Punishment, 3 hours of imprisonment. The incident occurred around 1 p.m. today. Not long ago, it was the first time I heard the name Ulysses in prison. My name is Joyden Iovohio, right? But the surname, Iovohio. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. While Joyden was lost in thought, a hand squeezed her cheek and turned her face. Ulysses' voice rang out, please focus. Joyden mumbled, her mouth covered, Ulysses said casually, you have the ability to see the future, don't you? Smarter than I thought. Timid, but not a complete idiot. Ulysses thought the next sentence rather than saying aloud, and broke through the wall of the spell that even I couldn't penetrate. I looked over your file last time. Somehow, without any clear data related to divine power, Joyden is a distant relative of the expelled divine officergram. Although her abilities are insufficient, she once believed in her family's authority and used that influence to enter. Duke Iovohio, a listless high noble among the soaring aristocracy, is said to be the emperor's closest aide, and his distant ancestors were of the imperial bloodline. However, there's another reason why Duke Iovohio has a bad reputation. It's because he colluded with the emperor and used dirty tricks. Ulysses looked down at the contemplative Joyden. She was cheerfully thinking, could I freely use amazing magic like His Holiness? In the novel, every time he inspected the streets, someone would interpret blessings for the gathering crowds. And that image was really cool. Ulysses said, "Now touch that." Joyden reached out and gently touched the floating blue orb. She eagerly thought, how much divine power do I have? A lot? It would be great if it were a lot. Her eyes sparkled. The result made her slump and groan. I can't feel any divine power at all. Ulysses thought, it's impossible to have no divine power like this. Could it be that Graham really did support her from behind? The stillness of that tool has two meanings. Either the divine power is so great it can't be measured, or it's extremely little. Of course, there's no way it's the former. Only I could achieve that level. There's never been a divine officer like that in the history of the Holy Kingdom. Ulysses crossed his arms and said, "Do you know how to use any type of divine power?" Joyden sat upright on the ground, pondering. He said to her, "Joyden, this is special training." She asked in surprise, special training? Ulysses said seriously, "If it stays like this, I won't be able to use divine power to help you during the test. There's no other way but to improve your abilities." He thought, her divine power is low, but considering her prophetic abilities and friendliness with divine beasts, it's still too early to give up hope. Ulysses remembered when Joyden held the egg in her arms, comforting it. "It's okay, Flo. I'm here, so don't worry. Don't tremble, Sho." He extended his hand and said, "I will share my power with you." Joyden asked back, "You will?" Ulysses said, "Tell me the method. Can I transmit it to you through my mouth like last time?" Joyden gritted her teeth. She resolutely said, "No, I won't do that, because that wouldn't be my own power. Instead, Your Holiness, please tell me how I can grow on my own." Ulysses sat with his legs crossed. He coldly agreed, "Very well. Come to my office at 8 o'clock every evening." Hearing this, Joyden trembled fearfully and said, "Your Holiness, are you planning to silence me?" He rested his chin on his hand, smiling without humor. "That's a possibility, but not now. Instead, I will open a training course tailored to your needs." A paper was posted on the bulletin board. On the paper, it was written, "Notice, Divine Beast Caretaker Examination." Everyone immediately began to murmur and gossip. A young man whispered to his friends, "I heard Joyden smashed a divine beast's egg." Before the young man could finish, the young woman gasped, "It broke? Has he gone back to his violent ways?" The young man shook his head slightly and said, "It seems like he didn't break it, but made it break itself." The young woman was startled. "What?" The young man covered his friend's mouth and reminded her, "It's a secret, okay? No one knows about this yet." Little did they know, Hay had been standing behind them, observing their discussion. He frowned and thought, that newbie can't possibly pass the exam. The high difficulty will discourage him. Life is bitter, especially for a fresh face. As he walked, Hay continued to ponder silently. According to my investigation, Joyden has never been promoted to a regular divine officer throughout his cultivation. Furthermore, he thought of Joyden's abysmal record. Lowest rank, worst performance, lowest status. The worst in every aspect. Hay walked with his hands clasped behind his back along the deserted corridor, lost in thought. The Pope is easygoing, but too much tolerance isn't good either. Is he trying to find some good in that villain? Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and glanced over. He uttered. The person approaching with a basket was none other than Joyden. Hay looked at the fruit in Joyden's basket and frowned. Those are Greenie's fruits. They smell awful and taste even more sour than lemons. The riper they get, the more astringent they become. If you eat them unripe, you'll have diarrhea for days. He imagined Joyden clutching his stomach and crying after eating them. Hay shook his head in exasperation that he really is a clueless newbie. Should I offer him some guidance? Meanwhile, Joyden was waiting for some rabbits to eat. Here you go, little ones. Eat up. The rabbits, seeing the food, immediately started devouring it. Hay hid around the corner, watching the scene unfold. He couldn't help but mutter diarrhea, indigestion, for sure. He was suddenly surprised, though. The white rabbit yawned after eating. Then all 5 or 6 snow-white rabbits fell over and started snoring on the ground. Hay gaped at Joyden, happy and content with the bunnies. They ate everything, and there's no sign of indigestion. How is that possible? Suddenly, a Greenie's fruit rolled to his feet. Hay bent down and picked it up. Curious, he thought, I'll try it, and quickly popped the Greenie's fruit into his mouth. After chewing for a while, Hay exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, I see. The toxins have been removed by steaming." He couldn't help but praise Joyden that he's clearly a heartless villain, but quite clever, isn't he? Moreover, not long ago, he saved Divine Officer Antonio in an unbelievable way. Then Hay muttered to himself, as the exam proctor, I have to test his abilities. He blushed and coughed, feigning nonchalance that it's definitely not because I'm curious. Right, it's not, he affirmed. On the other side, Joyden scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. That tickles. Who's talking about me? The next morning, Joyden thought to himself, I've been so busy lately. I have to go to class in the morning, and then attend the Pope's even more terrifying evening classes. If I make even one mistake or slack off on my physical training, he ruthlessly increases the difficulty. Joyden groaned as he worked. Doesn't the Pope get tired? He makes me toss and turn until dawn. But it's not bad. I understand he's looking out for me. I wonder how Flo is doing. Joyden wondered as he continued to feed the rabbits. She recalled the time she was almost slapped. Then she thought to herself, since that whole incident, security around Flo's place has been tightened, so it should be all right. Joyden was a little worried and tried to reassure herself. There are guards at the warehouse too? I wonder if Flo will let me in, she wondered. Then suddenly she sneezed. Joyden sniffled and whimpered. This wild animal allergy. It's a good thing it doesn't affect my physical strength. If it did, I don't know if His Holiness would abandon me. No. Anyway, I'm here now. Someone's been staring at me lately. Joyden looked towards the bushes in front of her. It was Hay, his shadowy figure flickering in and out of view, his eyes burning intensely as he watched her. Joyden didn't turn around, but pursed her lips and softly said, "Yes, sir? Do you have something to say to me?" Hay, surprised at being discovered, jumped and cried out, "No way. How did you know? Do you have eyes in the back of your head?" He strode out abruptly. Then there was a thud. Joyden heard the noise and whipped her head around. Sir Hay. Hay had fallen on the ground and was rubbing his bruised backside. Ouch. I am dying. She rushed over anxiously. Are you all right, sir? Hay suddenly roared. Who gave you permission to call me by my name? Hey, you there! Hay continued to yell, then suddenly touched something on the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Ow. My hand. It's been pricked by a thorn. Joyden tilted her head, her face full of question marks. Who? Then she immediately shouted to him, Wait for me, sir. I'll be right back. Hay, seeing himself being left behind, called out, Hay. He wailed in pain. How can you leave an old, injured man like this? Hay cried silently. I'm going to die. If that thorn fragment travels into a blood vessel and gets stuck somewhere, I'm done for. His face paled. Hay started to panic. Am I going to die like this? Am I going to die just because of a thorn? Hay lay helplessly on the ground as Joyden disappeared, unable to do anything. Hay screamed in pain, his voice echoing through the air. Am I going to die like this? Am I going to die just because of a thorn? He was crying when he suddenly stopped. Hay narrowed his eyes, watching Joyden blowing dust off a strange red fruit. He couldn't help but frown in confusion. Ew, what are you doing? Don't think you can bring food here to tease me just because you're young, he said. Then she suddenly grabbed his arm, her expression serious. If you crush this fruit and apply it to the wound, the thorn fragment will stick to it and can be pulled out of your hand, she said. He yelled and immediately yanked his hand away from her. What? Do you think I can believe that? Joyden firmly grasped his hand, which was trembling with pain. She furrowed her brow, her voice firm and resolute. It's true, sir. I may not look trustworthy, but just pretend you're being tricked. Please wait a moment. Her determined voice echoed in his ears, causing Hay to gulp. A moment later, Hay couldn't help but be astonished. That actually worked. He looked at his smooth, unblemished hand in amazement. The thorn fragment really came out easily. Hay turned and coughed, slightly embarrassed as he praised Joyden. You're good. You saved my life. She immediately grinned. I'm so glad. Suddenly, Hay tossed a tiny black object into her hand. Joyden's eyes widened as she stared at it, her jaw dropping. This is... Hay feigned indifference. Eat it or not, it's up to you. Joyden asked him foolishly. Yes, what is it? Flustered, she blinked and ran off, losing a sandal in the process. He only left her with a few words. Well, you can call me Hay. Young people should always try their best. Joyden gaped, watching him as he straightened up. Zulfast. Then she blinked and looked down at her hand. In her palm was a brightly colored candy. Joyden stared at it, dumbfounded. I got a gift. After that little commotion, every time she fed the animals fruit, he would appear and make her answer riddles. Hay would often ask her things like, do you know the composition of orchid roots? Joyden honestly answered him. They contain toxins, so if a human touches or ingests them, they need to detoxify quickly. Hay narrowed his eyes and stared at her after hearing her answer. Joyden's head was filled with question marks. She squinted at him, completely bewildered, thinking she had left something out. Joyden suddenly raised her voice and added, the components found in morning glory leaves can be used to make an antidote. As expected, Hay immediately exclaimed, correct, valid. If I answer correctly, he gives me candy at the Southern Palace. The murmuring chatter of people echoed endlessly. A bespectacled woman holding a stack of documents approached and whispered to the man, Sir, what's going on? It seems something big has happened. The man with his hands clasped behind his back, none other than Hay, laughed heartily and said, It's nothing. But as soon as he finished speaking, he frowned and stared intently at the bespectacled woman. Faced with his intense gaze, she looked up, completely bewildered. Suddenly, Hay remembered Joyden and thought to himself, none of the divine officers assisting me are maturing as quickly as Joyden. He shrugged slightly. Oh well, perhaps this competition will have a big twist. Time drifted by. A hot cup of tea sat on the table. Joyden stared at the teacup and worried to herself. The exam is coming soon. I'm so nervous. Suddenly, she remembered something. I haven't seen Theo around lately. Theo had been punished after the incident in the Divine Beast Hall. The Pope has the authority to issue punishments on the spot without a trial. Ulysses gave him confinement. I heard he's not allowed to leave his dormitory room. It's been 3 weeks already. Joyden was a little puzzled, but the exam is almost here. With his personality, he probably won't sit still. Suddenly, someone arrived, causing her to turn her head and ask, "Who would come this late?" Seeing that the person didn't answer, Joyden approached the door. She pressed herself against the door and peeked through a small hole to see who was outside. When she saw the bespectacled young man, Joyden exclaimed in surprise, "It's Theo? Speak of the devil." Theo waited, but Joyden didn't open the door. He cleared his throat and said apologetically, "I came to apologize, Joyden. I even brought a gift. It's a token of my sincerity, so I hope you'll accept it." Joyden was so surprised that her face scrunched up. She thought to herself in astonishment, "What? Apologize? Can I believe that? Believe the words of someone who wanted to harm me and flow? Only a fool would do that. Besides, coming to apologize this late. He's clearly trying to scout out what I'm doing before the exam." Joyden firmly locked the door and scoffed. "Gifts, huh? He waited forever, but I didn't come out." She pursed her lips, glancing at the man behind Theo. The man, following his superior's instructions, scribbled something in a notebook. Seeing this, Joyden couldn't help but speculate. It seemed Theo's final punishment was to apologize to her. If I don't open the door now, he'll probably find another way to get in. Joyden thought it over and decided to unlock the door. The door clicked open. She stepped out with a welcoming smile. "What's up, Theo?" Upon seeing her, Theo gritted his teeth in frustration. He shoved the gift basket at her and said, "I told you, I came to apologize." She feigned cheerfulness, really. He smirked and said, "Why wouldn't you believe me? Are you going to leave a guest standing outside?" At his words, Joyden narrowed her eyes and paused for a moment. "What?" Theo glanced nervously at the man behind him and stammered, I'm sorry. I misspoke." Joyden frowned suspiciously at him. Then, she suddenly said in a magnanimous tone, "Come in, I'll make you some tea." The gift box Theo brought was a standard gift set containing spices, vegetables, and tea leaves. Just in case, I invited Theo to drink it immediately, but he lifted the teacup and drank it normally. It didn't seem to have any particular poison or substances that would cause stomach pain. Theo simply drank the tea with some apples and then left. After he left, Joyden frowned in suspicion, even though the tea leaves seemed normal. Suddenly, she noticed the small wooden table beside her. A map was spread out on the table. Joyden narrowed her eyes at it, recalling that Theo had been lingering near it. She decided to go over and pick up the paper to take a look. In a flash, Joyden gasped in fear. As expected, he didn't come to apologize. Holding the paper in her hand, Joyden silently speculated, "If Theo is going about things this way, I have no other choice." The next morning, the sky was clear, the trees were lush green, and birds soared through the air. Only Joyden was stunned, her jaw dropping. She trembled and cried out in alarm. At Hay's behest, there will be a large-scale exam with a huge number of participants. Joyden clutched her head in exasperation and wondered, "Can I do well?" Meanwhile, she didn't notice a figure appear behind her. It was none other than Theo. He squinted at her with a smug grin, of course. As expected, I'm much better than Joyden. The results of this exam are a foregone conclusion. Later, the results of the written exam were announced. Joyden placed first, and Theo placed second. Next, the results of the practical exam were announced. This time, Theo was second, and Joyden placed third. Theo stared at the results sheet, speechless with shock. He was stunned at what's going on. Joyden beat me to take first place in the written exam. Something must be wrong. I have to protest this. Theo immediately turned to seek justice. In contrast, Joyden, blushing, was being congratulated by everyone. "Congratulations, Joyden. First place in the written exam. I have to retake it." Theo watched as Joyden was cheered on by many classmates while he was left alone. He felt incredibly envious. It felt like the whole world was against him. Theo clenched his fists in anger, wondering how could that girl be better than him? His face burned with resentment and frustration. He roared in determination, "Just you wait and see. Nothing will go the way you want it to." As for Ulysses, he sat gazing into space. A glance at Jourdain, surrounded by her joyful classmates, gave him pause. I thought she'd be lucky just to manage the horizontal bar, but she exceeded all expectations. Jourdain, beaming, chatted with her classmates, oblivious to his gaze. Ulysses' attention was caught by someone else's eyes. Burning with affection, the gaze came from Hay. He looked on with the sentimental pride of a father watching his son succeed. "Go on, my boy." Ulysses narrowed his eyes at Hay. He seems quite pleased with Priest Jourdain. Then, shaking his head and looking back at her, he thought this whole group, including that guy, are a strange bunch. In a deserted, dense forest, Jourdain sighed and slumped against the base of a large, ancient tree. Glancing at the egg displayed in the distance, she frowned. I wonder if I'll ever see Floor again. The thought of Floor brought a wave of sadness over her. Anxiety gnawed at her. Whether things at the La Crasse Mountain succeed or not is still unknown, but what choice do I have other than to try my best? She cradled her head in her hands and murmured, but even if I succeed, there's another problem. If I really become the divine beast manager, I'll have to move to the castle. That's where the Pope is. Thinking of Ulysses, she continued her internal monologue. I have to gain his trust within a year, as promised, and find a way to annul the pairing. So this is just the beginning. Suddenly, a cold male voice startled her. You're acting like a fool. Jourdain froze, looking up in surprise to see Ulysses. She stammered, Your Holiness. He looked down at her, his voice calm but firm. Get a grip. The final exam is about to begin. Jourdain gulped, his words hitting home. She frowned, thinking seriously, he's right. I should put aside these unnecessary thoughts. Remembering the egg, she resolved, I have to get excellent results in the final exam for Floor. Opening her map, she began to strategize. The final challenge is to find a treasure somewhere. In the mountains, everyone is free to interpret what their own personal treasure is, but in everyone's perception, it must be something of great value. The greater the value, the higher the score. And most importantly, she stared intently at the map. With that monster practically guarding the entrance to the La Crasse Mountains, can I even avoid it? Ulysses squinted at her map for a moment, then his brow furrowed. Pointing at it, he said in a low voice, someone has booby-trapped that map. It leads to dangerous areas. Jourdain wasn't surprised. Sighing heavily, she said sadly, I know. It was a gift from Theo. Earlier, as she had unknowingly walked past Theo, who was watching her from behind, Jourdain had reassured herself, it's okay, it'll be fine. I've memorized it. Theo had glared at her, a sinister smile spreading across his face that of course you have. It's my map. But he didn't expect Jourdain to quickly snatch the map from his bag. Theo, oblivious, let her take the paper and leave. Not only that, Jourdain intentionally dropped a different map on the ground. The foolish Theo picked it up, bewildered, muttering, what? When did it fall? The real map was on her. Jourdain quietly confessed, so I switched Theo's map. Jourdain blushed and gave Ulysses a mischievous smile. Her eyes sparkling with confidence, Jourdain declared, so I'll definitely win. Ulysses smiled to himself, thinking I thought she was still naive, but she's actually quite clever. Pretty commendable. Then he said, as we discussed, there are monsters in the dangerous area. Hearing this, she pulled something from her pocket. Don't worry, sir. I used all my money to buy this. A while later, somewhere on the mountain, Jourdain, having traveled a long distance, was bent over, panting with exhaustion. Wiping her sweat, she thought treasure. Saffron truly is the best. Directly above the monster's nest is a gem mine. Retrieving those gems is very dangerous because the monsters react fiercely when someone approaches their nest. Besides, saffron is even more valuable than gems. She tiptoed lightly. Monsters are nocturnal, so they'll be sleeping during the day. The saffron field stretches within the monster's territory. Luckily, this place is far from their nest and quite secluded. It's not a place worth confronting them directly. Standing before the field of purple flowers, Jourdain gasped. Found it. She picked a few blossoms, separated the petals, and put them in her pouch. Phew, success. Now I have to go back. Then Jourdain tripped over something. She fell forward, crying out, Still sprawled on the ground. She suddenly heard a creepy whisper in her ear. Are you awake? Are you awake? But there was actually no one around her. Jourdain quickly jumped up and ran away, screaming. She ran until dusk. Trembling with exhaustion, she collapsed on the ground in front of several people. Made it, someone exclaimed in alarm. We thought you didn't care about your own well-being. A brown-haired person looked at their watch. It's not long until sunset. Is anyone else still out there? Another person said, over here, Heli is treating her. I'll use a revitalization spell on you. People in white clothing began examining everyone. Most people are back, but one person is still missing. Someone commented, the La Crasse Mountains become very dangerous after sunset, because that's when the monsters awaken. Jourdain thought to herself, Theo hasn't returned yet. Could it be because of the wrong map? But he's just getting what he deserves. I have nothing to apologize for. No, Jourdain thought, don't worry needlessly. Theo was wrong from the start. With that thought, she jumped up, startling Heli. But another thought crossed her mind, that's right, worrying about him is stupid. I thought so myself, but what if Theo dies? She ran off, causing panic among the others. Someone called after her, hey, where are you going? Ulysses sat silently on a chair. Watching from afar, Jourdain ran alone deeper into the mountains. Where could he have gone? Don't tell me he actually went all the way up to where the gems are, she thought, panting. What an idiot. Yes, obviously. A sudden yell startled her. Go somewhere else. Jourdain cursed. Idiot. Those monsters are sensitive to sound. As she spoke, she ran through the trees towards the sound. Pushing through the trees, she saw a giant, three-headed dog advancing towards Theo. He brandished his weapon and yelled, "Go somewhere else. Get out of here, monster. Don't you understand me?" The dog exhaled a chilling breath. Jourdain, observing from the side, thought this idiot really... Then she pulled something from her bag. She thought, just in case, when encountering monsters, that the saffron sachet I bought with all the money I had. I brought this to use magic. The Pope trained me rigorously. I learned very basic magic, but I never thought I'd have to use it in this situation. Jourdain held up the saffron sachet and said, "This saffron scent will linger in the cave and lead the monster to the saffron fields." The monster reacted to the scent, lifting its noses to sniff. Its eyes became dreamy. Theo watched in astonishment as the monster turned away. He wondered what's going on all of a sudden. At that moment, she rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and yanked him hard. He cried out, hey, ugh, gasp. Jourdain, pulling him along by his collar, said, "Just run for now." The two quickly dashed through the forest. As they ran, Jourdain said, "I know you switched my map, so I switched yours back earlier." Theo was aghast. She released his collar and continued, "I became just like you, but I don't feel guilty at all. I only came here to see how you'd fall into my trap. Don't misunderstand, I'm not that good of a person." He gritted his teeth at her words. Jourdain looked back. "I'm not finished yet. We'll argue more after we get down the mountain." He stammered, red-faced. "Why you?" She quickly ran ahead. "Come on, it'll be dangerous if the monster wakes up." Theo hurriedly grabbed her shirt. "Wait for me. I haven't found any gems yet. If I go back like this, I'll be empty-handed." Hearing this, Jourdain became angry. "You can still say that in this situation? So you'd rather let the monster burn you to a crisp?" He looked a bit guilty and yelled helplessly, "It's not like that, but what am I supposed to do about my exam?" The surrounding trees suddenly shook violently. Jourdain's eyes widened in fear as she looked behind them. The three-headed dog had caught up. It lunged forward, and the two of them sped up. Theo screamed as he ran. "How can that dog-like thing run on its feet? It has wings and multiple heads." She snapped, "Be quiet, Theo." The dog raised a paw to attack them, but it missed. Its paw whooshed past their heads, leaving them terrified. The force of its attack split a large tree in two. She thought, "It's too strong. If we don't run, we'll be eaten alive." Beside her, he trembled, tears streaming down his face as he yelled. Jourdain, exasperated, she thought, "I should have just left Theo behind." Suddenly, she tripped and fell. Jourdain tumbled into the canopy. Each sharp leaf grazed her hands and face, drawing blood. Jourdain closed her eyes, bracing for the pain. However, a strange light emanated from her wounds, surprising her. She looked at her unharmed hands and wondered, "Are my wounds healed?" Jourdain was stunned for a moment. A flower-shaped birthmark appeared on her forehead. Jourdain realized, "So it was the Pope who healed me. I'm sorry for thinking you were a bad person all this time, Your Holiness." After a while, the dog was still chasing them. Her face suddenly paled with fear. A chasm stretched before her. A cliff. Jourdain gasped. She frantically searched her pockets. That's right, the leftover saffron petals. "If I run away now, are they all gone?" "Not a single one left." Her hands rummaged through her empty pockets. "I think I dropped them all while running here." "Hurry, defensive magic." She panicked, her mouth agape in shock. "Hurry," Jourdain yelled just as the dog lunged towards them. It charged with terrifyingly bloodshot eyes. She covered her head and crouched down. "I'm done for." "Did it bite my hand? But why doesn't it hurt?" "It's kind of itchy." "Huh." A large tongue lapped at her face, leaving Jourdain frozen for a few seconds. The monster had somehow transformed into an adorable three-headed puppy, panting in front of Jourdain. Confused, she said, What happened to Theo?" "He's collapsed on the ground." The dog laid down and whined, much to her astonishment. Jourdain asked, bewildered, Why are they like this?" "I didn't do anything." She thought to herself, "I'm allergic to fur." The three-headed puppy looked at her with concern. It ran over and happily nuzzled its head against her. Jourdain seized the opportunity. While I have your attention, can I use the saffron field?" The dog barked in cheerful agreement. She continued, "Can I go to the gem mine too?" The puppy barked again. Jourdain glanced at Theo, thinking Theo still doesn't have the treasure. Meanwhile, in the bustling atmosphere of the gathering, a brown-haired man in charge of taking attendance for the priest was frantically searching for Jourdain. Where did Priest Jourdain go? She was here just a moment ago. A nearby purple-haired girl overheard and replied, "I saw her heading back up the mountain earlier." The brown-haired man gasped. You mean during this time? When things are so dangerous?" Upon hearing this, Ulysses smirked, thinking she threw away a victory that was right in front of her to save someone who has always harmed her. Just how good-natured is she to go that far? Just then, a young man with a buzz cut noticed something. He immediately pointed and shouted, "Hey, overseers, look, someone's coming. I see someone." As everyone squinted, they recognized the two approaching figures as Joy-din and Theo, the missing individuals. Seeing Joy-din panting from exhaustion, the buzz-cut young man exclaimed, "It's trainee priest Joy-din." And beside her is trainee priest Theo, who appears to be unconscious. After managing to carry Theo into the crowd, Joy-din finally let him drop to the ground with a thud. Then she collapsed from exhaustion, her legs giving way. But what caught the brown-haired man's attention most was what Theo was holding in his hand. Was that saffron? Indeed, the small, purple flower with yellow stigmas, looking anything but fragile, was the legendary saffron. Because it's a very rare flower, it's understandable that some people found it hard to believe. Priest Theo brought it back, so then Priest Joy-din sighed, having recovered some of her strength, and said, "I think a treasure doesn't necessarily have to have a clear form." Fortunately, someone agreed, "That makes sense." Joy-din added, "However, I'll need a little space." This puzzled some of the overseers. Instead of explaining with words, Joy-din used actions. She put 2 fingers to her lips and smoothly whistled. After that short whistle, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Hay calmly stood still and loudly reminded everyone, "Earthquake. Everyone, get out of the way." But it turned out this wasn't an earthquake at all. It was simply Barry, a giant mutated wolf with 3 heads and feathered wings, fiercely flying towards them. The moment they saw Barry, everyone except Joy-din and Ulysses was terrified. Why did that thing suddenly come down the mountain? Stay back. Stepping forward a few paces as if to shield the frightened priests, Joy-din stopped and gently commanded Barry, "Barry, sit." As she expected, Barry obediently sat down. Not only that, but it also wagged its large tail. As if that wasn't enough of a surprise, Joy-din naturally patted Barry's head and praised it. "Good boy, Barry. Here you go, heat." Needless to say, this scene shocked the priests and Hay. After petting Barry to her heart's content, Joy-din turned back and introduced it to them. "The assignment I submitted for the final exam is the guardian beast of Mount La Grasse, whose name is Barry. Barry has allowed everyone to enter and exit Mount La Grasse. If everyone follows some necessary precautions, no one will be attacked, and everyone can go up the mountain." Even so, Hay still couldn't quite understand. But there's still a courtyard outside this place, so why choose this mountain? Joy-din rummaged through her shoulder bag. "That's because this is Cryan mineral." She then opened her palm, revealing a sparkling stone emitting a strange white light. In principle, Cryan mineral is a rare substance found only on Mount La Grasse. Initially, it was considered a useless stone. Looking at the stone in Joy-din's hand, Hay couldn't help but frown suspiciously and ask, "Are you saying this is the useless Cryan mineral? That's not right. It doesn't emit light, does it? Why is it like this?" Joy-din held the stone up for everyone to see and explained with a smile, "If you expose Cryan mineral to sunlight and refine it, because it can store light, it can be used as a nightlight. Light-emitting magic stones are very expensive, but Cryan is abundant and easy to process. If we provide it to the poor, those who can't afford light at night, at a low price, it will be very helpful." The more I listen, the more surprised I am by Joy-din. "How did you know that?" Joy-din scratched her head shyly and laughed, replying, When I was little, whenever I was afraid of the dark, my nanny would light things up this way. The way to refine Cryan." Hay truly had a different assessment of her, as Joy-din began to eloquently explain. Just being able to befriend the guardian beast of the mountain was completely enough to qualify her. Ho ho. However, she also figured out Cryan and how to refine it. Thinking about this, he was about to start a conversation and asked Joy-din a few more things, but suddenly, at this moment, Theo woke up. He struggled to sit up and interrupted Joy-din. "There's also a saffron field there? It's on the other side of the secret forest, bordering the monster's territory." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. "A saffron field there?" After a few seconds of hesitation, Theo decided to turn to Joy-din and honestly confess. "Divine Officer Joy-din told me about these things. Before the test began, I swapped the maps to trap Divine Officer Joy-din. Only now did Ulysses learn about this." He crossed his arms, his back straightening from where it had been leaning against the chair. He pursed his lips in thought that he wants to forfeit the competition. I'm wondering what kind of outcome to give him. In the end, he did this. The brown-haired man sighed helplessly and shook his head slightly. If that's true, Priest Theo will not only be eliminated from the competition, but also expelled from the Holy Kingdom. "Do you know what you're saying?" Of course, Theo knew very well. The guilty must be punished accordingly, so he didn't refute a word but only continued, "I accept everything." Then he turned to Joyden once more and expressed his remorse sincerely. "I apologize for swapping the maps and deliberately tripping you up, as well as for making things difficult for you all this time. Thank you for not minding all of that and helping me." Although Theo had made things difficult for Joyden many times before, when she directly received this apology from him, she still felt quite moved. Theo, faced with this rare predicament, he had to hold an emergency meeting with the two overseers. But Divine Officer Joyden going down the mountain and then back up again is also against the rules. "I don't know what to do anymore." Hay rubbed his chin and muttered, "What a complicated situation." At the same time, he thought to himself, "No, should we follow the rules?" But what Divine Officer Joyden did showed her good heart and courage, which is following the virtues of priest. He was about to speak up for Joyden when suddenly his forehead was struck by something hard with considerable force. Ouch. He was dazed for a few seconds before angrily yelling, "Who dares to do that?" But the scene before him made him freeze. A pair of small white wings were flapping. Then came the characteristic cry of a dragon from the cracked flawed egg. It was true. The flawed egg, which seemed to need a lot of time to hatch, had officially split in two, giving birth to an extremely adorable snow-white dragon. After a few cries of headache, it finally opened its large, round eyes, revealing golden pupils as sparkling as gems. Precious. And then, as it witnessed Hay staring at it with admiring eyes, it suddenly burst out of its eggshell. It then stood protectively in front of Joyden and growled defiantly, as if wanting to protect her from strangers. It was because of Flot's sudden appearance that the curious priest started to gather around Joyden. Only Ulysses remained seated, smiling knowingly as, "Oh, it has been decided," he said. "The divine beast has chosen Joyden as its guardian." Initially, even Joyden couldn't believe her luck. It wasn't until she heard his confirmation that she truly came to her senses and accepted Flot's warm embrace. "Oh my, you're Flot, aren't you?" Flot didn't make a sound, but instead nibbled playfully on Joyden's fingertip, as if expressing its displeasure. Joyden chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry, I just realized. I guess you're still too young to speak." As she looked down, her gaze met Flot's large, round eyes, sparkling like gems. Coupled with the action of nuzzling its chin against her chest and puffing out its rosy white cheeks, Flot was utterly adorable. Joyden couldn't resist hugging it tightly and burying her face in its soft cheek. So cute. At that moment, Ulysses suddenly stood up. The trainee priests, startled by the sound of footsteps, turned their heads in unison. Seeing him approach, they quickly parted to make way, bowing and chanting in unison, "Your Holiness, Your Holiness." Ulysses didn't respond, but continued straight towards Joyden and Flot. While Joyden was immersed in Flot's adorable softness, he leaned close to her ear and whispered suggestively, "It's a male." A chill ran down Joyden's spine. Thinking it was a demonic apparition, she shrieked and jumped back, clutching Flot tightly. Ulysses sighed and chuckled. "Why so startled? That egg is in your arms now. It just wants to attack me whenever it sees my face." "How amusing." Joyden gave an embarrassed laugh, intending to stay silent, but recalling his words, she immediately asked, "Yes, you said Flot is a male." Ulysses shook his head in exasperation. "You didn't even know that?" Joyden retorted with a hint of frustration. "It was in an egg, standing a fair distance away." The trainee priests couldn't hear their conversation. They were engrossed in discussing Flot. "Wow, it's really the divine beast. It hasn't hatched in hundreds of years. What happened? Did Joyden incubate it? Hey, we should call her Lady Joyden now. She'll become a high-ranking divine officer soon. How amazing." Perhaps aware of being the subject of everyone's discussion, Flot whimpered a few times and burrowed its face into Joyden's chest. This action startled Ulysses. Without a word, he swiftly grabbed Flot by the scruff of its neck and pulled it away from her. Joyden's people, directly facing the small, constantly struggling dragon. Ulysses unhappily thought, "Why did you crawl into someone else's arms? You truly are a perverted divine beast." He expected Flot to angrily bare its teeth and bite him, but unexpectedly, it only displayed a sulky expression. This was utterly useless against Ulysses. He even displayed a face full of disdain. Those knowledgeable about divine beasts remarked, oh my, the divine beast has recognized his holiness." It seems like he's saying something. From the perspective of passersby, the scene of his holiness and the divine beast communicating looked peaceful and beautiful. But the reality was obviously not so pleasant. Invisible bombs were exploding back and forth. Ulysses's face was clearly smiling, but his voice was extremely cold. "Whether you were in the egg or now, your personality is truly detestable. A divine beast daring to defy me. the Lord of the Divine Temple. Me, Flot also didn't hold back, continuously crying out and thrashing about, as if trying to escape Ulysses' forceful grip. Ignoring Joyden's worried expression, Ulysses indifferently continued, "Speak human language. If you feel wronged, cry louder. Let's see. After all, Flot was just a child. How could it withstand the pressure of facing Ulysses?" And so, large and small teardrops began to flow, streaming down its cheeks along with heart-wrenching sobs, truly making others feel pity. Of course, Joyden was no exception. She heartbrokenly stretched out her hands, intending to take it into her arms. "Come here, Flot." As if finding a safe haven, Flot swiftly slapped Ulysses across the face with a resounding smack. Then, it happily flapped its wings and flew away. Ulysses rubbed his aching cheek, annoyedly glaring at the small dragon, now nestled and acting spoiled with Joyden. An unfamiliar feeling rose within him, making him wonder, even if those two are attached to each other, it shouldn't concern me, but why do I feel so irritated? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Ulysses strolled towards Joyden and said, "I'm very pleased that you become the divine beast guardian." Seeing this, Joyden's feet involuntarily stepped back. How could this small action escape Ulysses' sharp eyes? Nevertheless, he maintained a friendly smile and asked her, "Aren't you curious why I'm pleased?" Joyden nervously gulped and asked why. Ulysses smiled and replied, "Because now I can keep you in the palm of my hand." Joyden was so shocked she froze, yes. Amused by her reaction, he cheerfully continued, "As I said before, the divine beast guardian will be transferred to headquarters. Moreover, the divine beast is still young, so it needs you by its side to stabilize during its growth." The two continued their advance and retreat. Joyden, truly a loss, stammered, "To what?" Ulysses maintained his smile. Then he said, "I'll assign you an entire empty building at headquarters. That will be where you live, study, and work." It sounds very advantageous and blissful, but for some reason, to Joyden, they were like thunderclaps, making her feel like she was literally in the palm of Ulysses' hand. Joyden was genuinely scared to the point of tears. Was this a dream? Looking at her distressed appearance, Ulysses couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. Yes, precisely this expression. And once again, the scene of the two humans and one beast conversing was regarded as an extremely intimate dialogue. A few days later, in the Brecan Empire, inside a castle built with extreme grandeur and luxury, the vast hall echoed with the sound of a hand slamming against the armrest of a chair. Along with the furious roar of a man, the divine beast has been born in the Holy Kingdom. Are you aware of that? What about our divine beast? Why is there still no information? Duke of Iovohio, if you have a mouth, explain this to me. Directly demanded an explanation by Zemep. Iovohio trembled, sweat dripping down. Seeing him stammering without forming a coherent sentence, Zemep became even more enraged and yelled, "This is the plan as you described it? We almost exposed the identity of the spy. Do you know there's a spy within our ranks, Duke? You dare speak of German's injustice. The one who also incubated the egg and discovered the divine beast of the vast plains. Is your daughter, Joyden? Go find out what happened." Under Zemep's icy, threatening gaze, Iovohio was truly at his wit's end. Meanwhile, Joyden and Ulysses were still leisurely discussing accommodations. Joyden expressed her desire, "I just need to live in the dormitory." But for some reason, Ulysses flatly refused. He immediately objected, "No." On an early morning, a gentle breeze rustled through the green leaves, creating pleasant sounds. And beneath the tree, someone was sweeping with a broom, gathering the fallen leaves. There was also an adorable white dragon spreading its small wings and watching. At this moment, a group of apprentice priests passed by, seeing the human and beast happily cleaning together. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Joyden? Wow, the divine beast is with her too." Joyden and Flot's faces both looked bright and rosy. In fact, since the final exam, Joyden's life had changed quite a bit. After the selection exam for the new administrator ended, she was quickly appointed to a high-ranking divine officer position. Reaching a position just below the high priest is truly a breakthrough. Besides the positive aspects, she also shared her pressure and worries with Flot, saying, "But at the same time, it also comes with more responsibility." Flot listened with teary eyes, as if about to cry. This unspoken empathy made Joyden flustered. "It's nothing. I just misspoke. You'll still stay here." Having a cute little dragon like Flop by my side has really given me a lot of motivation. Even though I didn't win the Elder's favor after the competition ended, I came in first. In other words, I protected my first friend with my own strength. Despite feeling so proud, something was quietly happening. I no longer had to stay in the east or west wings of the library. I was transferred to the main building. It's so spacious that I still haven't gotten used to it. There are no words to perfectly describe the beauty of my new residence. Rosarium, a rose-filled building near the main building. Even now, Looking back at this magnificent main building, I still can't help but sigh. This 3-story building, I never even dreamed I'd be living here. However, as someone sensitive and curious about the meaning behind things, I have my own observations about this place. Roses also symbolize silence. It's like a hint from His Holiness to keep this a secret. Perhaps noticing that I was lost in thought, Flot reached out and gently touched my cheek, as if asking if I was okay, like it always does. In that moment, my heart melted and my eyes softened. I sincerely expressed my happiness and gratitude to this adorable little dragon. Thank you for being born and for being here with me, Flot. Flot happily chirped in response. The warm and sweet atmosphere between us was suddenly interrupted by strange clicking sounds, followed by a bossy voice ordering, "No, put it back in the artifact." Feeling a slight headache, I sighed deeply. Ugh, again. That sound has become all too familiar to me these past few days. It's the sound of those thieves taking pictures of Flot and me to sell. They take so many that I can't even tell when each photo was taken anymore. Thinking about this, I glanced towards the bushes not far away and happened to meet the eyes of one of the workers in that group. She was startled. I just made eye contact with Priestess Joyden. Hearing this, her colleague scoffed, "You're such an idiot. Priestess Joyden isn't that kind of person anymore." For those who don't know, that kind of person in his mouth must be the Joyden with a perpetually gloomy expression and short temper. Because of this, the two of them didn't even notice that they had been discovered and continued their enthusiastic debate. Ha, but I'm still a little scared. Are you trying to insult her? Seizing the opportunity, I quickly slipped away. Thanks, but this is getting a bit awkward. Let's get out of here. Walking a distance away, thinking the trouble was over, I hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when a girl ran up to me. Priestess Joyden. Seeing her flustered and speechless appearance, I was a bit puzzled. But then, her action of shoving a letter into my hand and running away answered my question. I couldn't help but gasp and look down at the thing in my hand. In an instant, my eyes widened, and I was completely shocked. I couldn't believe it. A love letter? Yes, she had received a genuine love letter from a girl. This situation was truly something Joyden had never imagined. She awkwardly scratched her head, her face involuntarily flushing. I never thought my first confession would be received while I'm disguised as a man. Suddenly, just then, a blue butterfly fluttered its wings and flew towards her. It calmly landed on Joyden's shoulder. Then, a voice, one that Joyden would never forget, even in death, transmitted a message. If you have a secret, try to avoid people as much as possible. Come to my office immediately. More than anything, this method of using a butterfly to relay messages successfully frightened Joyden into a state of speechlessness. Following Ulysses' order, with a speed like rockets attached to her feet, Joyden quickly arrived at the palace, where his office was located. Standing in a large, brightly lit room and facing Ulysses directly, Joyden couldn't hide her nervousness as she clutched her aching chest and tearfully said, "You could have called me normally." Suddenly seeing a talking butterfly is really scary, she finished. Ulysses, his eyes glued to the documents on his desk, replied coldly with 3 words, "I don't care." Although she was very annoyed, Joyden tried to restrain herself and put on the brightest smile she could. Your Majesty, did you call me here for something?" All she received was a very irritating reply from Ulysses. "Do I need a reason to summon you here?" Joyden angrily clenched her fist. He really has a sharp tongue. Knowing that his teasing had been successful, Ulysses smiled with satisfaction. He clasped his hands together, rested his chin on them, and asked with a smile, "Do you like your new accommodations?" Joyden nodded and praised. "Oh, it's wonderful. Every time I open my eyes, I feel like I'm dreaming." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Ulysses smirked and continued, "It seems you're quite satisfied. But have you really not considered having any servants?" Joyden was startled. She knew that Rosarium was much larger than her previous residence, so large that she could roll hundreds of times when lying down, making it quite difficult to manage everything alone. Despite this, she flatly refused his offer. "No need, Your Majesty." Perhaps Ulysses would think she was foolish, but only she knew her worries. Joyden fiddled with her ring and worried silently. "But if someone comes to live with me, I might be discovered as a woman." Fortunately, Ulysses didn't press her for a reason. He changed the subject. "Today I also have something to tell you, Joyden. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" He asked with a bright smile, as if this choice was very interesting. Joyden clasped her hands in front of her chest and forced a smile. "Then let's start with the good news, Your Majesty." She hadn't expected the serious Ulysses to continue teasing her. "The good news is you received your first love letter." "Congratulations," Joyden exclaimed in a panic. You saw everything?" Ulysses' expression suddenly darkened. "Oh, you like her." Joyden, bewildered, could only cry. She wanted to find a place to hide. When Ulysses winked and said jokingly, "Just kidding," Joyden sniffled sadly and asked, "Does His Majesty even know how to joke?" Ulysses laughed. "I'm not as cruel as you imagine. So first, I'll let you hear the good news, which is that your parents miss you very much." Hearing this, Joyden asked in surprise, "My parents?" Mentioning her parents, Joyden's emotions were quite chaotic. The idea of meeting her parents one day, she hadn't even thought about it because Joyden's family wasn't mentioned in the original work. Your family name is Iovo. So familiar. Observing Joyden's expression, Ulysses continued, and the bad news is, under her attentive gaze, he slowly revealed they're on their way here. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning striking the ground. Light shone through the window, reflecting the silhouettes of a man and a woman standing side by side, waiting until the large door slammed shut, completely separating them from the outside space. Joyden slowly walked over to Duke and Duchess Iovohu, the two people who were supposedly her parents. Because it was the first time meeting them, she felt quite confused. Are they really my parents? Seeing her hesitate and not say anything, Duke Iovohu smiled and asked, "Then, don't you remember your parents?" Duchess Iovohu, standing beside him with his arm around her shoulder, also chimed in understandingly. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. You haven't written home at all during this time. Your parents miss you very much. Now that we've finally met, you're so cold." It hurts Mother's heart. Faced with these words, unsure whether they were true or false, Joyden didn't know how to respond for a moment. In truth, she was feeling both excited and anxious. "I didn't expect to have family come looking for me. I feel wonderful and incredibly excited. Because in my previous life, I didn't have parents at all." Seeing that she seemed somewhat moved, Duchess Iovohu smiled and said, "Come now, Joyden Iovohu. A good child wouldn't keep their parents waiting. Show us the divine beast." Hearing the person who was supposed to be her mother ask to see the divine beast, Joyden couldn't help but gasp and reply, "Yes, ma'am." Duchess Iovohu, while haughtily flipping her hair, looked around as if checking to see if the divine beast was really there. "We came here to see the divine beast." "Where is it? Where is it?" Joyden was a little incredulous. She said blankly, "But I heard you two came to visit me." Duchess Iovohu crossed her arms, her face clearly displeased. "Have you learned to talk back? Just answer what I ask. That's what a good child does. Isn't that right?" Looking at the faint smile and unfamiliar voice of this woman, Joyden's heart, for some reason, suddenly pounded rapidly at an unusually fast pace. She had to ask herself, what's going on? Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? As if I've been trained by this voice before. Sensing something was wrong, she stepped back and said, "Excuse me, seeing the divine beast isn't something I can decide. This is the temple. You are both outsiders. Even if you are my parents, you must abide by the rules here." Having her request refused by her daughter, Duchess I was naturally displeased. "Oh my, Jordan. It hasn't been long, and you've already developed your own opinions?" Duke Iovohu chimed in. "Yes, you're quite capable, aren't you? Hatching the divine beast, finding mineral deposits, and utilizing the flower forest are all thanks to your abilities. You've done all of these things remarkably well, but it would be even better if you didn't dedicate everything to the Holy Kingdom." Besides her heart pounding faster and faster, Jordan's face paled as she realized something strange. She had seen that look before. She had seen that look many times. With that thought, an old memory suddenly rushed back in her mind like a film reel. A young Jordan pleaded with her parents, "I don't want to go. I'm scared." "Mother, father, please." But in response to the child's pitiful pleas, she only received a chillingly cold look from Duke and Duchess Iovohu. It wasn't the look parents give their children. Because of the original Jordan's unhappy past, the current Jordan began to feel suspicious. Hadn't it been Jordan's own wish to come to the Holy Kingdom? After racking her brain to recall the relevant details from the novel, she finally remembered that I remember how the Iovohu family was described in the novel. They were the villains of the Brecan Empire. They colluded with the royal family and plotted to overthrow the Holy Kingdom, even using forbidden magic. In the end, they met a gruesome death on the guillotine. Back in reality, Jordan had barely finished thinking about the Iovohu family's tragic end when she received a resounding slap across the face. The perpetrator of this cruel act was none other than Duke Iovohu, the original Jordan's biological father. He angrily scolded, "Jordan Iovohu, how dare you get distracted? Have you forgotten the lessons you were taught at home?" Jordan trembled as she touched the bleeding scratch on her cheek, a testament to the inhumanity of the man she was supposed to call father. Her stammering voice was filled with disbelief. "Father," gasped. "What are you doing?" Still enraged, Iovohu didn't hesitate to hurl insults. "It's because of you that Priest Graham was expelled, isn't it? Is there something wrong with your head? We went through so much trouble to send you to investigate the Holy Kingdom's weaknesses. And what do? You directly accuse Graham. We told you to divert the Holy Emperor's attention while Graham acted, but you ended up getting yourself sentenced to death. You need to know when to stop causing trouble. Jordan didn't miss a single word of this harsh reprimand, and it triggered several memories from a novel, such as Jordan being imprisoned for attacking Ulysses. And that was when Graham used the authority of the temple to commit evil deeds. So, the attack was meant to divert Ulysses' attention, meaning it wasn't because Jordan liked the Holy Emperor that she did it. Seeing Jordan standing silently with her head bowed, clutching her bleeding wound, Iovohiu pressed his advantage. You don't live for yourself. You're just Sindal's replacement. You need to remember that you're the one who killed Sindal, and you need to live just like her. The unfamiliar yet familiar name, Sindal, sent a sharp pain through Jordan's head. Who is Sindal? Gasp. After that question, the images gradually became clearer in her mind. First, the image of a young boy with a smile as bright as the sun. Next, the image of a boy with short blonde hair affectionately holding hands with a pink-haired girl. Examining their facial features and radiant smiles, it wasn't difficult for Jordan to determine their relationship. So they were twins, Jordan and Sindal, as children. They caught their parents researching forbidden magic, but then an unexpected accident occurred. Sindal used her body to protect Jordan, and because of that, she left this world. After the incident, the innocent Jordan was naturally blamed for everything. She became the target of the Iovohiu couple's wrath. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have died. From then on, the Duke and Duchess forced Jordan to pretend to be a boy, as if their daughter had never existed. A truly bitter story. Jordan unconsciously touched her short hair and thought bitterly. Jordan, aside from the name, she has nothing of her own. After I transmigrated, I opened my eyes in a cold prison cell, and the Duke and Duchess never once visited. But if they had even a little bit of Jordan in their hearts, they wouldn't have been so indifferent after hearing the news of her impending execution. She was truly too lonely. After thoroughly berating their daughter, the Duke, Iovo, finally calmed down somewhat. Forget it. Perhaps this is for the best. If you're a high-ranking priest now, you could just take over Graham's previous work. If so, the mistakes you've made can be overlooked. Duchess Iovohiu also approached Jordan and gently continued, even if you lose them, you'll still be our child. So you have to be like before, continue to be a good child. We asked you to do this, can you do it? They thought they could still manipulate her, but Jordan softly replied, I can't. This left the Duchess in disbelief. This child, what did you just say? I advise you to think carefully about how you should answer before you open your mouth. But Jordan just clenched her fists. Then she resolutely shouted, I said I can't. At this very moment, in Ulysses' office, looking at his finger stained with a faint trace of blood, he was surprised to see an identical wound on his handsome face, mirroring Jordan's. Thanks to this, he could grasp her situation. It seems that Amateur is in trouble. My family knows how to use forbidden magic. Among them, of course, is soul control and life recreation. If we can take this opportunity to use forbidden magic to brainwash the divine beast, it will be of great help to us. But at such a crucial moment, what nonsense is it spouting? Taking a deep breath and exhaling as if to regain her composure, Jordan resolutely spoke, I have disappointed you both many times, and I may do so even more in the future. So, please expel me from the Iovohiu family. I'm ready to accept it. Hearing this, Duke Iovu roared in fury. Not seeing you for a while, you've truly become utterly incompetent. Jordan Iovohiu, think carefully. You are a member of the Iovohiu family, not a true priest. Jordan gently raised 3 fingers. Then she declared, everyone knows that this world has 3 continents. The continent where Brican is located is on the ground, while the holy nation of Palladium is in the sky. So even if I'm incompetent, I'm still above the empire, aren't I? These words successfully angered Duke Iovohiu once again, causing him to gnash his teeth. He then raised his hand, intending to give Jordan another resounding slap. Jordan Iovohiu. The previous slap still left a lingering fear in her. So upon seeing this action, Jordan could only squeeze her eyes shut and cross her arms in front of her face to block the blow. But as she turned her face away, Duke Iovohiu froze, having discovered something strange. He immediately widened his eyes and asked, wait, you, how did the wound on your face disappear? At this point, Jordan noticed, and it was indeed true. Not only had the scratch disappeared, but the feeling of pain was also gone. Really, it doesn't hurt anymore. Could it be that His Holiness healed me? While she was still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, the door behind her was opened by someone. Having lost her support, Jordan wiggled and struggled due to her loss of balance. Hello. But luckily, she didn't fall onto the hard ground, but into a warm embrace. Opening her eyes and seeing that the person in front of her was none other than Ulysses, she stammered, Your Holiness. After helping her regain her balance, Ulysses turned to the Duke and Duchess Iovohiu and asked with a smile, "I'm not mistaken, am I?" Duke Iovohiu. Witnessing Ulysses' sudden appearance, both the Duke and Duchess involuntarily stepped back in surprise. Ulysses' eyes curved as he continued, "You are esteemed guests from the Empire. I originally wanted to have a conversation with the two of you, but perhaps now is not the time." Perhaps only Jordan knew that His Holiness seemed very angry. She and His Holiness felt the same pain. That slap must have hurt him, and so she trembled with fear. The Duke and Duchess silently exchanged glances, then both performed a respectful bow. "Your Holiness." Ulysses slammed the door shut, beginning the process of settling the score with the two of them. "Duke, did you just hit my child?" Hearing him ask this, Duke Iovu bowed his head and hesitantly replied, "Well, that is," he was truly regretting his actions, wishing he had reasoned with her instead of resorting to violence. Duke Iovu had intended to carefully explain, but his wife spoke up first. "This child hasn't contacted us for a long time. There was just a slight misunderstanding during our conversation, Your Holiness. There's no need to be concerned. We were just disciplining our child. Our voices were a bit raised, which led to the misunderstanding." Duke Iovu nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Holiness. I see that he's quite tired. If you permit, I'd like to take him back to rest for a while." He didn't realize that saying this would only further provoke Ulysses' anger. Ulysses narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at these two who didn't deserve to be called parents. Then he spoke, his voice demanding, "Stand up first. Although I don't understand the hearts of parents. I know that parents who leave scars on their children, no matter where they are not worthy of being called parents." Seeing Ulysses hold up Jordan's bloodied hand and directly accuse him like this, Duke Iovu was shocked. "Bloodstains." He stammered, Your Holiness, please let me explain." Ulysses didn't bother to listen, but calmly continued. "Furthermore, if they were still the Jordan of the Iovohiu family, then of course I wouldn't have the right to intervene in this matter." Saying this, he suddenly reached out and touched Jordan's face, making her flinch. But Ulysses didn't withdraw his hand. He continued to gently caress her soft cheek and smooth short hair, as if petting a small animal. Facing Jordan's naive and bewildered expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then he turned to the Duke and Duchess and declared, "But now they are my priest, so it's only natural that I protect them well. All the priests here are under my authority. No one can gossip about their character except me." "Duke Iovohiu, didn't you just insult High Priest Jordan?" Knowing that insulting a priest could be punishable, Iovohiu panicked and said, "I didn't, Your Holiness. I was just worried about their future as a parent. So I..." Without letting him finish, Ulysses coldly interrupted, "It seems the Empire's upbringing is much stricter than my standards, isn't it?" Having received Ulysses' protection, Jordan could finally relax and step back, though she was still quite puzzled. Is His Holiness perhaps questioning whether the Duke and Duchess Iovohiu's actions are being directed by the Empire? Is he asking if they want to stir up conflict between nations? Ulysses continued, "Priests are the property of the Holy Kingdom, and moreover, they are currently the sole caretaker of the divine beast, undertaking many important tasks. You are aware of these matters, aren't you?" Duchess Iova nodded vigorously. "Of course, Your Holiness. Please believe us. We truly meant no harm." Ulysses scoffed. "You entered the country without permission, and I was willing to overlook it once out of respect for you being the priest's parents." Iovohiu offered a flimsy explanation. "It's because as parents, we wanted to see our child quickly." Unfortunately, Ulysses wasn't so easily fooled, but now it's different. All of your disrespectful actions can be considered contempt from a citizen of the Brecan Empire towards the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, Jordan couldn't help but gulp. "So it seems that the day I forced a kiss on His Holiness and still lived to tell the tale, I must have used up all my luck for this lifetime." The image of herself kissing Ulysses vividly replayed in her mind, making Jordan want to hide her face. Ignoring the blushing face of the girl behind him, Ulysses continued to coldly recite the charges against the Duke and Duchess. The Iovohius not only ignored the rules of the Holy Kingdom, but also disregarded. Normally, in this situation, you would be considered intruders, not visiting guests. Meaning, even if I were to execute you now, there would be no issue. Each word was like a hammer blow, causing the Duke and Duchess to tremble uncontrollably. Ulysses continued, "However, compassion and tolerance are always virtues of the Holy Kingdom. We also do not wish to cause unnecessary disputes with outsiders. As you said earlier, this is a family matter. Within a family, there needs to be more tolerance and understanding." Saying this, Ulysses turned to look at Jordan, then pointed a finger down at her legs. The Duke and Duchess Iovohiu were standing directly opposite. Understanding Ulysses' intention, Iovohiu trembled with anger, his lips twitching as he muttered, "Does he want me to kneel before Jordan?" Ulysses smiled faintly, and said, I hope you will cherish this opportunity. The moon outside had risen halfway into the sky. Its light illuminated the palace grounds in the dark night. On the main hall's corridor, Ulysses was walking ahead, leading the way, while Jordan trailed slowly behind. He spoke first, making Jordan feel a little uneasy that it's obvious they don't really admit their mistake. Even so, do you still want to forgive them? She hesitated slightly, but they were so scared their faces turned pale, and they looked so pitiful. Recalling the scene of the Duke and Duchess Ivanhoe kneeling at her feet, she felt even more reluctant. Ulysses suddenly found it amusing and glanced back at her askance. If the Duke heard those words, it would be quite interesting. After all, your words are no different from trampling on their proud self-esteem. Jordan didn't reply, but instead asked, but when did you arrive at the main hall? She looked at him with apprehension in her eyes. Does he know about Sindel and Graham? Maybe he's even guessed that I'm a girl. But Ulysses only remembered her scolding the Duke, Ivo, no matter how incompetent I am, I'm still above the Empire. Isn't that right? Then he said, I was there from a moment you told the Duke and Duchess about the relative differences in continental geography. It was truly a splendid speech. Jordan nodded thoughtfully, pondering, good thing, I probably didn't reveal anything. The Holy Emperor's punishment for the Duke and Duchess was permanent exile, forbidding them from ever setting foot in the Holy Kingdom again. Jordan gently rubbed her left cheek, thinking, although I can never go home after this, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I don't return to a home like that. Seeing her caressing her face, Ulysses asked with concern, does it hurt a lot? She flinched slightly and stammered, no, it doesn't hurt at all. He stepped closer and bent down to examine her face for a moment. Usually, bleeding wounds hurt quite a bit. If the one who inflicted them is your parents, it hurts even more. Seeing Jordan lower her head, he calmly asked, are you sad? And also, Ulysses gently lifted her chin with his index finger. You shouldn't keep any secrets from me. I'll ask you again, if you're not sad, then do you feel very humiliated? Jordan's eyes wavered as she looked at him. She thought to herself, he's right. Although I said it's okay, I'm actually very angry. And the most humiliating thing is that someone else saw me like this. Jordan took his hand, which was lifting her face, and pushed it away. Then she forced herself to say, thank you for helping me. But can you pretend you didn't see anything? Ulysses lowered his eyes, gazing intently at her. If I pretend not to know, how can you resolve this alone? You'll bury these unresolved feelings in your heart and go back to your room to cry alone, right? But doing that isn't pleasant at all, and it won't heal your wounds. Jordan clutched her collar tightly. Her head still bowed stubbornly, but her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. I'm so useless, not strong like you. Tears dripped onto the floor. Jordan's face, tilted upwards, was brimming with tears. Hurt and vulnerable, she asked him. Even so, that was the best I could do, wasn't it? What else could I have done? Ulysses' lips curved into a slight smile. His next words surprised Jordan so much she forgot to cry. I know. You did very well. He looked at her, his eyes full of amusement. You're just a normal young woman, barely an adult. How can you demand so much from yourself? This is more than enough. After a moment of stunned silence, her eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, the tears she'd been holding back began to flow again. The sky outside glittered with stars. He spoke gently. The good news before doesn't count. I was wrong. Now I want to tell you the real good news. Joyed, flustered, rubbed at the tears on her face, stammering, The real good news? Ulysses stepped closer and pinned a badge to the center of her collar. His hands, gentle as they moved, seemed to glow in the dim moonlight. Looking at the small badge on her collar, her face was a mixture of apprehension and joy. This is the badge of a high priest. The badge seemed to sparkle even brighter than the moonlight reflecting off it. Ulysses stepped back, and under the starlit sky, he declared, Priest Joyden, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the temple. From the moment you enter the temple, all priests must sever ties with their families. Do you stand before me now as a member of House Iovohiu, or as a priest of the Holy Kingdom? Joyden quickly clenched her hands and replied, Of course I'm a priest. Hearing this, he smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Then you must prove to me that the strength you show outwardly is real. Suddenly, she felt a surge of excitement, as if 1,000 flowers were blooming in her chest. Are the Holy Emperor's words telling me that I no longer have any connection to House Iovohiu? That I no longer need to suffer because of them? Is this just my imagination? After a moment of thought, Joyden shook her head frantically, as if trying to dispel the romantic notion. Suddenly, a cloak was draped over her. Ulysses, his expression calm, folded his arms and instructed seriously. Although ordinary people cannot walk this path, as a precaution, you should still cover up. After all, Your eyes are swollen like a pufferfish right now. Ulysses quickly turned to leave. As he walked away, he continued, now that you're officially a priest, you must be even more mindful of your words and actions. Moreover, you're also my chosen partner, so naturally, you must be more exceptional than ordinary people. Joyden trailed behind him, stammering, but what if I get snot on your clothes? He immediately snapped, you're such a nuisance. But when she whimpered, did you just scold me? He denied it without hesitation. Someone hiding nearby witnessed the whole scene and let out a long whistle. Sitting on a large branch, he asked the person below, who was Rios? That was Joyden, wasn't it? The biggest headache in the Holy Kingdom. They don't seem quite like the rumors, do they? Rios glared at him. Keep your voice down and stop whistling. It's unseemly. Stellan grinned. That it's a habit of mine. You know, I'd love to see that scene again. Cast me out of house, Iovoy. I'm ready to accept it. Seeing him continue his theatrics, Rios just shook his head in exasperation. He swung his legs thoughtfully. But is Joyden really the Holy Emperor's chosen partner? What even is a chosen partner? Both said simultaneously, partner. Stellan smiled slyly. These coming days are going to be interesting. While Ulysses was attending to Joyden, someone else witnessed this scene. The stack of books in their hands tumbled to the ground. The person quickly hid behind a garden pillar. Only after they left did he stammer, unable to speak properly. Partner. The conference hall of the temple. The meeting was in progress, and the surrounding people were constantly chattering. Hay sat there, constantly troubled by his thoughts. Should I use my status as an elder to object to this kind of cross-gender love? Or should I congratulate the Holy Emperor for finding his partner in my capacity as a former minister? He held a yellow chrysanthemum, plucking its petals and silently counting. The Holy Emperor likes him. The Holy Emperor doesn't like him. The Holy Emperor really likes that young man. He does. The last petal also yielded this result. Hay froze for a few seconds. First, regarding the ore circulation in the Lacras mountain range. A council member was speaking when they heard Hay cry out. She reminded him, Lord Hay, please pay attention. He clutched his chest, flustered. Apologies, I just had a hallucination. Looking at the scattered petals under the table, he thought to himself, I've heard that the Holy Emperor has recently taken a great interest in that pink-haired young man. Moreover, he has bruises on him and even nail polish. I was only distracted for a moment, and this incident happened. Now I understand why there was such a commotion that day. Two such outstanding individuals becoming partners. How could there not be a commotion? A council member asked, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly, Hay raised his hand with a determined look. Then he stood up abruptly. Holy Emperor, this marriage of yours absolutely must. Before Hay could finish his sentence, Ulysses cut him off with a smile. I don't need it. He tried to continue, but what about your descendants? Ulysses placed his hot teacup down forcefully and replied, I don't intend to have any heirs. Hay was sweating with anxiety. Are you serious? But Ulysses simply rested his chin on his hand and smiled in response. I've already made a lifelong commitment to the Holy Kingdom. In the middle of the council, Hay clenched his lips, his whole body trembling, with much to say but holding back. He was completely unreconciled. Holy Emperor, you don't hesitate to deceive me in order to hide the truth. It seems you truly cherish him. And so, Hay's misunderstanding of the Holy Emperor grew deeper. The meeting ended, and the outside light filtered through the windows. Ulysses leaned back in his chair and sighed softly. He's out again. He bit his lip in frustration, thinking, recently, Elder Hay has been increasingly urging me to get married. He not only brought all the portraits of noble ladies collected from across the continent before me, but also constantly pressed me about what kind of person I like. He kept holding these interviews, absolutely certain that among these people there would definitely be someone to my liking. Unaware of Ulysses's true feelings, Hay would sulk and insist Ulysses tell him, which exasperated him to no end. Ulysses closed his tired eyes to rest, not expecting him to say that he should think about the Holy Kingdom. What does he mean by that? I know better than anyone that I have special blood flowing through my veins, because I'm the last descendant of the divine clan. Although it sounds incredible, it's not really. My parents married for a purpose, and I'm just a product of that relationship. It's all meaningless. Lost in his own thoughts, Ulysses couldn't help but let out a long, bored yawn. Joyden, standing opposite him, fidgeted nervously. Did I do something wrong, Your Majesty? He responded without hesitation, yes. Joyden paled, her hand flying to her mouth. Did I? Then she confessed, actually, I ate a mint in your office. I'm so sorry. He looked up at her, confused, what? Thinking he was angry. Joyden trembled, holding up two fingers as so nothing gets past you, huh? I'm really sorry. Actually, I ate too. Ulysses was exasperated. Does she really think I'd care about a couple of mints? Unbelievable. Despite his irritation, he forced a gentle smile. All right, well, make sure you buy replacements and put them back. Those aren't herbal candies. They're precious crystals that restore stamina. He suddenly noticed a bruise on Joyden's wrist. Staring intently, Ulysses speculated, is that from when she went to to the Lacras Mountains to do research with Hay? That explains the random injuries I've been getting lately. Seeing his sharp gaze, Joyden cowered. Near tears, why are you staring at me like that? What is it this time? Ulysses spoke seriously. Based on my observations of you lately, you're constantly in danger, whether intentionally or not. So I think I need to assign someone to protect you. Joyden was stunned. Assign someone to protect me? As soon as she asked, he called out, "You can come in." The main door creaked open from the outside, and crisp footsteps echoed within. Joyden turned and gasped. Looking at the fox emblem and the patterns on their swords, she exclaimed, "Holy Knights?" And they're wearing the high-ranking knight's uniform. The temple doesn't just have priests, it also has holy knights. They're under the jurisdiction of the Northern Tower, which is responsible for knightly orders and the combat forces. Because of our different areas of operation, we wouldn't normally interact this closely without a specific reason. Before she could recover, Ulysses instructed from now on, these two will be responsible for your protection. Shocked, she cried out, "What?" He ignored her outburst and calmly introduced them. The one on the left is Holy Knight Hui Stellan of the First Knight Order. Stellan gave her a bright smile. "Hello, Joyden." He stepped forward, shaking her hand cheerfully, correcting himself that, I should call you Priest Joyden, shouldn't I? We're the same age. Let's be good friends. Ulysses continued, gesturing to the golden-haired man. The one on the right is also a holy knight of the First Knight Order. He's Rios. He was bovid hispexfuriponto greetings, Priest Joyden. It's a pleasure to meet you. Joyden watched Rios, constantly correcting Stellan's posture with worry. She was utterly astonished. The First Knight Order was an elite force, second only to the Holy Emperor's personal guard. Its members were exceptionally skilled. A humble priest like herself needing their protection. Suddenly, Rios took her hand. He knelt on one knee and reverently placed a light kiss on the back of Joyden's hand. Joyden flinched, crying out as if struck by lightning. What are you doing? Rios calmly explained. This is the knight's oath, passed down through our knight order. Her heart pounding from the shock, Joyden pulled her hand back, thinking, no wonder they seem so strange to me. What other strange customs will they have? I hope they don't try anything else foolish. It was still morning at the temple, and those inside were all looking in one direction. Murmurs and whispers rippled through the crowd. Joyden strode quickly forward as if chased by a ghost. As she practically flew, she thought to herself, is this really okay? Stellan and Rios followed slowly, keeping a distance. Stellan called out cheerfully, Joyden, you're walking too fast. Are you trying to ditch us? Rios, still maintaining his distance, reminded her, Priest Joyden, there is a broken tile about 20 paces ahead. Please be careful not to trip. Blushing, she replied, thank you. A few women standing nearby pointed curiously. Who are those two holy knights? Why are they following Priest Joyden? Look at their clothes. They bear the insignia of the First Knight Order. I heard they were chosen as escorts to protect Priest Joyden. I wish I could get close to Priest Joyden too. Another woman chimed in. Really? As expected of Priest Joyden. The two women squealed with admiration. Joyden, meanwhile, was inwardly groaning. While they were fawning over her, she only felt pressure. I just want to be alone. She thought that, this the Holy Emperor's new way of tormenting me? No matter what I do, those two escort knights follow me everywhere. Not just to the restroom, but even when I eat. Rios politely grabs my plate. Allow me to cut that into smaller pieces for you. They even stare at me before I go to sleep. When I ask for an explanation, Stellan just flashes a bright smile and says, we're just doing our duty. Don't mind us, just continue with your work. Even though they say that, they still wait until I'm asleep before leaving. She shook her head as if trying to convince herself. I'll just ignore them. After all, I'm busy organizing Flo's party right now. A door with an unusual pattern was pushed open. Joyden entered with a bright face, calling Flo, but the mournful atmosphere in the room made her almost bite her tongue. She shrank back, hiding behind the door. Flo was inside the room, sitting with her back to her, whimpering and wailing incessantly. Joyden quickly approached, asking anxiously, Flo, are you angry? She knelt down in front of the chair and pleaded, I'm really sorry. Lately, I've not only been preparing for the banquet, but I've also had to go up the mountain for research. I've been so busy that I haven't been able to visit you. But Flo only grumbled and sulked, showing no sign of forgiveness. Seeing this, Joyden pulled out a vibrant green leaf and coaxed, look, this is your favorite white mint leaf. But Flo only flinched slightly before turning away in a huff. Seeing this, Joyden suddenly had an idea. Your birthday party is coming up soon, but what can I do? It seems like you don't want me to come along. Hearing her say this, Flo suddenly flinched. She brushed herself off and stood up, sighing continuously. There's nothing I can do, Flo. Thank you for letting me be with you until today. I'll be going now. Joyden pretended to leave, then looked back to observe Flo's small body trembling with suppressed emotion. It seemed even angrier than she thought, but it looked like her method was working. Seeing this, she continued her act, sobbing and tears welling up. Maybe we won't see each other again after this, but I was very happy being with you. I hope you'll be happy in the future. Goodbye. These words were like thunder to Flo's ears, its small eyes filling with tears. It cried out "Kifu" a few times and turned away, sobbing. Then it quickly jumped into Joyden's arms. Seeing it cry, she couldn't bear it and said with a laugh, I'm sorry, I was just teasing you. After being held tightly in her arms, Flo clutched her clothes, burying itself against her, reluctant to let go. It takes hundreds of years for a divine beast to be born, so it's incredibly precious. And its birth also means that the Holy Kingdom's influence will be further enhanced. Therefore, to commemorate Flo's birthday, the temple decided to hold a grand celebration. And this news is spread to all the countries. Joyden carried Flo, who was lying quietly in her arms as she walked around observing to prevent Flo from getting hurt. She had to carefully check the venue and the paths for the party. Me. Suddenly, Stellan's excited voice rang out. Joyden, look, it's a lizard. He picked up a bright green lizard, making her scream. Even Flo woke up, but then he pulled out another green thing, showing off. Look, Joyden, there's a frog here too. Isn't it amazing? Suddenly, a loud bop echoed through the hall. Stellan exclaimed angrily, Rayos, why did you hit me? That hurt, you know. He had just flicked Rayos' head, leaving a bump, but Rayos still scolded him. You too. Didn't you see you scare the priest? Joyden had been frozen in place for a while now. Stellan seemed unfazed. He turned excitedly to ask her, Say, Joyden, how did you know about the use of crying? Or I heard that Hay was also very surprised. She silently praised him for changing the subject so quickly. Then she made an excuse, explaining about that, oh, I read a lot of books when I was young, and it was written in a book. Maybe it's because I read so many different kinds of books that I unconsciously remembered it. In her mind, she added, After all, the original novel counts as a book, right? Stellan was surprised. Oh, really? Actually, in my hometown, crying is a very commonly used, or... He lowered his eyes slightly, looking at her. But you were born in the Empire, yet you knew how to use it, so I was a little surprised at the time. Hearing this, she froze, repeating, Your hometown? Stellan proudly replied, Yes, my hometown is the continent of life, media. He slung an arm around Rayos' shoulder, jokingly asking, Didn't I ever tell you that Zai and I are for media? Joyden fell in a deep thought for a moment. I read in the original work that media isn't just the source of spirits, summoners, magical power, and life force, but also the birthplace of all magic. It's a beautiful and mysterious fantasy continent. Moreover, it boasts abundant resources and countless gold and silver treasures. In a novel, it's a neutral country, not aligned with either the Holy Kingdom or the Empire. But some say that more than 10 years ago, media suddenly cut off all contact with the outside world. She glanced at the two of them and wondered, why is that? Then Joyden asked a question that surprised Stellan. But is it all right for you to tell me this? After media unilaterally cut off contact, people's attitudes towards medians haven't been very friendly. There are even rumors that medians curse people or spread nonsense about them being savages with terrible infectious diseases. What's more, because most medians have striking appearances, some people secretly sell them into slavery for high prices. Joyden bowed her head, worried. Especially in the Brighton Empire, this kind of thing isn't uncommon. There's no way they didn't know this. As for herself, she was from the Empire after all. Flott, as if sensing her thoughts, hugged her tighter. Stellan stretched out his hand and said with a relaxed smile, Oh, come on, rear guards. It's only natural that you should understand more about us. Besides, you don't need to feel guilty. Rayos nodded in agreement with Stellan. Priestess, many people in the temple know our background. Actually, I used to wonder if you also had some medium blood, because small animals are very close to you, and you also understand crying or so well. But now it seems you don't. Anyway, rumors are deceptive. We don't have the ability to curse people, so you can rest assured. Servants carrying dishes passed by, whispering hesitantly, a median? How can a median be a holy knight? Stellan glanced at them warily. Even though he was explaining, Rayos, hearing this, fell into deep thought. Joyden looked at them with a sympathetic yet surprised gaze. Stellan scratched his head awkwardly and sighed in acceptance. Seeing Joyden remain silent, he rallied his spirits and said, All right, Joyden, let's finish inspecting this place. It's almost evening. Suddenly, she looked up and praised, I think you two are really cool. Stellan seemed to freeze upon hearing Joyden's sudden compliment, but she just smiled and asked, So, you must understand magic very well? right? Media is the birthplace of magic. Many races with special powers live there. Of course, there are also many mixed-race individuals born from different races, so they usually have long lifespans. Therefore, medians are extremely passionate about exploring partner relationships. Furthermore, Media was the first continent where pair bonding appeared. This means that those two knights might know how to dissolve the pairing between me and the Holy Emperor. And the records about the continent of Media are actually my only clues. She continued enthusiastically, listing her accomplishments, moreover, construction magic and drainage system design magic, as well as the methods of using magic on plants, all originated from Media. Right, you guys even created a magical tool that can record videos. Stellan, even more puzzled, scratched his head and wondered, yeah, so what? Joyden spoke up, startling the women walking nearby. The Media continent is so great, why would anyone in the temple look down on it? Of course, if I were surrounded by people like that, they'd definitely be idiots. Or else they must be chronically constipated, so they can't control their emotions. Both Stellan and Rayos looked at each other silently, unable to hide the surprise on their faces. Then Stellan suddenly slapped Rayos on the shoulder and burst out laughing. A moment later, he was clutching his stomach, breathless with laughter. Joyden, you're absolutely right. They really are a bunch of idiots. Rayos' lips slowly curved into a smile. As their daily duties were almost over, they continued to joke around for a while longer. Outside the town, in the crowded market street, Joyden walked around with a piece of paper in her hand, thinking, I have to buy a gift for Flo ever since I became a high priest. My salary has also skyrocketed. Also, ever since Barry allowed everyone free access to the Lacras Mountains, people have discovered more saffron flower fields. And I also received a large bonus because of that. If I took all the money I have in my subspace pocket, I guess I could fill this entire room. Subspace pockets are pockets connected to other worlds and can store a large number of items. Looking at the glittering jewelry displayed in the shop, Joyden thought to herself, Flo has really liked sparkly things lately. So, should I buy a necklace? I wonder if it will like it. If only Flo could speak human language. According to records from related books, divine beasts can speak human language. Although the specific time is unclear, divine beasts live for a very long time. So it must take a long time, right? Recently, I've been immersed in reading books related to divine beasts. However, those books are too old, either decayed or containing too many archaic words, making them very difficult to read. But I accidentally found some scattered materials, and they helped me a lot. The content of these materials is quite new and extremely detailed. Even every word and sentence is filled with deep emotion. And the person who wrote these materials is the former divine beast caretaker. Joyden suddenly thought, feeling a pang of nostalgia. If he loved divine beasts so much, why did he tear out a part of the material and leave? It's as if he never intended to come back. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a shop window. Looking at the glittering items inside, she exclaimed as if she had found her target. Ah, if I buy that as a gift, it should be pretty good. Upon entering the store and going straight to the gemstone display, the sparkling stones seemed to beckon. Joyden smiled and lifted her hand. They sparkle like this. They seem very high quality. Flo will definitely like this. But as she reached for a stone, her hand brushed against someone else's. Both of them froze, looking at each other in surprise. The shop owner chuckled. Oh dear, what shall we do? This is the last creation mineral stone. You both have a good eye, spotting it at the same time. Restless, she turned back to ask the shopkeeper, is this the only one on display? He replied firmly, yes, I'm afraid so. The next shipment won't arrive for another week. I sincerely apologize. Looking back at the stone, Joyden frowned and thought, Flo would love this. What should I do? The man who had also been reaching for the stone smiled politely and asked, I'm buying this for materials. What about you, priest? Joyden looked at him earnestly. I was hoping to buy it as a birthday gift for a dear friend. Would you be willing to let me have it? Oh, a birthday gift? He said with a soft exclamation. If it's for a dear friend's birthday, there can be no regrets. You may have it. He withdrew his hand from the stone, then offered Joyden a polite, respectful smile. Please give my birthday wishes to your friend. May God bless them. The shopkeeper cheerfully asked Joyden, would you like me to wrap this for you? Seeing her gaze linger on the man who had just left, the shopkeeper reassured her, you needn't feel too bad. Lord Michael has plenty of materials. It's no great matter if he couldn't purchase this stone today. Joyden turned abruptly, echoing, Lord Michael? The shopkeeper explained, yes, the gentleman who just left is from the Sia family. He's also a very famous artist. Slamming her hand on the counter, Joyden exclaimed, wait, you said he's Michael. Without waiting for a reply, Joyden turned and hurried out. Michael wasn't just any artist. He was the head of the OB's trading company. Spotting Michael just outside the door, she called out urgently, "Please wait a moment," and rushed after him. I saw Michael's name on the guest list for the banquet. Ever since then, I've been meaning to meet him, the head of the OB's trading company. The Sia family is also a prestigious noble family in the Holy Kingdom. They don't actually expect Michael to be involved in business, so he attends events as an artist, but secretly runs the trading company behind the scenes. She called out urgently from behind him, "Please wait a moment." Michael glanced back, surprised. "Aren't you the priest from the shop just now?" Joyden quickly replied, "Yes, that's me." He turned to face her. "I asked, there's something you need?" Artists often added creation stone to their paints to give the painting a soft glow. So, Michael must have wanted to use the creation stone for the ceiling mural. She was still holding the stone in her hand. Thinking this, she decided to find a topic of conversation. "Excuse me," Joyden asked slowly, "are you an artist?" Michael seemed a little embarrassed, giving a wry smile that, "It seems the shopkeeper told you." "No," she countered, "I guessed after seeing your hands. There are traces of paint on your fingernails, so I thought you might have been painting before you came out." Michael looked down at his hands in surprise. "Oh dear, I'm always so careless when I go out. I'm so embarrassed to have been caught out like this." Jordan didn't laugh, but rummaged in her bag. "Here, take this stone. Consider it a thank you for giving me that other stone earlier. It can also be used to add color to paints. It's a small gift, but I hope you don't mind." Michael rubbed his head, slightly embarrassed. "You want to give it to me?" She held out a small cloth bag towards him. "Yes, it's a type of soft mineral, best used after grinding. I hear that if this kind of mineral is exposed to sunlight for a long time, it will absorb the sunlight and glow brightly. There are minerals like that." Michael opened the bag to look, then exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, could this mineral be?" Jordan casually asked, "What is it?" But he feigned ignorance and shook his head. "Nothing. Thank you. This gift is too precious." She chuckled, seemingly pleased with herself. Seems Michael knows something about minerals. Kreen. The temple is still researching how to use Kreen, so it hasn't been publicly announced yet, but Michael, with his quick access to information, must already know. Jordan thought to herself, before, when I saw him on the guest list for the banquet, I was hoping the Kreen distribution project could be handled by a large trading company under his direction. Although this was originally Graham's area of responsibility, now everyone associated with him has been replaced, so I have no choice but to take over. Actually, considering Michael's painting abilities, he can't possibly be only responsible for painting the ceiling of the second church. After all, he's not only good at business, but also exceptionally talented in painting. Some even say that only the king of a country has the right to commission him to paint their portrait. So if Michael's work uses Kreen minerals, then ordinary nobles will certainly be particularly interested in this type of mineral. This way, Kreen will naturally be spread. Although Kreen can also be made into practical items like lamps, if I make it a luxury item, then I can make a fortune from it. Jordan rubbed her chin, nodding confidently. Moreover, under the temple supervision, there's no need to worry about Kreen losing its original purpose due to soaring prices. Michael smiled at her and opened the carriage door to get in. Watching the carriage wheels roll away, Jordan stood still for a long time. She waved goodbye. "I hope you like it." "Well then, I'll leave this matter to you." Suddenly, Stellan appeared out of nowhere, chuckling. "Leave what to him?" Yuden pit, yelling, "Goodness." Rayos, more alert, looked towards the carriage and asked her, "Priestess, who was that?" Although that person doesn't seem to pose a threat to your safety, you still need to be wary of strangers. But she only wondered about one thing. "Why are you two here? And both of you came together." Stellan turned to look at her. "Us. Of course, because we're your escort knights. We've been quietly following you since earlier. You didn't know? His Holiness instructed us that no matter where you go, we must protect your safety." Jordan was slightly surprised, thinking to herself, His Holiness instructed you. Stellan, not paying much attention, opened the carriage door for her. "So, let's go home now. Are you done shopping? Let me carry that for you." Rayos, who had already snatched Jordan's bag at some point, punched him in the chest and scolded. "Aren't I already holding it? Can you be a little more aware?" Jordan's eyes sparkled with happiness. "Home? So, besides the Iovohio estate, I still have a home to return to." She smiled and walked towards them. Let's go back now." The banquet hall. The attendees came forward one after another to Ulysses and Jordan, bowing and congratulating them on the birth of the divine beast. Frod cheerfully waved his paws and chirped, "Chirp, chirp." His round, golden eyes sparkled like jewels. The people were moved to tears by the radiant sight before them. "Oh my, the divine beast is so adorable." They chattered excitedly. "Is this the Holy Kingdom's treasure?" The divine beast's eyes looked so intelligent. After another group passed, Jordan sighed in exhaustion. Phew, that was tiring. But then she suddenly burst out laughing. Ulysses raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, "What are you suddenly giggling about? If you're going crazy, please warn me first. After all, while mental distress isn't contagious, it can cause other dangers." But Jordan just smiled brightly at him and said, I'm not going crazy. It's because I have friends now, and 2 of them at that. I'm so happy. Ulysses' expression turned thoughtful. Happy. She continued chattering. Do you know how delicious Rise Pack lunches are? And he's so good at cutting fruit, and who he collects. Mid-sentence, she suddenly sensed a feeling of resentment emanating from the person next to her. Jordan thought to herself, did I say something wrong? Just then, Ulysses spoke. Your life report can stop here. There's one thing you need to pay special attention to today. You absolutely must not touch the fountain in the garden. Jordan asked him curiously why. Ulysses patiently explained, because the water in the fountain changes height depending on the divine power of whoever touches it. So, if you touch it, everyone will know how pathetically little divine power you have. Memories suddenly flooded back, and Jordan's face paled as she thought, I absolutely cannot touch that. Stepping out of the banquet hall, Jordan smiled in relief. Phew, it feels good to be alive. She recalled how Fraud had smiled and jumped into Ulysses' arms earlier, pushing her away. You said you wanted to be with His Holiness. Are you telling me to go take a break? Jordan suddenly exclaimed. It's a good thing Fraud is understanding, or I wouldn't have been able to come out for some fresh air. While strolling around, someone suddenly called out, Priestess Jordan. Seeing that it was Michael, she greeted him cheerfully. Ah, you're the person from the shop that day. He was equally cheerful that it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here. Jordan politely inquired, why are you here? He eagerly explained, I'm here to work at the temple. Thinking about it, he added, well, this is where priests work, so it's not that surprising that I'd see you here, is it? Jordan gave a light laugh. Don't say that. Sometimes I still think it's a miracle that I'm able to work at the temple. Looking around, Michael suddenly sighed. It's been a long time since I've been here. It's really quite nostalgic. She asked in surprise, a long time? He seemed to realize something and said, a little sheepishly, to tell the truth, I was fortunate enough to serve as a priest here for a while, but only as a trainee. Jordan looked at him, impressed. He's really multi-talented. As if remembering something, he said brightly, oh, right? The mineral you gave me last time works really well with my paints. It's so smooth when mixed in, no graininess at all. She smiled, her face slightly flushed with pleasure, but I'm glad you liked it. Miga looked around for a moment, then said, the mineral you gave me is even better than the one I gave you. May I ask, is the friend you mentioned earlier the divine beast? Joyden didn't hesitate to answer. Yes, the divine beast likes things that sparkle. Miga lowered his eyes and smiled, relaxing oh, that's it. I'm also very happy to be able to see the legendary divine beast with my own eyes during my lifetime. So you're Joyden, right? She shyly nodded, her face radiant as she replied. Yes, it's me. He bowed respectfully to her again. Please forgive me for only introducing myself now. I'm Miga Siha, in charge of painting the ceiling for the second church, which is why I'm at the temple today. Seeing her slight awkwardness, Miga thought for a moment, then suddenly asked a question that hit a nerve, making her flinch. Could it be that you already knew me? But then he immediately denied, it's nothing. We've only met once. How could you possibly know me? As if thinking of something, Miga fell silent, his eyes filled with worry. Then he turned to leave. I'm truly sorry for my rudeness. I'll be going now. May God bless you. Joyden was startled and hurriedly chased after him. Please wait a moment. Did you know the previous divine beast caretaker? Her question made Miga stop in his tracks. A moment later, the wind rustled through the trees as they sat together on a bench. Joyden spoke. I looked at those torn documents and discovered that the person who illustrated them had extraordinary drawing skills. Miga answered honestly, those drawings were indeed done by me, but the content was written by another priest. Hearing this, Joyden inquired, do you know where that person is now? His eyes shifted slightly. I'm not sure. She was a little saddened and disappointed, her spirits deflating that I could sense that person's deep affection for the divine beast. Why did they leave? Miga hesitated. Seeing this, she thought, it seems he knows something. If so, then this matter must also be related to him. Could there be another reason why he took this job, painting the ceiling? However, the temple has always been open to the outside. As long as he wants, he can attend the service anytime. Except in one case, that is, a dismissed priest can no longer enter the temple. But this is extremely rare, only happening when someone does something detrimental to the temple or damages something important. They will be punished like that. Suddenly remembering the missing page, Joyden's eyes widened in realization could it be? She asked anxiously, did you tear those documents? Miga gave a non-committal chuckle. You even guessed that? Indeed, that's what everyone says. She became even more puzzled. Everyone says that? So, you didn't actually tear them? You don't look like someone who would commit a serious crime. Like murder, for example. Hearing Joyden say this, Miga was speechless, letting out a casual laugh. Thank you for having such faith in me. Then he clasped his hands together and slowly explained there was no other way. After all, I didn't plan on being a priest my whole life, so I don't regret it at all. Joy-din furrowed her brows sympathetically. But there must be a reason why you absolutely had to come to the temple this time, right? You answered her immediately. That's right. The condition for me to freely enter and exit the temple is that I cover all the expenses for the painting. Suddenly, Miga froze as if realizing something. He turned abruptly, startled. Could it be that you intentionally gave me that mineral stone? Joy-din calmly admitted. If I said no, you probably wouldn't believe me, would you? But he just laughed, exclaiming, a high-ranking priest truly is different from ordinary people, incomparable. She breathed a sigh of relief. The Grand Cathedral and the first and third churches are located in the center of the temple, also known as the main hall. On the other hand, the second church, where Miga is in charge of the painting, is located near the archives, where information related to the divine beast is kept. For a renowned artist like Miga to humble himself and take on such a project, it must be because he wants to find something in the archives. Joy-din slowly stroked the bench and asked Miga, the materials you're illustrating aren't in the archives, but I know where they are kept. He quickly asked where. Could it be in the Holy Emperor's palace? Joy-din smiled brightly. They're in my house. A moment later, they returned to Joy-din's residence. Looking at the towering rows of books, Miga couldn't help but exclaim, the rose garden, it truly is magnificent. Suddenly, Joy-din, on the other side, searched for a book and slammed a stack down on the table, startling Miga. She placed her hand on the stack of books and slowly negotiated. I can let you see these materials, but on one condition. Miga calmly looked at her and asked, what condition? Joy-din took a deep breath to gather her courage. Then she firmly stated her request. I hope the OB's trading company can be in charge of the Creon Mineral Distribution Project. Miga smiled and quickly replied, no problem. Feeling like she'd punched cotton, Joy-din thought in surprise, what? He agreed so quickly. He still politely expressed, even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to find an opportunity to propose this to the temple. I'm incredibly honored that you took the initiative to suggest this to me. However, I've never publicly announced that I'm the owner of the OB's trading company. How did you know? Joy-din then explained. A few days ago, when we met at that shop, didn't the shopkeeper not charge you? Miga asked, slightly puzzled. What does that imply? She continued her analysis. Shops that sell high-value items generally don't allow purchases on credit. But you clearly didn't pay, and the shopkeeper didn't seem to mind. So, I thought perhaps you were a regular customer there, or an acquaintance of the shopkeeper. Miga continued to question, and then, maintaining a calm and honest demeanor, she said, I heard that a long time ago, your sketches were sent for auction by the OB's trading company, and your paintings were sold at a high price. At that time, because the media continent refused to trade with the outside world, the trading company fell into a period of extreme economic hardship. And you clearly don't regularly publish your work, yet you insisted on publicly releasing your painting at this time, and a rare sketch at that. You countered that, but it's also possible that it was a sketch I bought earlier. She immediately denied it, saying it was impossible because those drawings were all done on Holy Kingdom paper. Usually, media's drawings are the best. Almost all works produced during the trade period used media's drawings. But the piece that appeared at the auction used Holy Kingdom paper. So, I guess you must have a close relationship with the OB's trading company. Michael seemed even more confused. So how did you know I'm the owner of the trading company? Joy-din laughed foolishly and replied as if it were obvious. That's what you just told me. She felt guilty and added, actually, it's because I read the original story. It's a good thing you said it first. Michael lightly held his forehead in distress. So that's how it is. I didn't expect I would. Looking at the documents on the table, Joy-din couldn't help but wonder, but why are you looking for these documents? Could it be that you're holding the other half? Michael quickly flipped through the documents on the table, not forgetting to answer her, no, I don't have it, but it records where my memories are buried. He picked up a pen and started taking notes. Joy-din noticed he was copying the first word of the first paragraph of each page. Her eyes lit up. The place these words refer to is the bell tower. The sound of bells ringing echoed with a different tone. Joy-din had climbed the bell tower. She cried out joyfully, found it, an old magic tool and a letter. Michael, I found it. The location written on the paper is the bell tower, the one closest to the center among the 7 bell towers in the Grand Temple. Moreover, the bell tower is a sacred place. Except for priests, no one else can go up there. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew as if to sweep Joy-din away, causing her to cry out. A warning bell rang in her mind. The wind here is so strong. If I'm careless, I'll fall right down. Should I not have ditched Hui and Jai? Another gust of wind rushed in. The speed was so fast that Joy-din couldn't dodge in time. She could only close her eyes and raise her hands to block it. Her slender body couldn't withstand it, and her feet suddenly staggered. Immediately afterward, her whole body lost balance and fell backward. The pull of gravity made her eyes widen in fear, her tongue stiff, and she forgot to scream. Michael, standing inside, saw something familiar falling outside the window, but couldn't react in time. His eyes widened in fear, and he stammered, "Priest, priest." Inside the banquet hall, Flode slapped its tail against Ulysses, chirping incessantly. His expression wasn't any better. He thought to himself, did I give Joyden too much rest? What's she doing? Why hasn't she come back yet? Surely she wouldn't forget her duties and run off to enjoy the banquet, would she? However, although she's a noble from the Empire, she seemed fascinated by everything at this banquet. Remembering how excitedly she looked at the food displayed on the banquet table, he sighed softly. At this moment, the whip of Flode's tail became stronger. Ulysses and Flode stared at each other, their faces full of dejection. His face darkened with a forced smile. You seem to really hate me. Flode, hearing this, turned around and stuck their tongue out at Ulysses. Ulysses said irritably, I don't like you either. Go find your master. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt an impact against his back. Ulysses grabbed Flode and asked, was that you just now? But Flode looked clueless, chirped once, and then stopped. Ulysses' eyes were filled with worry as he thought, if that wasn't the divine beast playing around, then could something have happened to that newbie? Where did those two escort knights go? As soon as he finished that thought, someone came to report, Your Holiness, something big has happened at the fountain. Ulysses asked coldly, what big thing? But the person just hesitated and replied, please come and see, Your Holiness. A suspicion began to form in Ulysses' mind. The fountain, a big incident, and the impact against his back just now? Could it be? As he stepped out of the main hall, the outside was in an uproar. The crowd kept exclaiming, heavens, I can't believe my eyes. As Ulysses got closer, he saw Joyden sitting stunned inside the fountain. She seemed to sense something. Joyden turned her head and looked at Ulysses with a joyful and delighted expression. Watching the water in the fountain surge and spray everywhere, Ulysses thought in astonishment, that kid always manages to surprise me. This is the most powerful divine power I've ever seen. Inside the main hall, the crowd continued to chatter. The good news for the Holy Kingdom just keeps coming, doesn't it? A noble exclaimed, the water in this fountain is pouring down like rain. His divine power is probably no less than His Holiness's, right? The woman beside him covered her face with a fan and said, but why haven't we ever heard of this before? If someone possessed such powerful divine power, then it should have been spread far and wide, shouldn't it? Another noble in the group also offered a theory. Could it be that he's been hiding his identity while in the Holy Kingdom? But I heard that priest is from the Empire. I guess His Majesty of the Brecan Empire will be spitting blood after hearing this news. I'm afraid it will cause an uproar. Just as they mentioned him, a crashing sound rang out. The sound of overturning tables and chairs continued, accompanied by curses. The sun. I hate the sun. You all draw all the curtains in this palace. The maids quickly closed all the windows. The person paced back and forth anxiously, giving orders, and also, go and call Duke Iovohio here quickly. From beneath the dark staircase came the sound of footsteps, mixed with a crackling sound like small particles colliding with each other. In the dim light, a person paused before a stone. Iron chains tightly bound the stone, but the small particles around it still emitted small popping sounds. The person, with deep blue eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone approached and addressed him, Your Majesty. He raised his head and asked, Duke Iovohio, do you finally understand what I want? Duke Iovohio replied earnestly, I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. I truly have no face to see you. He sighed inwardly. Tsk, why can't anything go smoothly? The person addressed, as Your Majesty lightly touched the energy emanating from the stone, several times larger than himself. Forget it. Duke Iovohio, do you remember this stone? This is the treasure you obtained using forbidden magic. You then offered it to me, saying it was a stone that could grant wishes. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. He touched it for a moment, then coughed repeatedly. After a long while, he weakly asked, cough, cough, has there been any progress in the magic research? Duke Iovohio bowed, of course, Your Majesty. He gritted his teeth inwardly. That frail brat has suddenly become powerful. Clearly, I conducted numerous experiments on her before, but the results all indicated she possessed only weak divine power, a useless failed product. But now, her recent actions are incredibly strange. He recalled Joyden, and even Fraud immediately shielding her from behind. He ground his teeth in resentment. She must have made some sort of deal with His Holiness. The person addressed, as Your Majesty glanced at him and said, Duke Iovohio, the Brecan Empire, the largest on this continent, is mine. Then the floating continent should naturally also belong to me, shouldn't it? He gave a sly smile. Greed filled his eyes. With this miraculous stone, even the Holy Kingdom, with its lofty status, will instantly fall to the bottom. Even if he carries the blood of a god, he's nothing more than a pillar of the Holy Kingdom. But a solid structure, no matter how formidable, requires a dozen or so supporting pillars. Relying solely on his holiness, how long do you think that nation can last? Besides, it's been thousands of years. It's time for a change in ownership. At the main hall of the Holy Kingdom, Joyden paced anxiously in front of the temple entrance. Recalling the incident at the fountain, she couldn't help but panic. When the world happened, the fountain must have malfunctioned. I can't possibly possess such powerful divine power. Didn't His Holiness check my divine power before? The sudden heavy thud of the door opening startled her. Joyden was dragged out by the guards, but she still managed to shout, "Your Holiness, I believe in you. You must leave a successor for the Holy Kingdom. Your Holiness." Seeing him being pulled away, Joyden broke out in a cold sweat. She glanced around, observing the situation, and thought, it seems His Holiness is truly furious. Is it really okay for me to go in now? But before she could finish her thought, the guard announced in a raised voice, "Your Holiness, Priestess Joyden is here." She flinched, hesitant. I'm not mentally prepared yet." A voice came from inside. "Let her in." As soon as she entered, the door slammed shut. Joyden stood before the desk, looking at Ulysses' serious, unreadable expression. Neither of them spoke. After a moment, he sighed deeply, holding his forehead. Seeing Ulysses like this, Joyden gulped and shrank back like a quail. Ulysses racked his brain, unable to understand. Where did her power come from? If Priestess Joyden was born into a lineage family within the Holy Kingdom, then the possibility of finding the source of that power, though slim, would still exist. Or he really is from that unknown media territory, then this situation isn't impossible. But he comes from a noble family in the Brecan Empire. His family for generations has had no connection to divine power, nor have they ever cultivated any remarkable priests. But the divine power I saw at that time was definitely incredibly strong. There's no doubt about that. Ulysses looked up seriously at Hay. Moreover, ever since that day, Hay has been increasingly urging me about marriage. Could it be that she's discovered that Joyden is my destined partner? Joyden not only can foresee the future, but can also tame animals. These are all extremely rare abilities. Considering his abilities, he's probably the strongest person ever, perhaps even able to match the Elder, if it's like what Hay says. For the sake of the floating continent, I must find a destined partner, and that partner can only be him, someone with power equal to my own. Suddenly, Ulysses felt a sharp pain and quickly lowered his eyes. The image of Joyden approaching him with concern blurred. "Your Holiness, are you all right?" "Your Holiness." Her worried face looked incredibly soft, and her gestures were unusually gentle. Ulysses stared in disbelief. He abruptly stood up. "What's going on? Why do I have the feeling that Priest Joyden is a girl?" Joyden anxiously reached out towards Ulysses. "Your Holiness, are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look good." But he slightly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze that "I'm fine. Stay away from me." She responded with a confused yes, already terrified inside. That it seems that damaging the fountain really angered His Holiness. Ulysses' dark blue eyes kept glancing at her. Joyden was now panicking, counting on her fingers. "Last time to buy a gift for Flo, I spent a large sum. I still have. How much money left do I have?" Ulysses rubbed his temples, thinking, although his physique is small, he's clearly a boy. Am I so tired that I'm hallucinating? It's all Hay's fault, always nagging me about marriage. Hay's slogan is, "Your Holiness, please get married soon. Please think about the future of the Holy Kingdom." Joyden, having finished calculating, dejectedly negotiated, Your Holiness, that fountain, sparkling with silver, is it very expensive?" Ulysses calmly asked back, "What are you talking about?" Joyden hurriedly explained, "Didn't it show that I have incredibly strong divine power at that time? It must be because I damaged it when I fell into the fountain, but everyone believed it was real. They all think I'm extraordinary. What should I do now?" Remembering the scene this morning, she was frightened by the crowd surrounding her. "Priest Joyden, please accept this. Get out of the way, I was here first." Ulysses' face paled with exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "What am I supposed to do with you?" Joyden, thinking he was asking for her opinion, froze stiff as a statue at I will go to the merchant kingdom and try to earn money to compensate you. Just give me some time, I will definitely. Ulysses' gaze suddenly regained its composure. Joyden gave an embarrassed chuckle. "Everything I just said was nonsense. Your Holiness. Please don't take it to heart, haha. If I work hard to earn money, then you'll be overworked, and that definitely won't do, right? The chair behind Ulysses creaked as it was pushed back. He slowly asked, if you want to work hard and earn money, then no matter what I ask, you'll accept, right? I think you should start by learning how to control that immense power. You've always been a quick learner, so this should be nothing for you. Joyden seemed lost in a fog, asking blankly, huh? Yes, immense power. She hesitantly looked at the man sitting composedly. But if you want to share some of your power with me, wouldn't we have to have some sort of physical contact? Ulysses frowned. What are you talking about? He immediately denied it. Priest Joyden, I have no intention of giving you my power. Do you want to grab my collar and kiss me or something? Joyden, on the verge of tears, defended himself. Absolutely not. I wouldn't want to kiss someone I don't like, and besides, I have a type. If I'm being completely honest, that would probably just make things worse. So Joyden just cowered and apologized that I'm sorry. Suddenly, Ulysses spoke up. Also, your power isn't fake. That fountain isn't broken either. Joyden's eyes lit up. You mean I really have that power? He gave her a perfunctory smile. Yes. After the elders of the Grand Temple saw the power you displayed that day, they became very interested in you. So, they've decided to impart their knowledge to you. You're still not proficient in using your power, so this is a good opportunity. I hope you'll do your best and strive to one day be able to use this power freely. Encouraged by Ulysses, Joyden happily replied, yes, the worry fading from his face. A while later, outside the hall, Joyden was happily humming and strolling when he ran into someone. Hay appeared out of nowhere and called out, "Hey kid, Joyden yamt startelda elderai." Hay's determination burned brightly. Today, I absolutely must figure out what the nature of his relationship with the Holy Emperor is. Meanwhile, oblivious Joyden exclaimed, Elder Hay, long time no see. Your voice sounds much better. It seems that tea really worked. I go flightly. Embarrassed I am. Yes. You've been well, haven't you? He felt a pang of guilt. Honestly, he's so innocent and naive. How can I bring myself to ask? However, if he has such immense power, then the loud noise from the temple before isn't so hard to understand. Actually, if he were a woman, he'd probably be the most promising candidate for Holy Empress. Hay fell into deep thought again. Joyden, noticing this, asked with concern, Elder Hay, are you feeling unwell? Elderai. He finally answered her that I've been thinking for a long time. Joyden responded with a surprised, oh. Then Hay continued, perhaps your power will be very beneficial for the future development of the Holy Kingdom, but I don't hope the Holy Kingdom will develop in that direction in the future. She stammered, the direction you're talking about, what is it? Hay sighed and shook his head in exasperation. It seems you're still struggling to pretend you don't know anything. Joyden's face was blank that I'm not pretending. I really don't know what you're talking about. Hay placed a hand on Joyden's shoulder sympathetically. It's all right, I understand. Although we've been denying reality, perhaps His Holiness has his own plans. Now we should accept you. Joyden's eyes widened. Accept me? What? Then he remembered Ulysses' words from earlier. After the elders of the Grand Temple saw the power he displayed that day, they decided to impart their knowledge to him. Understanding dawned on him that, oh, that's what you were talking about. He put on a grateful expression. Thank you, Hay. You're truly a good person. Hay cleared his throat, feigning reproach. Really, a young man should be more serious and composed. Inwardly, he was relieved. Could it be that His Holiness is captivated by that radiant smile? Well, that would be understandable. After accepting you, I feel much more at ease. I no longer need to waste effort convincing myself that I dislike this fledgling priest. Furthermore, the more I learn about you, the more merits I see. In reality, both Joyden and Hay misunderstood each other. Joyden thought Hay was praising his abilities, unaware that his power had been officially recognized. He resolved to work even harder. Hay, on the other hand, was thinking along different lines. The future of His Holiness and the Holy Kingdom depends on you. Suddenly, Hay asked, by the way, why did you enter the Grand Temple? Joyden hesitated, thinking no. I suppose Joyden entered the temple at the age of 13. She was considered a disgrace by her own family and abandoned there. Her purpose was to obey her family's orders and sabotage everything in the Grand Temple. Hay continued, the main hall is located in the center and is responsible for managing the administrative affairs of the entire Holy Kingdom. But I see you have a great talent in healing and herbalism. I believe you could apply to join another department. Joyden asked in surprise, you mean I can participate in 2 different departments? Hay replied matter-of-factly, yes. The fact that you could hatch a divine beast is already outstanding, not to mention your other remarkable achievements. You've done your part well. From now on, you can explore things you're truly interested in. I see you're quite bored attending to duties here every day. Even an old man like me is worried. Joyden lightly touched the glass cabinet. I always felt that what I needed to do was gain His Holiness's complete trust so I could live smoothly and dissolve the marriage bond. But now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever considered what I truly want to do. Because whether it was before transmigrating or now, thinking about these things has been a luxury for me. Joyden murmured, what I truly want to do. At that moment, Stellan suddenly appeared. Hey, what was that sticky thing you gave me last time for? Joyden froze, stammering. Whoa, hey, you scare the priest. After Zeos hit him with that thing today, Stellan was still cheerfully asking for more. After I used it, the pain was gone in a flash. Can you make me another one? Or two? No, how about three? The knights are clamoring for them too. Joyden suddenly realized, oh, I almost forgot the most important thing. Stellan smiled sincerely. Thank you so much, Joyden. At this moment, she seemed to sense something too. Joyden's eyes sparkled at I think I know what I really want to do. Outside the temple, the sky was clear and blue, and the trees in the courtyard were lush and vibrant under the morning sun. Joyden's voice rang out, Elder Hay, about that. I want to learn some more healing magic. Hay chuckled and asked, are you serious? Joyden, holding a basket of fruit, nodded, yes. After hearing what you said yesterday, I finally realized what I truly want to do. She had realized it after meeting Stellan yesterday. Joyden beamed at Hay. I want to be someone like you, able to help people. Hay coughed awkwardly and replied, well, if you have any questions, you can always come in my research room. He then handed Joyden a card. I have a lot of books there. You can come and read them. Looking at the gold card embossed with the Southern Sanctuary symbol, Joyden accepted it with both hands. She turned it over curiously. Wow, what's this? Hay was still basking in the glow of Joyden's sincere words. I want to be someone like you. Elder Hay, you're truly admirable. His inner laughter echoed. At the Southern Sanctuary, people were still busy cleaning and reorganizing the books. Joyden stepped inside, looking around curiously. I heard the atmosphere in each sanctuary is different due to the different styles of the person in charge. It's certainly true. Whether it's the people or the architecture, it feels very much like Elder Hay. She approached the attendant hesitantly. Hello, but the attendant declined. This isn't a good time. Elder Hay isn't here today. I'm sorry, you are? Joyden smiled. I'm Joyden. The attendant's eyes widened in surprise. Dodo, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you. She quickly stood up and introduced herself. The elder instructed that you're welcome here anytime. Please, this way. Someone nearby turned and whispered Joyden. Others also noticed her. I heard it clearly. That's Joyden. Joyden flinched as the people around her suddenly looked at her, whispering and murmuring. Her face paled. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Blushing, they exclaimed, Joyden, you really chose the Southern Sanctuary? For us? Although the main sanctuary is good, it's too strict. There's no rule saying someone can only choose one department. You must think carefully. They crowded around her, clamoring. Shake my hand. Just once. Joyden, overwhelmed, pleaded everyone one at a time. Suddenly, a shout rang out, making the whole crowd jump. Can you guys keep it down and let me speak? I really can't stand you crazy Southern Sanctuary priests anymore. Seeing the chaotic scene, Joyden quickly said, I'll come back another time. Thank you, everyone, and then quickly left. She ran towards the door as fast as she could. Behind her, they were still calling out, wait a minute, Priestess Joyden. Don't go, Priestess Joyden. Running too quickly, Joyden tripped. She cried out, oh my God, along with the sound of something breaking. Joyden pushed herself up with her hands, looking at her scraped and reddened hands. Tears welled up as she sighed. Oh dear. Suddenly, a voice rang out above her head. Are you all right? Looking at Ulysses' scraped hand hanging loosely at his side, and his face showing not pain, but concern, Joyden exclaimed, Your Holiness. The carriage rattled along outside the Southern Sanctuary. Ulysses and Joyden sat inside, but the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Seeing her dejected expression, Ulysses scowled. Why is she making that face again today? A moment later, he softly called out, Priestess Joyden. She startled and let out a small gasp. He seriously questioned her. Why did you sneak off to the Southern Sanctuary and get caught red-handed by me? Give me an explanation. Joyden stammered, head bowed. That's because... Before she could answer, Ulysses continued. Your place is in the main sanctuary. In other words, shouldn't you be under my supervision? Joyden hurriedly explained. Elder Hayes said if I wanted to read books, I could come to his place anytime, so I went there. Your Holiness, didn't you also tell me to learn more? He refuted her. Elder Hay is out on business today. At this, she looked up. I know, so I was originally alone, but the priest of the Southern Sanctuary, seeing his stern gaze, she abandoned her original intention. If she told him the truth, that Elder Hay had told her to choose another department, he would surely kill her with a single look. Thinking this, she pretended to scratch her face and change the subject. Oh, right. I heard that a person can choose multiple departments, Your Holiness. Is that true? Ulysses closed his eyes slightly and explained, in principle, a priest can indeed choose multiple departments, but very few priests do so. She couldn't help but ask why. Does it depend on the abilities of the first department? Ulysses readily replied, yes. Each sanctuary believes itself to be the strongest and looks down on the others. But, Joyden countered, but I see them all interacting very enthusiastically, and everyone uses honorifics. Ulysses explained, that's because mutual respect among official priests is a principle of the divine sanctuary. But they only appear to be harmonious on the surface. In reality, they don't think that way at all. Several decades ago, a certain Western sanctuary priest, while carrying out a collaborative mission with the Southern Sanctuary, became interested in the work of the Southern Sanctuary and wanted to switch departments. She curiously asked, and then what? He calmly recounted. The Western Sanctuary priest believed that the Southern Sanctuary had stolen their priest, so they went to confront the Southern Sanctuary priest. During the argument, the Western Sanctuary priest hit the Southern Sanctuary priest over the head with a thick holy book. The Southern Sanctuary priest couldn't hold back any longer and put laxatives and emetics in the Western Sanctuary priest's food. Hearing this, Joyden was speechless. Ulysses smiled brightly and asked her, so, do you still want to choose the Southern Sanctuary as your second department? Joyden dejectedly refused. No, I like the main sanctuary. I don't want to change departments at all, and I don't want to choose a second department either. She put on an ingratiating expression, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. I still want to stay by Your Holiness' side, as your subordinate. Ulysses chuckled and nodded. Elder Hay has some business to attend to, so your future studies will be overseen by another elder in the Grand Temple. Joyden suddenly remembered. The Grand Elder is in charge of the Western Sanctuary, right? Ulysses confirmed and added, that's right. You should know that the characteristics of each sanctuary are usually based on the person in charge. Joyden asked doubtfully, but didn't you just say that the Western Sanctuary priest hit someone with a holy book? Ulysses readily replied, yes. The two people I was just talking about were from the Western Sanctuary and the one in charge of the Southern Sanctuary. In other words, that chaos was what happened when the two elders were young. Joyden thought to herself, if I don't want to be reprimanded by the Grand Elder, I have to prepare my lessons well in advance. At a magnificent castle, Joyden was searching for something among the huge bookshelves. Suddenly, she discovered a yellow book placed on a shelf. This book, Joyden picked it up and flipped through the pages. As she read, she thought to herself, I thought I wouldn't be able to read this book. After all, the media language and the official language of the Holy Kingdom and the mainland are different. I can't believe I can read it so fluently. Amazing. Could it be that Joyden has studied the media language before? Outside, the rain was falling steadily. Joyden walked quietly. Suddenly, she stopped in fear. Looking out from the castle railing, she saw that it was raining and softly called Flot. Joyden broke out in a sweat. She thought, all right, Flot is working with His Holiness today. He's not here. To prevent people from discovering I'm a girl, I don't need any servants. But being alone in this deserted rose garden still feels a bit lonely and cold. Suddenly, there were claps of thunder. The lightning bolt struck near Joyden, making her jump and scream. Immediately, Joyden ran inside and slammed the door shut. She said fearfully, I'm so scared. Why is the thunder so loud? There was a large mirror in the room. Joyden stood in front of the mirror and slowly took off the ring on her finger. Looking at herself in the mirror, she pondered, what should I do if this ring is lost? If everyone finds out that I've been deceiving them, I'm sure many people will be disappointed in me. It was hard enough for me to make a few friends, and now everyone's eyes have finally softened a bit. I don't want to be looked at with the same cold eyes as before, like the way Duchess Iovohio looked at me. Joyden sadly rested her head against the mirror, thinking to herself, although Flot, zealous, and Hui would probably understand, hiding her identity was no different than deceiving His Holiness. She imagined a scenario with Ulysses holding a sword menacingly, saying, you dare deceive me? I see you're tired of living. Joyden worried incessantly. She pondered just how long would she have to disguise herself as a man, and could she really hide it from His Holiness forever? At another magnificent castle, Ulysses's Flot was whining. Ulysses, holding Flot, suddenly released him. The work is done. You can go back now. Flot stomped his feet on the ground. He turned away sulkily, get out, but then he stopped and widened his eyes. Flot spoke up, coo. Ulysses turned back to look at him. What's wrong? He raised his arms repeatedly, chirping cluck, cluck. Ulysses wondered, are you afraid of the rain? What, you really? Suddenly, Ulysses's expression darkened. He seemed to have realized something. Ulysses mused. This Flot is always so arrogant. Now he's being so straightforward and expressing his desires to me like this. There's only one possibility. It must be related to Joyden. Ulysses picked up Flot and asked, has something happened to Priest Joyden? Meanwhile, Joyden was having a dream. Duke Iovohio and Duchess Iovohio were calling out to her, Joyden. She thought to herself, how did they get into the Holy Kingdom? They were clearly banished. They began to berate her. How can you not even handle such a simple matter? To think I gave birth to such a fool. Endure this suffering. Even being half of Sindel is good enough for you. Go away. I can't expect anything from you. Just consider it as if I gave birth to a good-for-nothing. Why was it Sindel who died and not you? Suddenly, Duchess Iovohio became enraged. She snatched the book from Joyden's hands. Didn't I tell you not to read any books written in the media language? Suddenly, Joyden thought, I understand. It turns out I'm dreaming, she cried, reaching out for them. But they locked her alone in a room. Don't eat dinner tonight. I hope you can seriously reflect on what you did wrong in here. Her tears flowed freely as she pounded on the door and shouted, open the door. Father, mother, I am scared. Please give me another chance. I'll study harder. The thunder and lightning outside continued to rumble, frightening Joyden. Her parents' words echoed in her ears. You're going to be sent to the Holy Kingdom soon. Live well there in Sindel's place. Joyden pleaded in terror. No, I can't live as Sindel. But her mother said, you say you can't? Who is the reason Sindel left this world? If it weren't for you, how could he have? Joyden covered her ears in fear and screamed, I'm not Sindel. She thought to herself, I don't want to live in this world as someone else. Who can help me? I'm so scared. Please, I don't want to stay here. Joyden was talking her sleep. Mother, father. Suddenly, a hand reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. Who is it? It was Ulysses. He softly asked, who are these heartbreaking parents of yours? Joyden slowly woke up. Joyden, still half asleep, saw a blurry, faceless image of Ulysses. Looks like I dreamt of his holiness again, she mumbled, but I don't want to dream of his holiness. He's scary. Ulysses raised his hand to her forehead and flicked her sharply. Joyden jolted awake. His holiness? She thought, oh my God, it wasn't a dream. She stammered, his holiness? Why you? Why are you in my room? Ulysses, irritated but forcing a smile, said, I assumed you must hate me coming to your room, so I came especially. Joyden clutched her head, questioning her existence, that I'm going crazy. What did I just say? He said angrily, I was worried you were having a nightmare and would be upset. Now it seems your spirits are quite high. Joyden stammered, sorry. Suddenly, Float appeared behind Ulysses. Joyden gasped Float. She hugged it tightly. Ulysses explained, this little rascal kept clinging to me, demanding I bring him and find you. Float nuzzled against her chest, whimpering. Joyden said happily, Float, how did you know I was having a nightmare? Our Float is so amazing. Ulysses stood to the side, watching them. He scowled, thinking, I feel like I've been used by a small animal. Suddenly, Joyden froze. Wait a minute. Did I put my ring back on? If I didn't, then everyone will find out I'm a girl. She checked her hand. The ring was still there. Relieved, she thought, thank goodness. That was close. Ulysses watched her intently. He said that ring. Joyden quickly withdrew her hand. It's a family heirloom, she said. Ulysses calmly replied, I hadn't even asked, and you offered that up. Very well, I understand. It seems quite precious to you. Joyden was so flustered she started sweating. Ulysses observed her, thinking such a strong reaction to a simple ring. Suddenly, Ulysses smoothed back his hair, revealing his abdomen through a gap in his clothing. Joyden quickly pulled his clothes back into place. This caused both of them to freeze. Ulysses's face darkened. Joyden anxiously explained, well, I saw your clothes were a bit open, so I wanted to help you adjust them. Ulysses's eyes turned red, as if he were about to transform into a demon. Are you insane? Joyden trembled. Your Holiness, please let me explain. Although I've acted inappropriately towards you in the past, this time I really did see your clothes were open, so I wanted to help you adjust them. Your Holiness? Joyden was still holding his clothes, while Ulysses remained frozen. Confused, Joyden tried letting go, then grabbing his clothes again, but still nothing happened. She wondered, could it be that he doesn't dislike being touched, but rather has sensitive skin, so he avoids contact? At that moment, Ulysses finally reacted, brushing off his clothes, and Joyden began to question everything. He's fine when he touches others, but when someone touches him, he gets a rash. His sense of bodily autonomy is quite strong. Maybe his arms are okay to touch, but not his body. She asked him, so, do you have any other discomforts like a fear of sharp objects or a fear of heights? Ulysses chuckled. What do you plan to do after knowing my weaknesses? Do you want to use them to make some sort of deal with me? Joyden was surprised, huh? Ulysses said, even if you tell everyone my weaknesses, who would believe you? Joy-din clenched her hands. She said, "Your Holiness, before, when I spoke to you about Graham, there wasn't any real proof, but you chose to believe me. Later, I said the divine beast had moved, and you didn't doubt me either. You believed everything I said, right?" She gave a bright smile. Ulysses scoffed. Joy-din said, "The reason I asked if you have any other things to be mindful of is mainly because I'm afraid I'll make the same mistake as today. Because even if it's a careless mistake, I don't want to do anything that angers you." Ulysses replied, "Now you can look me in the eye and talk, and you're not trembling either." Joy-din was surprised, really. He asked her, "Did you have nightmares when you slept before?" Joy-din replied, probably." Ulysses suddenly fell silent as if pondering something. Then he said, "All right, I understand." At the luxurious and magnificent castle, Stellan called out loudly, "Joy-din, we're neighbors now, just a wall apart." Rayos added, "We're on the floor right below Lord Joy-din, so aren't we just a wall apart?" Joy-din thought to herself, His Holiness said he didn't want to see me having nightmares like last time, which led to a decrease in work efficiency. So he told these two to move into the Rose Garden too. These two holy knights aren't responsible for taking care of me, so I don't need to worry about them discovering I'm a girl. That's great. I won't be alone anymore. Stellan said, "Hey, Joy-din, I heard you'll be in Lady Michaelina's class today, so you're definitely going to have to rack your brains." Joy-din replied, "Pope Michaelina? How is she? Is she even stricter than you?" Stellan said, "Joy-din, you might even cry in her class. Michaelina is known as the precious treasure of the Grand Temple. She's even older than Hay, and besides Ulysses, she's the oldest person in the Holy Kingdom." Joy-din stroked her chin and pondered for a long time. "I've only met her occasionally before, so I don't know her very well. But I know that although she seems gentle, she's actually quite decisive. And she's also extremely fond of research." Rayos beside her reminded her, "You have to be prepared for a long battle in her class." Hearing this, Joy-din looked up and asked in confusion, "A long battle?" Stellan, hugging himself and shivering, said, "Because unless you carve everything you've learned deep into your memory, Lady Michaelina won't let you go." Rayos nodded in agreement. Joy-din asked in a panic, "Oh, really?" Stellan replied, his voice filled with fear as he recounted his past experiences. "Yeah, she won't even let you eat or drink. In short, it's truly terrifying. One time I said I needed to use the restroom. You know what she said to me?" Michaelina appeared in his memory, calmly saying, "Hold it a little longer. You'll feel better once you sweat it out." Stellan snorted as if dissatisfied with that statement. "She said that to me." Joy-din, after hearing this, was scared to the point of tears. Thinking to herself, she wondered, can I really do this? Afterward, Stellan and Rayos said goodbye to Joy-din and left. Stellan didn't forget to encourage her. "Joy-din, do your best. We'll pick you up after class. Don't worry, even if you finish early tomorrow morning, we'll definitely be there." Joy-din's pale and haggard face managed a small smile as she waved back. When they left, Joy-din shook her head repeatedly, trying to encourage herself to, I have to be optimistic. After all, if the teacher is strict, I'll actually be able to learn more. Arriving at the classroom, she wondered, should I preview the lesson before Pope Michaelina arrives? Suddenly, Joy-din noticed something. A large blackboard, covered in magic formulas, loomed before her. She looked up at the characters on the board curiously. The writing on the board is just like the Median language. Are these magic formulas? Joy-din stood there pondering for a long time, then suddenly grabbed an eraser and started wiping. It seems like erasing this part will do. And this part, separated in the middle and changed the wording a bit. After writing for a while, her hand stopped, the chalk making a scratching sound. Joy-din looked over everything and exclaimed, "Great, this should be fine now." A moment later, she became curious about herself. But why? Can I directly understand these characters? Joy-din stared at the writing, questioning herself. Strange. I'm unexpectedly familiar with this writing, like I've seen it somewhere before. She stood there, lost in thought, murmuring to herself, regarding forbidden magic. Suddenly, a book fell to the floor with a thud. Startled by the noise, Joy-din spun around. A surprised voice rang out. "How did you?" Michaelina asked in astonishment. "How did you solve that question?" Hearing this, Joy-din thought she had angered Michaelina by scribbling on the board. Panicked, she thought, I wrote all over the board without permission. I've definitely made her angry. I have to apologize. Michaelina's footsteps quickly approached. Joy-din, she raised her hand. In that moment, Joy-din suddenly remembered past memories of being hit. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly. Instead of a slap, Joy-din received praise from Michaelina. "Young Master Joy-din, you're amazing. You really are the young Master Joy-din of before, aren't you?" Joy-din was stunned, speechless. Michaelina excitedly asked her, "Can you solve this question too? Or how about this one?" Joy-din stammered, this question, if you apply a different formula." Afterward, Michaelina seemed to transform into a different person, gently feeding Joy-din. Open wide, young Master Joy-din. Joy-din was forced to eat until she was stuffed, suppressing her nausea. The MY stomach is about to burst. A wide variety of pastries were spread out on the table. A lavish feast glittered before Joyden, and Michaelina was insistent on feeding her everything. That you're so thin. How can you solve problems like this? You need to eat to have strength. Eat more, young Master Joyden. You're a rare talent. Michaelina thought to herself. The magic formula young Master Joyden solved earlier originated from media. However, even young Master Whistlein and young Master Rayos, who were from media, couldn't solve that question. Now a young priest. She observed Joyden's adorably clumsy way of drinking tea and sighed. You figured out. Michaelina smiled serenely. It was only to be expected. He possessed such powerful divine abilities. Solving this question wasn't surprising. She then offered Joyden more food. Young Master Joyden, eat slowly. If there's anything else you'd like, just tell me. Joyden was flustered. She was already full. Yes, thank you, Pope Michaelina. Michaelina said cheerfully, you could just call me Chalina. Then, Michaelina suddenly asked, young Master Joyden, there's a forbidden spell called Soul Exchange. Do you know the price one must pay? Joyden chewed thoughtfully before answering, one's life. Michaelina nodded in agreement. Soul Exchange requires many living sacrifices. What happens if there's an error during the soul exchange and the soul escapes? Do you know? Joyden replied frankly, as far as I know, the soul usually dissipates and the body breaks down. She stammered hesitantly, but the more living sacrifices used in the forbidden spell, the higher the success rate. Sometimes, even if you use an immense number of living sacrifices for the sacrificial fire, the soul exchange still can't succeed. Hearing this, Michaelina asked, why is that? Joyden pondered for a long moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something. She stated her answer frankly, causing Michaelina's face to crumple that if the soul being exchanged is quite young, this can happen. Michaelina abruptly stood up, startling Joyden. Did I say something wrong? Clapping sounded. Michaelina praised her cheerfully. You're not just talented, you're a genius. As footsteps approached, a deep voice called out, young Master Joyden, where are you hiding? Joyden, seemingly not wanting to be found, covered her mouth with her hand. Her heart pounded as she hid behind a corner, the voice still echoing, just like my student. Hide and seek is only fun when it makes people anxious, isn't it? Pope Michaelina is becoming more and more fixated on me. She always wants to see me at the drop of a hat. When did she start acting like this? Probably ever since she saw that. Something suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud. Joyden looked down in a slight panic. Her card had fallen out. As she picked it up, Michaelina suddenly spoke beside her. What's that? So, it's a Southern Sanctuary pass? Joyden's eyes widened immediately. This is a pass? I thought it was just a visitor's entry card. The other person continued, the yellow card is quite special. It's the type issued to the person in charge of each sanctuary. Since it's different from an identification card, it's also given to some people as an invitation. Joyden's eyes sparkled. Pope Michaelina gave me something so valuable. She was instantly touched. Michaelina had her own thoughts. I can't let the Southern Sanctuary steal young Master Joyden away. She closed her book and said softly, young Master Joyden, you probably know that choosing multiple departments at the same time isn't against the rules. Why don't you come to the Western Sanctuary? If you go to the Southern Sanctuary, you'll definitely have to cultivate herbs. Do you know how boring cultivating herbs is? Our Western Sanctuary is different. It's full of dead people, no magical beasts. Anyway, the Western Sanctuary is a place for life science research. Don't you think it's amazing? Back in reality, Joyden walked absent-mindedly down the hallway. If His Holiness knew that even Pope Michaelina wanted to lure her to the Western Sanctuary, he would definitely be upset. But right now, the only person who could stop Pope Michaelina was His Holiness. Suddenly, the familiar voice rang out once more. I think I heard Priestess Joyden's breathing. Startled, she thought, oh my goodness. The deep voice continued, Priestess Joyden. Joyden could only run as fast as lightning, thinking, I have a hide right now. But where can I hide? Whatever, I'll just hide somewhere for now. Has she left yet? Then, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. Priestess Joyden. As soon as the words left the voice, she quickly turned her head, sweat dripping down her face. Joyden started to ponder. Wait a minute, whose voice is that? A cold face and platinum white hair appeared before her. She stammered. Hi, His Holiness. Why is he here? Could this be the main cathedral? The sacred main cathedral was located at the intersection of the Grand Temple and the Holy Temple. This was also His Holiness's domain. From the rose decorations, it was clear that everything here was confidential. This secret main cathedral rarely opened to outsiders, except for important occasions. A moment later, Ulysses softly said, I thought that noise didn't sound like an assassin. So was you. What happened this time? Hearing this, Joydin panicked and replied, The thing is Pope Michaelina tried to persuade me to go to the Western Sanctuary. His expression immediately turned cold, that I'll handle this. Seeing Joydin wringing her hands nervously, she asked, His Holiness by handle, you don't mean what I think you mean, do you? Ulysses retorted sarcastically, What kind of person do you take me for? Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she looked around and asked, By the way, what are you doing here? But when she received the reply from the person sitting in front of her, as you can see, I'm praying, Joydin seemed unable to believe it. He's smoking while praying? After a brief exchange, she asked, His Holiness, why did you establish the Grand Temple? He replied, Are you asking that because you think I'm not devout enough? Joydin thought to herself, anyone who sees this would think the same. Until now, the Ulysses I've seen has always appeared to be completely devoid of faith, even though he looks incredibly dignified and is the most outstanding pope. But if people saw the real His Holiness beneath that false mask, they would surely have mixed feelings. Suddenly, he raised his hand slightly and said, You know, you should probably head out now. Joydin then realized something. It seems I've taken up too much of His Holiness's time. At the same moment, there were some rumbling sounds from outside the door. Many people entered and bowed, saying, Your Holiness. Then, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. This scene made Joydin's heart pound. Hiding in a corner, panicked, she thought, what's going on? That's the highest-ranking priest's badge. So that's why he called me out here? That damn bastard. He clearly noticed someone coming, but he didn't say a word to me. Is this a place only the highest-ranking priest can enter? How am I supposed to get out of here now? Over there, everyone is talking to each other. Your Holiness, did your prayer go well? As you instructed last time, we have compiled a list of trading companies that will conduct business with the Grand Temple. So, please present your findings. The person with purple hair immediately replied, First of all, there was the Higram incident. We canceled our cooperation with the trading company that was conducting transactions at that time. So this list was created after careful consideration. We were very cautious not to repeat the same mistake. The person wearing glasses added, First, there's the Satrash Trading Company. What do you think, Your Holiness? Although Satras's transactions don't cover the entire continent, they have accumulated many relationships over a long period and prioritize trust in their dealings. Although they haven't conducted any transactions with the smaller kingdoms, but meanwhile, Joydin sat in a corner, lost in thought. Satras's mercenaries are quite weak, so their transaction fees in some dangerous areas are much higher than other trading companies. Suddenly, someone's hand grasped the white cloth and gently tugged it. Ulysses looked up with contemplative eyes. Joydin held out a piece of paper while shaking her head. On it were 2 lines of writing. Their transaction fees are very high. The other person just silently pondered. So, she scribbled something else down. A moment later, Joydin smiled slightly. What do you think about the OB's trading company? Miga will help us. In a palace with a blue dome, the interior was extremely luxurious and splendid. Miga placed their right hand on their chest and bowed slightly. Greetings, Your Holiness. I am the head of the OB's trading company, Miga C. After a thought crossed his mind, Ulysses was surprised. I didn't know Miga was the head of the OB's trading company. He immediately spoke softly. It's been a while. Miga calmly replied, I once visited your home when I was painting the ceiling. I'm honored you still remember. Ulysses responded, I was just remembering the time you worked at the temple. Miga bowed their head slowly and replied, You still remember that? It seems the work I did was so shameful that it left such a deep impression on you. Hearing this, Ulysses smiled, I remember you were a very skilled painter. Miga simply stared blankly at him. For years, hundreds of thousands of priests have served under His Holiness. He still remembers such a small thing. The 2 of them, one sitting and one standing, exchanged words. However, I didn't expect you to also manage a trading company. That surprised me. Because my family disapproved, I didn't publicly reveal this identity. I sincerely apologize for not visiting you sooner. Hearing this, Ulysses sat upright on the table, interlacing his fingers and pondered. The OB's trading company is known for being selective. I never expected that novice to choose to do business with them. Immediately, the image of Joydin appeared in his mind. Then Ulysses chuckled. He recalled the moment he spoke with Joydin, thinking to himself, I'm quite looking forward to this coming year. Here, a moment later, an announcement from outside the market suddenly rang out. His Holiness, Priest Joydin has arrived. Ulysses, holding some papers, replied, Let her in. At this, the door slowly opened, and he maintained his composure. Ulysses said to the girl who shyly poked her head in, You're not a criminal. Why are you being so sneaky? Joydin trembled slightly at his words. It's not because you suddenly summoned me, is it? I was a little scared. They remained quite far apart. This sight sparked a thought in Ulysses. Is she keeping her distance from me? So he quickly requested, Please come a little closer. Joydin slowly and clumsily took a few steps forward, stammering, Why yes, of course. One person calm, the other flustered and nervous. A little closer like this. At this, Ulysses became a bit more insistent, closer. Immediately, Joyden practically teleported in front of him. Then, Ulysses stood up and declared, "Today, I intend to entrust you with an important task." As soon as he finished speaking, she hastily stepped back in surprise. "Yes, Your Holiness?" Meanwhile, he lowered his voice slightly. "I helped you resolve the matter with the elder, so shouldn't I be rewarded somehow?" Upon hearing this, Joyden unconsciously turned her head to the side and thought, "That's true. It's thanks to Your Holiness' intervention that Pope Massalina stopped pestering me." Then, Ulysses spoke again, "Find somewhere to sit down." So Joyden quickly plopped down, replying, "Yes, I'm sitting." Ulysses simply continued to silently observe her. This action caused Joyden's eyes to dart around nervously, sweat beading on her forehead. Then, Ulysses suddenly took her hand. His face and tone were incredibly warm. "Take the pen." Joyden immediately obeyed. "Yes, take the pen." She instantly froze, stiff as a board. Meanwhile, he gently released the pen. Ulysses looked at the bewildered person before him and said, "So, I'll have to ask you to handle this." Hearing this, Joyden immediately choked out, What?" However, Ulysses continued calmly and slowly. "It's probably not that difficult a task. I've already taken care of the important things. The rest is quite simple. While I rest, you can help me with this." After hearing her discontent, but this isn't my job," he remained calm. "You can do it. It's not difficult at all." While one had no intention of helping, the other seemed unconcerned. "The issue isn't whether it's difficult or not, but why I? No, why? Why should I handle His Holiness's work? Wake me at 5 o'clock. Seeing this, Joyden immediately felt indignant. "Your Holiness, this is too much. Did your collaboration with Miga not go well?" At this, Ulysses quietly said, "The head of the trading company praised you." An image of Migo walking out, suddenly remembering something, flashed in her mind. Priest Joyden is both intelligent and gentle. The me from back then couldn't compare to her at all. Immediately, Joyden's face lit up with happiness, her eyes sparkling. Miga said that. Ulysses, however, quipped, "How naive." Finished. Joyden looked at the person lying on the couch, his face flushed. He was a good person, but his attitude hadn't changed at all. It didn't seem bad, though. After all, he trusted a rookie priest like her so much, even telling her his true identity. In the space where it was just the two of them, they exchanged words back and forth. "So, when will your work on the ceiling painting be finished?" "It must be beautiful. Probably after winter." Hearing this, Joyden sat quietly on the chair and continued, "It's autumn now, so it seems we'll have to wait another season." Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side. Ulysses, arms crossed over his chest, had fallen into a deep sleep. So Joyden had no choice but to try and finish his work for him. While working, she muttered under her breath, "The Holy Emperor is truly wicked to the extreme." It was still the scene of the tall mansion under the clear blue sky. A long, sinewy hand reached up to catch the wind. Ulysses stood lost in thought alone. The Holy Kingdom's barrier showed no abnormalities. If that rookie had been afflicted by some special dark magic, there's no way this barrier wouldn't have sensed anything. So why did I mistake him for a girl before? Moreover, he doesn't carry any special magical items on him. The only jewelry he wears is a ring. That ring, outside the palace, the gentle autumn breeze rustled the leaves. In the reception room, a small cup was filled with warm, fragrant tea. Massalina calmly apologized to Joyden. "I'm sorry. I frightened you before. Although I'm old, whenever I see talented individuals, I can't control myself. It's quite strange, really. I won't be like that in the future. I won't make such difficult requests of you anymore, so you don't have to worry about anything." Joyden smiled shyly and thanked her. "Haha, thank you, Your Holiness." "Pope Massalina, there's something I'd like to ask you." Massalina asked her, "What is it?" Joyden expressed her question. "Why is Media's trade route closed?" Massalina was surprised by her question. She asked her, "Are you very curious?" She replied, "Yes, because it's Hui and Jai's homeland." Massalina took a slow sip of tea and said to her, "Just because it's the country of your friends? You don't need to worry about them. Young Master Joyden, they're descendants of noble families, so entering and exiting is relatively easy for them. Although the trade route along with the usual roads are blocked, the people of Media have their own ways of getting in and out." Joyden was overjoyed to hear this and excitedly asked, "Really? That's great." Massalina told her there are rumors that Media lost something, which is why they closed the country. Some even wonder if they lost some kind of treasure. Joyden rubbed her chin and reasoned, "I have a feeling the treasure they lost isn't something like money." Massalina, seeing her deduce this on her first time hearing the story, excitedly clapped her hands and praised her, as expected of young Master Joyden. "You're right, Media isn't a country lacking in wealth. The purpose of closing the trade route is to prevent the treasure from being smuggled out. It can be seen that this treasure is extremely important. However, that was more than 20 years ago." Joyden agreed. "It's quite old news indeed." She explained the current situation, saying that they still hadn't found the treasure and guessed they would reopen the country soon. After all, they couldn't keep it closed forever. Jordan touched her chin, muttering, "So that's how it is?" Marcelina added, "Right, young Lady Jordan." Jordan reacted, "Yes." Marcelina went behind the sofa and bent down to search for something. She said to Jordan, "Besides media, I want to discuss other matters with you." Carrying a stack of books, she mused, "Although His Holiness warned me earlier compared to Helios, what I'm doing isn't considered bullying." She placed a towering stack of books in front of Jordan and enthusiastically invited her. "So, from now on, would you like to handle these matters with me?" Night fell upon the castle. Jordan's hair swayed slightly as she slept soundly on the sofa, exhausted from work. Marcelina, seeing her fast asleep, thought, "It seems she's really sleepy. Could it be that I was too much? If she runs off like those students before, it'll be troublesome. While Helios isn't here, I must get closer to young Lady Jordan. Although His Holiness has already claimed her first affiliation, I must make her choose the West Wing as her second." Suddenly, Jordan mumbled in her sleep, and then she clutched her stomach. Marcelina looked at her in surprise and wondered, is she having a stomachache? Or could it be? No, how is that possible? Jordan stretched her arm out from the sofa. Then she retracted it, hugging herself, curled up on the sofa. Marcelina took out her binoculars to examine Jordan and exclaimed, "Goodness." Her binoculars were the kind that could see through everything. "Ever since I saw the water spout from the fountain, I felt something was off. After all, I'm in charge of the West Wing. Naturally, I have keen intuition in all aspects. But I didn't expect my intuition to be right. Could this be related to her family? But I heard she severed ties with the Iovohio dukedom. Could it be that His Holiness doesn't know about this?" She gently stroked Jordan's small face, thinking, "Although I don't know why you're doing this, you must have your reasons. I'll keep your secret. You've worked hard during this time, Miss Jordan." The next day, Jordan sat in the garden, lost in thought about the treasure Marcelina had mentioned. What could be more precious than gold, silver, and jewels? Suddenly, someone called her. "Jordan, what are you doing?" Stellan and Rios approached her. She was surprised and greeted them. "Hui, Rai." "Oh, right. Your martial arts arena is nearby, isn't it?" Stellan sat down beside Jordan, grinning and curiously asked, "Are you writing a secret letter? Don't tell me you're writing to that priest who sent you a love letter last time. She's quite adorable." Jordan blushed and denied it. "No, it's not that." Then she turned to him and asked, "By the way, Hui, what do you consider most precious?" He looked bewildered at me. He replied, "Probably food. After all, being hungry isn't a pleasant feeling." Jordan, speechless, stammered, "Oh, really? Is that so?" Rios, beside her, was equally dumbfounded. She turned abruptly and called to him, "Rai." He knelt respectfully and said, "High Priest, you called?" Jordan was bewildered by his solemn action. Flustered, she said, Rai, please don't kneel before me. We're friends, and please don't use such formal language with me." He asked for confirmation. "Is that an order, High Priest?" She fumbled to explain, No, that's not." "Well, yes, it's an order." Rios bowed his head obediently. "Then I shall do my utmost, High Priest." Jordan thought to herself, "It seems my words were wasted." Returning to the previous topic, she continued, "Rai, what is the most important thing to you?" He replied softly, "I am your escort knight, so naturally, you are the most important." Hearing this, Jordan's eyes lit up. It was the first time she heard someone say she was the most important. Seeing this, Stellan felt a surge of competitiveness. He exclaimed, "Wow, if I'd known, I would have answered the same way." "Jordan, ask me again, okay?" Jordan, as if realizing something, thought, "I get it." She stood up abruptly, surprising the two knights. Media is currently closed off, obeying the orders of the leading family. Therefore, the power of media's leading family is immense. If even they are having difficulty finding it, they must be worried about danger and not expecting help from other nations. What media has lost is a person. Moreover, an extremely important and precious person. Why would the people of media comply with the order to seal off the continent? Could it be someone from the leading family? Her eyes drooped, sadness clouding her crimson orbs. Her heart sank as she thought, "It's unbelievable they had to pay such a high price to find their family member, while my own." The two men supported her. Rio spoke first. "High Priest, are you all right?" Stellan, beside him, also asked with concern, "Jordan, are you feeling unwell?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Excuse me, but are you High Priest Jordan?" Jordan's expressionless face turned towards the source of the voice. A large crowd stood behind the three of them. Jordan, still not understanding the situation, gaped in surprise. The two men awkwardly stepped forward. One after the other, they spoke that I've always wanted to meet you. It's truly an honor to fulfill this wish today. The other shyly added, this might be presumptuous, but could you offer me a blessing? Suddenly, Stellan stepped forward, blocking Jordan and firmly replying, no. The man persisted, confronting him. Stellan, you're being unreasonable. I wasn't asking you, I was asking the high priest. Stellan crossed his arms and said seriously, I said no. Now get lost. Do you think it's easy for the high priest to give out blessings? Our high priest absolutely hates the smell of sweat, so you muscle-bound men should stay away. His words stunned the crowd. For a moment, Jordan took his elbow gently and said, Stellan, it's all right. Aren't they your colleagues? It's fine if I help them. Plus, I can take this opportunity to get to know more people. Let me try. Seeing her offer, Stellan closed his eyes in resignation, as if his heart had softened. Then he said, all right, Jordan, but don't force yourself. Hearing this, the crowd in front of them cheered, as if a council had spoken, Sir, Priest Jordan. They spoke over each other gratefully. We truly thank you very much. A voice called out, line up, will you? A soft, white hand rested lightly on her neck. Rubbing her trembling right arm, she complained, my arm feels completely numb. Stellan replied casually, see, I told you this wouldn't be easy, Jordan. You've worked hard. Rios's mirror-sharp eyes flickered as if sensing something. In the distance, a crowd of people came running, their thunderous approach shaking the earth. They called out, Sir Jordan, we also. Their eyes shone with eagerness. The level of adoration these people had for Jordan was beyond control, startling the three of them. Stellan cried out in alarm. Whoa, what's this, a pack of starving tigers pouncing on their prey? Jordan, run. Go hide in the martial arts arena's rest area for now. We'll help lure them away. Jordan hurriedly ran off, calling back, sorry to trouble you. Thank you. Inside a rest area, Jordan quietly entered, thinking to herself, I'll hide here for a bit until it's quieter outside, then I'll leave. Suddenly, a light from behind startled her. Eek, did they find me so quickly? Two men entered the room, chatting with each other. Wow, after receiving the priest's blessing, I feel so much better. Priest Jordan is truly amazing. Jordan hid in the shadows, panicked, sweat dripping down her face. She stood in a cramped storage closet, holding her breath so silently that she could hear her own heartbeat. The corners of Jordan's mouth unconsciously curved into a small smile. It's a good thing they're just here to rest. Unaware of Jordan's presence, one of the men casually took off his shirt. The sight made her blush crimson, clutching her head and yelling internally, why are you taking off your clothes? She panicked. Looks like this isn't a rest area, but a changing room. Suddenly, the two men turned around, whispering to each other. Did you hear something just now? Was it a rat or something? Behind the closet door, a tense Jordan covered her mouth. Light from outside flickered into the closet through a hole at the top. Subconsciously, Jordan crouched down. The space was both cramped and dark. Jordan could only vaguely think, I'm about to suffocate. Outside, the two men opened the door and left the room. The sound of the door closing echoed. Relieved, she thought, I have to get out of here quickly. But realizing something, she froze. Jordan banged on the door in a panic. Why won't the door open? The panic unconsciously brought back childhood memories. She had also cried fearfully when she was locked up. Jordan, with vacant eyes, reassured herself. No, that was all in the past. Her hand trembled as she placed it on the door. I'm grown up now, and I won't be afraid anymore. Meanwhile, Ulysses' face suddenly turned pale. He clutched his chest, wondering, why does my heart suddenly hurt so much? Something must have happened to Priest Jordan. At that moment, another priest suddenly jolted. On the other side, Ulysses suddenly stood up. The priest respectfully addressed him. Your Holiness, what's wrong? Has something major happened? Ulysses didn't answer, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm still in a meeting. The high priestess beside him said, Your Holiness, if you have something more important to attend to, please let me review these projects for you. But Ulysses managed to force a smile. He said amiably, I'm fine. He slowly sat back down in his chair, that there's nothing more important than the affairs of the Holy Kingdom. Besides, as a precaution, I sent escort knights with him, so he should be all right. The high priestess still looked at him worriedly and asked, Your Holiness, I don't think you're all right. Ulysses simply replied, I'm truly fine. All right, let's continue the meeting. Inwardly, he reassured himself, I've adhered to this principle for over 1,000 years, and I will continue to uphold it. There will be no exceptions, ever. In the morning, the cool, fresh air and the high, soaring clouds embraced the magnificent castle. Before everyone's eyes, a crowd of people, their shadows clearly defined on the ground, stood before two guards. The guard said impassively, We brought everyone outside and sealed off the building as per your orders. If a magical beast has truly infiltrated, then perhaps we should focus our search on the darker areas. Ulysses stood among the crowd, gesturing to the soldiers, Search all the places where you can sense the breath of a living being. The surrounding soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Your Holiness." Recalling the incident during yesterday's conference, he thought to himself, "I lied about the magical beast disturbance and ended the meeting quickly." Ulysses rubbed his head, but actually I don't know why I had to lie like that. He turned away, leaving only a single instruction: "I'll personally confirm this side. You all go check the other areas." The squad of soldiers behind him bowed respectfully, understood. He arrived at a meticulously crafted blue-roofed villa. From the moment Ulysses stepped into the dark room, he realized, "I can clearly sense Priest Joyden's presence here." His brows furrowed, staring at the wardrobe in front of him, thinking, could she be inside that small, cramped cabinet? Ulysses extended his hand, channeling his power towards the wardrobe door. The door immediately began to show signs of warping. Finally, it fell off its hinges. Inside, Joyden was huddled, her head resting against the back of the wardrobe. She sat curled up, her face flushed, half-conscious. Ulysses gently lifted her, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at her in his arms. Joyden unconsciously leaned against him, her body burning hot, her breathing labored. Looking at her, Ulysses thought, it's a good thing nothing serious happened to her. He gently touched her face, softly lifting her chin. Sitting down on the nearby bed, he pulled Joyden into his arms. Looking at the partially unbuttoned shirt revealing her white skin and collarbone, Ulysses stared, speculating. Could she have been so uncomfortable that she wanted to take her clothes off? It's a good thing I found her first. Then he remembered the pain I felt earlier. It was even more painful than when Duke Iovenu slapped her. The pain stemming from those difficult memories. What could she have remembered to be so distressed? So much. He gently touched Joyden's forehead, slowly sensing the painful memories of her childhood, of being locked in a dark room, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded in vain, and the cruel gaze of her parents still haunted her. Ulysses closed his eyes, as if feeling the pain and suffering Joyden had endured. A shoulder to lean on, a bright smile, quietly faded. In her memory, a voice in his mind wondered, two children who no longer clearly remember the joyful faces holding hands and playing together in the dust-covered fragments of memory. Ulysses wondered, wasn't he an only child? He patted Joyden's head comfortingly as she sobbed in her sleep, murmuring, "Mother, Father." Looking at her, Ulysses thought to himself, even the energy in her body is completely depleted. No wonder she's so listless. It seems she's done something that greatly depleted her divine power. Speaking of which, where did those 2 useless nights disappear to? After depleting divine power, the fastest recovery is 2 weeks, and if it's slow, it can take up to a month. Although it wouldn't matter if I left her alone, but he gently lifted her. Ulysses suddenly noticed eye-catching deep pink petals on Joyden's forehead. Ulysses closed his eyes and sighed. To make her recover quickly, there's only this way. This is the last time I'll help you, so don't wake up now. Saying this, he gently placed a kiss on Joyden's forehead. In the magnificent palace, a voice echoed, "Your Holiness, I hear your stomach hasn't been feeling well lately." Ulysses sat on his throne, smiling without answering, his face clearly showing amusement. Stellan chuckled and said, "Din said that whenever you see him, you feel nauseous. He just worries too much, isn't that right?" Ulysses maintained a stiff smile on his face as he said, "Yes, but what I'm more worried about is whether you two have forgotten your duties as escort knights. Have you accepted your punishment properly?" Hearing this, Stellan and Rouse bowed their heads in remorse. "About that, we are truly ashamed." But then Stellan added, "However, Your Holiness, is there something you wanted to tell us privately without Din knowing? Could it be about the magical beast intrusion when Din was at the martial arts arena?" The smile on Ulysses' face vanished, his eyes unreadable as he said, "Priest Joyden was locked in a wardrobe at the martial arts arena that day." Hearing this, Rouse, filled with bewilderment, quickly asked, "Who locked her in there?" Ulysses closed his eyes and slowly replied, "She did it herself. I suspect she was trying to avoid something she needed to confront, but she's extremely afraid of confined, dark spaces, which is why she lost consciousness. According to the investigation, I've discovered that she seems to have been abused since childhood, such as being locked in dark rooms, being verbally abused, and subjected to cruel physical punishment." Suddenly, his hand clenched into a fist. Stellan lost his patience, enraged by Ulysses' words. He roared, "Damn it," but Rouse's hand reached out, stopping him from speaking. "Enough." Looking at Rouse, his face downcast and emotionless as he stopped him, Stellan was momentarily speechless. Rouse's face darkened, his eyes cold and full of malice. Stellan, embarrassed, scratched his head. Then, standing before Ulysses, he spoke, "I understand, Your Holiness. You want us to investigate the Iovahue family and find out the truth behind this, correct? One more thing." The curtains swept closed, shielding the room from the outside light. Ulysses turned back to the two men and said, "Go and make some inquiries. See if the Iovahue family has any missing children, whether adopted or a childhood friend." Meanwhile, Joyden walked happily through the palace, a few books in hand, thinking to herself, "Why do I feel like my physical condition is even better now than before I fainted? Could it be because I haven't had a proper rest in a long time?" Suddenly seeing Ulysses standing in front of her, her heart leaped. Ah, His Holiness. Joyden approached cheerfully, smiling. "Greetings, Your Holiness. The weather is lovely today, isn't it?" Ulysses looked at her, frowning slightly without answering. Then he said, "Priestess Joyden, have you made any progress in your research on how to dissolve the partner bond?" Hearing him mention this, Joyden's smile stiffened slightly. She hesitated, asking, "Why do you ask?" Joyden stepped a little closer and said, "Oh, actually I have some related news to report to you, although I still don't know how to dissolve it. I've heard that between partners, even a light touch can transfer power." She gently touched his hand, like this. "However, it won't be often that you need to transfer power to me, Your Holiness." Ulysses hesitated, then said, "So, just simple contact like this can transfer power." Ulysses' face darkened, his expression murderous. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Joyden, a chill running down her spine, responded timidly, because this isn't a way to dissolve the partner bond. I thought if I told you this, you might be upset, so..." Ulysses lowered his head, covering his mouth with his hand, thinking to himself, "This is driving me crazy. What was it I did with her back then?" The door suddenly burst open. Stellan joyfully embraced Joyden from behind, calling out, "Din!" Startled, Joyden cried out, "You scare me." "Oof." He held her tightly, leaving her bewildered. The room fell silent, and both of them suddenly felt a current pass through their bodies. Ulysses forced a smile, his face still dark. He reminded them, "This is my office, Stellan." Stellan said cheerfully, "Oh, I know, Your Holiness. It's not like you only own this office, but everything in this land." Joyden grasped the large arm around her neck. Feeling helpless, Hui's got some nerve. Realizing something, Joyden's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the strange creature behind the door, she panicked, moving closer to the window. "Oh my, Teach, there's a monster over there." Stellan laughed, pointing at Rouse standing behind him. "Haha, we caught it. But if you need it, you can have it any time." Back to the main topic, Your Holiness. We came here to report to you about this monster. Stellan clasped his hands behind his head, standing casually before Ulysses. There have been a lot of monsters lately. Should we postpone the celebration for a day or so? Hearing this, Joyden seemed to remember something. The celebration. To commemorate the Lord God, the Saint Cyril celebration is held every 10 years. For the people of the Holy Kingdom, who live very simple, uneventful lives, this celebration is their greatest entertainment. It is also a meaningful event, helping them feel a sense of pride being in the land of their Lord, especially in recent years, as the empire has fallen into chaos, with some commercial activities experiencing many fluctuations. Organizing the celebration to inspire people is extremely necessary, so if we pause or postpone it, it will be difficult to resolve the situation. Rayos also spoke up. Recently, a never-before-seen type of magical beast has suddenly appeared in large numbers. Stellan added, "That's right, Your Holiness. What are they ultimately?" Ulysses' eyes drooped slightly as he replied, "Perhaps they're a new type of magical beast that has recently appeared near the Ackerman snowfield." Someone asked in bewilderment, "The Ackerman snowfield? Is that the snowfield located on the Lacras mountain range?" Although small in size, they are different from the magical beasts we've seen before. They not only adapt to divine power, but can also absorb it from the Holy Knights, thereby becoming stronger. All the Knights of the Holy Kingdom possess divine power, so defeating them is no simple matter. Hearing this, Stellan sighed while Rayos lowered his head silently. Suddenly, Joyden raised her hand and said, "So, how about replacing the celebration with a hunting competition?" Ulysses seemed curious. "A hunting competition?" Joyden excitedly explained her idea. "Yes, although the knights all have divine power, there are still many people in the Holy Kingdom who don't. You just mentioned that those monsters aren't large, so ordinary people who know how to use weapons should be able to deal with them. We've organized many celebrations since the founding of the nation, but never a hunting competition. I think everyone would find it interesting, wouldn't they?" Stellan, hands on his hips, agreed. Joyden, your idea sounds pretty good. Joyden, not yet finished, added a few more plans. Or how about splitting it up and organizing both the hunting competition and the celebration. Everyone will surely be tired after participating in the hunt, and the celebration could be seen as compensation. What do you all think? Ulysses, satisfied, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards, said this idea isn't bad. Joyden's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing no objections, Joyden continued, I have another suggestion. Everyone could give a handkerchief to the lover or friend of those participating in the hunting competition. This handkerchief would represent their well wishes for the participant, hoping they won't be injured. Ulysses placed his hands down and murmured, embroidering one's heart onto a piece of cloth the size of a palm. Seeing Ulysses hesitate slightly, Joyden hurriedly added, Exactly. That way, even if they're injured, they'll have clean cloth to staunch the bleeding. They could also tie the handkerchief to a branch to mark their path and avoid getting lost. Who knows, it might even boost the textile industry in the Holy Kingdom. Ulysses, still smiling as usual, replied, I will present your idea and proposal at the regular meeting. Hearing him say this, Joyden was slightly surprised. Really? Truly? Joyden happily exclaimed. Wow. Stellan, beside her, shared her joy. Joyden, you're amazing. An embroidered handkerchief was being worked on, and someone's voice rang out. What do you think it looks like? The priest, sitting opposite, gently replied. It looks quite like a majestic dragon, your reverence. Or, perhaps, an angel. I know. It's the berry beast of the Lacras mountain range, right? If not, then it must be a wyvern. Joyden, who had been silently weeping, finally replied, I'm embroidering a dog. She thought to herself, recalling Hui's words, Oh, a knight who receives this handkerchief will have no regrets, even in death. And Rayosa's expectant gaze. She continued her internal monologue. Hui said he likes puppies, so I was planning to embroider one for him. Realizing something, Joyden gasped, She urged herself, oh, before His Holiness senses it, I have to use healing magic right away. At that moment, Ulysses encountered Joyden in the hallway. He stopped abruptly, causing her to bump into his solid back. He gently inquired, Priestess Joyden, what have you been up to lately? She asked awkwardly, yes? Though unspoken, Joyden felt a pang of guilt. As he found out, I was planning to secretly embroider something for His Holiness. Ulysses looked at her and said, seriously, my hand has been tingling lately, no matter what I do. I hope you'll be careful to control a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Ulysses turned and walked away, leaving Joyden behind to call out, yes, Your Holiness. Seeing his unusual behavior, Joyden speculated, wait, you didn't notice? Recalling the unfinished embroidered handkerchief, she thought, the handkerchiefs I embroidered for Hui and Zai are both finished. Now I'm embroidering one for His Holiness. But I have a feeling His Holiness will dislike this gift. Joyden imagined his disdainful expression as he held the handkerchief she made, criticizing, what is this? It's no different from a piece of straw. Joyden muttered softly, maybe I shouldn't give it to His Holiness after all. Walking silently behind him, her heart sank. There's another problem I still have to think about carefully. According to the prophecy, His Holiness will be attacked at this celebration. His Holiness is naturally gifted with incredibly strong regenerative abilities, so this attack won't threaten his life. But the problem is his arm will be injured. If he's injured, then I'll be injured too. Your Holiness, I'm truly sorry. I'm only thinking about my own feelings, but I'm really afraid of pain. Joyden clenched her fists and raised them, telling herself, let's not get hurt, either of us. Let's live well together. Suddenly, Ulysses turned around and asked coldly, what are you doing raising your fists like that? Are you feeling combative? She froze, quickly explaining, please don't misunderstand, Your Holiness. I really don't want to sneak attack you from behind. Their voices echoed in the hallway. Ulysses muttered, it seems I've nurtured an ungrateful wretch with malicious intentions towards me. Turning my back on you was a mistake. Hearing him, Joyden hurriedly denied it. You're not wrong, Your Holiness. I really didn't mean it that way. I was just trying to cheer you on. But Ulysses continued, so you mean you embroidered handkerchiefs for the escort knights to the point your hands are riddled with needle pricks, and now you're raising your fists at your superior? His words surprised Joyden. You knew all along? Ulysses laughed, but not cheerfully. It seems your relationship with the knights has become quite close and intimate. Ulysses' expression surprised her. I thought he was angry because I raised my fist behind him, but now it seems what really angered him is the close, intimate relationship between me and those two. Is that so? At the snow-covered area, on the day of the hunting meet, people busily set up tents. The area where the competition was held showed rows of tents pitched close together. Joyden stood inside a tent, holding a small mascot. Someone approached her and said, Priestess Joyden, His Holiness has agreed to see you. The tent flaps opened. Joyden stepped inside, silently facing Ulysses. He didn't smile, only said coldly, "Why are you bundled up like a child experiencing winter for the first time?" But Joyden didn't mind. She cheerfully replied, "Oh, are you talking about what I'm wearing? The knights gave all of this to me." She thought of the crowd that had surrounded her, everyone eager to give her things. Priestess Joyden, please take this. This is for you too. Hearing her story, Ulysses only replied, "I've heard. It seems you're quite happy." Joyden smiled, a smile as warm and gentle as the summer sun. Yes, after all, it's everyone's kindness. I'm truly grateful to them. But Ulysses only looked away slightly, his eyes cold and deep in thought. His attitude became even more indifferent than before. "Right, you came to find me. What is it?" The snow outside continued to fall, blanketing the forest in white. She spoke, "I heard you're also going deep into the snowy fields to pinpoint the location of the demonic beast's lair. I'm a little worried." Ulysses simply replied, "Is that so? Thank you for your concern." Seeing his poor mood, Joyden also became tense. Clutching her handkerchief, Joyden thought to herself, "I also prepared a handkerchief for His Holiness, but it seems he's not in the mood to receive gifts right now." The conversation seemed to be coming to an end until he turned back and asked, "Did you come to find me just to say these things?" Joyden flinched, As if expecting something more, he asked again, "Is there nothing else?" Thinking of Ulysses's disdainful face, she worried. Could it be that he found out about the handkerchief I prepared for him? If I give him this ragged handkerchief, he might be even more upset. She timidly took a few steps back. Lowering her head, she denied, "I came to tell you to please be careful not to get hurt." Of course, someone as capable as you certainly won't get hurt. Perhaps because her answer wasn't what he expected, Ulysses seemed a little disappointed but didn't say anything. Finally, he just softly said, "I know. You don't need to worry about me. Take good care of the divine beast." Snowflakes fell continuously and thickly. Stellan, seeing her, cheerfully called out, "Whoa, Joyden, you've received enough handkerchiefs to make a whole outfit, haven't you?" He said this because Joyden was staggering under the weight of the pile of handkerchiefs she was holding. Seeing the two of them, Joyden's spirits lifted. She happily boasted, "You're right. It's wonderful. It seems I've made a lot of new friends." Looking at her demeanor, Stellan chuckled, "Joyden, you're so adorable. They gave you handkerchiefs not because they want to be friends with you, but because they like you, they want to date you." He pointed at Joyden's face, his own cheeks slightly flushed. Hearing him, Joyden stumbled and quickly denied it. "No, that's not it." Looking at the handkerchiefs placed on the wooden crate, she said, "Speaking of which, did you two also receive a lot of handkerchiefs?" At this point, she suddenly hesitated. Rios asked with concern, "Priestess Joyden, are you feeling unwell?" Seeing Rios' concern for her, Joyden quickly explained, "No, it's just that I wanted to give these to you." She took out the handkerchiefs she had embroidered herself. The moment she unfolded the handkerchiefs, Rios' heart fluttered as if about to bloom. Stellan innocently chimed in, "What's this? Did you embroider these specifically for us?" Joyden stammered, "My skills aren't very good. You might not like them, but please, take one each anyway. They're still handkerchiefs after all." Stellan excitedly took a handkerchief and, without a thought, said, "I want both." Immediately, a fist appeared, ready to strike him. Rios shyly took a handkerchief, leaving Stellan to wail pathetically, "Ow." His lips moved slightly as if to say something. He knelt down and softly said, "I'll treasure this forever." "Thank you, priestess." Rios' solemnity upon receiving the handkerchief made Joyden even more flustered. "You don't have to treasure it. I embroidered them for you to use, so please feel free." He gently replied, "Well, it seems our minds are in sync, Denver." Stellan beamed. "We also prepared a handkerchief for you." Rios added, "Indeed." Surprised, Joyden reached out her hand. "Really? For me?" Stellan handed the handkerchief to Joyden. "Of course." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, carrying away all three handkerchiefs. Instinctively shielding her head from the wind, she cried out, Oh! Joyden panicked slightly when her handkerchief flew away. My handkerchief. But Stellan quickly reassured her, "It's okay, Den, I caught it." He happily showed off the crumpled handkerchief in his hand. Joyden quickly stepped forward, exclaiming with relief, "That's a relief." That sudden gust of wind, almost. At that moment, the hand resting on the armrest tightened. Ulysses, sitting silently on the dais, watched the three of them from his vantage point. Ulysses felt a pang of annoyance at their cheerful camaraderie. He thought to himself, this is the hunting meet. Why isn't he the least bit tense? He's just laughing and having fun. As a priest, he doesn't even have the most basic attitude. He watched Joyden, smiling happily below. Ulysses raised his hand, feeling a twinge of sadness as he thought, to give handkerchiefs to those two knights. He injured his hand that badly, and still continued to embroider. Then his voice rang out, commanding, "The hunting meet officially begins." Joyden's pet was sleeping soundly in a warm blanket. Joyden silently watched her pet, thinking to herself, Flo has been sleeping a lot lately. Could it be because he's growing? Then a woman approached and addressed her, Priestess Jodin. Would you like a cup of hot tea? Jodin politely replied, Ah, thank you. Outside, the light snowfall had turned into a blizzard. Watching the worsening weather, Jodin paced restlessly inside the tent. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. Is everyone all right? Suddenly, something dawned on her. She let out a scream. The woman beside her, who was pouring tea, turned around in alarm. Priestess Jodin, what's wrong? She rushed over and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Jodin sat down heavily on the ground, her whole body trembling as she let out pain sounds. Ugh. Jodin's tears flowed freely. She sobbed like a child. It hurt so much. Her trembling hand weakly touched the part of her body where the pain originated. She had a bad feeling. Surely, His Holiness had met with trouble. At the camp, the blizzard grew stronger. Jodin, wrapped tightly in her cloak, walked out of the tent. The biting cold and the pain made her wince. Touching her aching arm lightly, she thought, I used healing magic immediately just now, so His Holiness's arm has probably recovered. Her gaze dropped, shimmering with unshed tears. She remembered feeling a little embarrassed before the competition began. It was when she faced Ulysses's unusual attitude. A strong gust of wind made her unconsciously shield her face. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, walking towards the camp. She thought with certainty, is that His Holiness? The owner of the approaching footsteps spoke gratefully as they walked. Woe Din, are you here to welcome us? Stellan, touched, wiped the corners of his eyes that I'm so moved I could cry. Seeing the two knights, she called out, Hui, Guy. The two displayed their spoils of war. Stellan excitedly boasted, We caught all the magical beasts in there. We captured them all inside this magical item. Jodin admiringly praised, You two are amazing. Stellan confidently declared, This time, the championship will definitely be mine. But Jodin just kept looking around as if searching for something. Watching the flow of people passing by, she thought, It seems everyone has returned, but I don't see His Holiness anywhere. Behind the crowd, two figures stood in the distance. Jodin couldn't hide her worry. Could it be that something really happened to him? Seeing her troubled expression, Stellan asked, So you weren't here to welcome us? Din, is something else the matter? Hearing him ask, Jodin honestly replied, The thing is His Holiness hasn't returned yet. I want to go look for him. Stellan gently reassured her, His Holiness is stronger and more experienced than you think. Ordinary things won't harm him. On the contrary, if you venture into the snowfield in this blizzard, you might lose your life. He's our master, so we can't let him do something so dangerous. She was about to say something, but they added, Rios is right. Jodin firmly retorted, If I am your master, then my previous words are in order. Move aside. Seeing Jodin give a serious command for the first time stunned the two men. Stellan put his hand to his forehead in exasperation and agreed, Fine, Denver. We didn't want you to go, but there's no other way. Tell us what you plan to do, so we can protect you properly. Instead of answering, she decided to act. Jodin removed her glove and brought her fingertip close to her mouth. Suddenly, a rumbling sound, like the earth shaking, came from the snow-covered hills, so strong that even Jodin's two knights couldn't keep their balance. Stellan asked in alarm, What's happening? Why is the ground shaking all of a sudden? But he still reached out towards Jodin and warned, Din, it's dangerous. Seeing that she paid no attention to his words, he called out again, Your Holiness. Despite Stellan's concern for her, she only looked up at the sky as if searching something until she found what she was looking for. Her face lit up with joy. A jet black bat wings spread wide, covering half the sky. Barry appeared from above, and she hurriedly called out, Barry. It soared high in the sky, carrying the three of them on its back. But the speed at which it flew through the sky was so fast, like tearing through the wind, that she had to call out again, Whoa, Barry, ouch, fly a little lower. As she forced her eyes open to look down. Below, at the snow-covered peaks, Jodin thought to herself, Is His Holiness down there? She immediately ordered, Barry, get closer to that canyon. Suddenly, at that very moment, a light flashed in the darkness. Barry's wings were like sharp, piercing objects, its eyes glowing red. Its three heads rose high in the sky and began to sway and wobble, causing those on its back to cry out, Ouch! Ouch! Stellan looked down and shouted, Din, it seems like it's injured somewhere. Hearing his voice, Jodin also turned to look. Before her eyes, a large wooden beam pierced Barry's tail. She immediately guessed, What is that? A wooden stake? Barry roared in pain. A reminding voice rang out, High Priest, you must hold on tight. But perhaps the reminder came a beat too late. Jodin suddenly realized with a start that she was falling. She slipped off Barry's back and plummeted down. On its back, her knight yelled, Din. In that moment, her heart sank into despair, filled only with her own regrets. This is it. I'm so sorry, Your Holiness. If I hadn't kissed His Holiness back then, he could have lived. It wasn't just her physical body that was falling. It felt like her worried mind was also plummeting into a bottomless abyss. I struggled so hard to climb out of hell, and now I'm gonna die like this. Sparkling tears fell from the corners of her eyes, carried away by the strong wind. Completely resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes. But in her mind, she felt a warm light, making her wonder. Magic? Ulysses's face appeared faintly. He mouthed the words, "It's you again." Seeing him, Joden was stunned, tears still clinging to her lashes. Ulysses gently held her. Joden softly called out, "Your Holiness," despite having just fallen from a great height. She hurriedly asked after Ulysses, "Are you all right?" "Your Holiness, are you injured anywhere?" He simply replied gently, "No, I'm fine." Her face turned serious as she said, "But I fell from such a height, and you still caught me. Could this be an illusion? Or are you a magical beast in disguise?" Hearing her naive question, Ulysses was exasperated. Saving someone, he threatened, "Who are you calling a magical beast?" and dropped her with a thud onto the snowy ground. Only then did she truly believe him. This unpredictable, volatile temperament, it was definitely his holiness, without a doubt. Suddenly, her hands, marked with red welts, grasped his. In her glistening eyes, sincerity shone through. "That it's so good you're still alive. It's really, really good." Seeing her reaction, Ulysses was taken aback, pausing in surprise. She wiped away her tears and began to tell him, "My arm suddenly hurt so much. I thought something had happened to your holiness, so I was extremely worried. It's so good that you're all right. But how did your arm get injured? And why are you here?" He remained silent, not responding to Joyden's rapid-fire questions. Seeing this, she urged, "Your Holiness." But perhaps because she was too worried, she forgot a few things, only now realizing, I'm still holding His Holiness's hand. It seems he doesn't like physical contact with others. Joyden quickly withdrew her hand and said apologetically, I apologize." But as her hand pulled away, Ulysses quickly grasped it again. His strange behavior surprised Joyden. He looked at her swollen, red hand with unconcealed concern that I was wondering why my hand suddenly felt burning. "It's because of you, it seems. Didn't you realize you were injured?" Suddenly remembering the moment she fell from above, she guessed, "It seems I injured my hand when I fell." Joyden quickly said, "I know, but I'm more worried about your injury. A nurse who can't even find her way here can't be of much help." Ulysses immediately interrupted her. "I didn't order you to come find me." He began to heal the pain in her hand with his power. This made her stare wide-eyed. Her hand felt better thanks to Ulysses's help. She thought to herself, the wound isn't completely healed. What's going on? At this moment, Ulysses crossed his arms and began to speak. "Your injured arm was due to my momentary carelessness." Hearing this, Joyden wondered, so there was another guest here? But with your power, wouldn't defeating them be as easy as flipping your hand? Ulysses replied, "That's the problem. This place limits power." Joyden, her hair and robe disheveled, asked with wide eyes what? Ulysses added, "It seems the use of power like divine power is restricted here." This was like a bolt from the blue for Joyden. She blurted out, "Why, you mean?" Ulysses, still smiling brightly, said as if nothing serious was happening, "We'll have to wait indefinitely for someone to rescue us." Her wails echoed through the mountains. No way. Back at the camp, heavy snow continued to fall, accompanied by strong winds. Someone's footsteps pounded the ground. Stellan gnashed his teeth in frustration. As her escort knight. "I should have protected Joyden first." Joyden's two knights were tied tightly to chairs. Stellan stamped his foot anxiously and pleaded, "I want to go find Joyden. Please release me." Marcelina smacked him hard on the head and retorted, "If I let you go, wouldn't you be like a headless fly rushing over there?" Rayos, a bit calmer, said softly, "The blizzard is getting stronger. Is this really just unusual weather?" Marcelina raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. She said, "Although it's not just unusual weather, but this isn't like the Empire style either. Even if there are some infiltrators, there's something different." Stellan replied casually, "If even you don't know, then who does? If Mr. Hugh was here, maybe he would know." Speaking of which, where did everyone go? Marcelina clenched her fists, trying to swallow her anger. This brat is really asking for a beating, isn't he? Suddenly, someone opened the tent flap and called, "Pope Marcelina. As you instructed, we searched around the canyon and discovered traces of His Holiness and Priestess Joyden remaining on the mountaintop." Marcelina looked at the soldier and asked, "Have you found the cause of this sudden change in weather?" The soldier shrugged, indicating he didn't know that we sensed an unidentified force in the canyon, and we also found this nearby. The soldier took out a sharpened wooden stake that was worn at the tip. Taking the wooden stake in her hand, Marcelina examined it carefully to It was caused by outsiders. She recalled the area with the harmonious natural green forest, thinking, except for winter, the temperature in the Holy Kingdom hardly changes with the seasons. But the growth rings on this wooden stake are very clear. In other words, this wooden stake didn't come from trees that grow in the Holy Kingdom. Of the 3 continents, the place with the most pronounced climate change, is the surface continent with dozens of nations, which is also the land where the Brecan Empire is located. Marcelina gave a serious order. Preserve this wooden stake carefully. Also, order the 1st and 2nd Night Squadrons to return immediately. Forcing a search in this weather will only be a waste of effort. Furthermore, it is forbidden to reveal His Holiness's current situation to anyone. You are only to declare to the outside that the person we are searching for is only Priest Joyden. Marcelina thought to herself, in any case, the appearance of a stake from the Empire now means we have enemies, either external or internal. The blizzard outside was still strong, so Marcelina ordered, wait until the snow stops before continuing the search. The soldiers obeyed, be your order. Joyden's divine beast, upon waking and not finding its master, felt sad. It whimpered softly, grew. Stellan looked at it and said, Divine Beast, shouldn't you do something? Divine Beast, you should at least do something, shouldn't you? Don't you know some kind of incredibly powerful summoning magic or tracking spell? The Divine Beast just lowered its head and cried, Gru, save, save, save. Marcelina walked over and scolded him. Stellan, watch your words when speaking to the Divine Beast. Stellan lowered his head and made an excuse. I heard before that Joyden cries when it's pitch black. Oh, Joyden, wait a little longer. I'll come find you soon. A fire burst into flames. Joyden spoke up, Your Holiness, I've started a fire. It seems using a little divine power isn't a problem. After all, Your Holiness, if it's convenient, could you gather some dry branches nearby? I need them urgently. Joyden quickly gathered firewood and diligently tended the fire in the freezing weather. She also didn't forget to reach for the higher branches. Ulysses silently assessed her. Could it be that Duke Iovo Hiu also taught her wilderness survival skills? He crossed his arms and asked, Priest Joyden, what kind of person are you really? Joyden, sitting by the fire with her back to him, simply replied, I'm just me. You don't have to worry. I'm not a monster. Oh, right, Your Holiness, do you know what my biggest wish is? Ulysses furrowed his brow in confusion for a moment, startled, and didn't answer her immediately. Ulysses instinctively backed away slightly, hugging himself as if wary of her. How would I know? Seeing his reaction, Joyden cried out in Warich, acting spoiled. That's not the kind of wish I meant. You really think I'm a pervert? By the crackling fire, Joyden voiced her wish. My greatest desire right now is to live. She blew on her hands and rubbed them together for warmth. Inwardly, she told herself, we absolutely must survive and return. I even escaped a death sentence. How could a mere blizzard defeat me? She turned to comfort Ulysses and promised him, Don't worry, Zai and Hui will definitely find us. Before they arrive, I'll take good care of you. Joyden offered Ulysses some wild fruit she had picked. Here you go. I picked these fruits earlier. Joyden held out the fruit to Ulysses. Try some. They're edible, and they taste quite good. Ulysses reluctantly took the fruit, complaining, I really can't understand you. Aren't you disgusted by being with me? Joyden froze at his words. Huh. Ulysses repeated, Aren't you wary of me? Joyden responded, flustered. You're saying I'm wary? Not at all. Ulysses asked suspiciously, So you're not afraid of me? Joyden innocently replied, mimicking Ulysses's mannerisms. Well, I am afraid. Because you look at me with that expression every day. Ulysses was speechless. Though he didn't want to admit it, her imitation was quite accurate. Joyden suddenly burst out laughing, leaving the young man stunned. But I don't hate you at all. I love you. But inwardly, Joyden was thinking something different. After all, he's the male lead and some I used to admire. Looking at Ulysses's embarrassed expression, she thought, well, of course my feelings for him are like this now. Ulysses suddenly sensed something amiss. He warned Joyden, there's a powerful aura around here. Be careful. Joyden asked in surprise. Could it be because of that aura that I can't use my full power? Ulysses replied, It's possible. A cold gust of wind blew past, and the space suddenly became strangely silent. A sense of unease rose within Joyden. Something feels wrong. To confirm her suspicions, she asked Ulysses, Your Holiness, it's so cold right now, and the snow keeps falling, but why isn't the river water at the bottom of the canyon frozen? Ulysses asked her doubtfully, Are you suspecting there's something in the river? Joyden answered frankly, Yes, I think so. Normally, in these weather conditions, the water would definitely freeze, but there's no ice on that river at all. She bent down and scooped up some water. It flowed down her hand. Joyden found it even more unusual. The river water isn't even cold. Ulysses suddenly moved closer to Joyden. Joyden glanced at him. The atmosphere suddenly became romantic. Joyden's heartbeat became strangely loud. But just then, Ulysses called out to her, Priestess Joyden. Joyden jumped, startled, and quickly replied, Huh? Yes. She sat up, her heart pounding. What just happened? Ulysses looked at her strangely, wondering, why is she reacting so strongly? He spoke up, perhaps your guess is right. This doesn't seem like ordinary water. Then he suddenly stood up. Ulysses pondered for a moment. If this river isn't ordinary, then it's likely connected to that massive aura. He then walked off, leaving Joyden alone. It seems an investigation is necessary. Seeing this, Joyden hurriedly ran after him. Let go together, your holiness. A while later, at a different location, the sound of a rushing waterfall filled the air. Standing at the base of the waterfall, Joyden said to Ulysses, There's no other path ahead. It seems this waterfall is the end. Ulysses paid no attention, lost in thought. Joyden sighed inwardly. According to the comics and novels I've read, there's usually a hidden cave behind a waterfall. Could there be one here too? Suddenly, she asked Ulysses, Your holiness, if this river was intentionally created, could there be a path beyond this waterfall? Joyden asked curiously, or in other words, is this waterfall meant to conceal something? Ulysses said in surprise, You mean this waterfall is a camouflage? Joyden nodded, Yes. After all, people wouldn't normally think that a river's water is difficult to fathom, or that there are things hidden within a rushing waterfall. Hearing this, Ulysses fell silent, thinking for a moment. Since there's nowhere else to investigate, this is our only option. Then he exclaimed, You have a point. Let's go. Joyden replied cheerfully, Yes, but we're not going to directly walk through the waterfall to get in there, are we? After that, a series of loud crashing and booming sounds echoed. Joyden, now soaked to the bone, whimpered and complained. She caught a chill and sneezed. There really is a cave behind the waterfall. Achoo! Joyden shivered like a wet dog, wondering to herself, We're both drenched, but why does His Holiness look so different from me? He's so elegant, like a celestial being who just finished bathing. Ulysses' appearance didn't diminish after being splashed with cold water. On the contrary, he looked even more handsome. He touched the surrounding rocks and said, The path is blocked by these rocks. We can't go any further. Joyden suggested to Ulysses, How about we go back outside? Someone might be looking for us. It wouldn't be good if we missed them. Besides, being in such a small space with your holiness is a bit overwhelming. Ulysses nodded in agreement. Her foot kicked against a rock a few times. Joyden suddenly exclaimed, She fumbled around in confusion. What's going on? Ulysses, seeing this, asked curiously, Is something wrong? Joyden froze, her face filled with panic. She turned to Ulysses. Could it be? Your holiness, please stay calm and listen to me. She said stiffly, It seems we're trapped in here. A few birds chirped incessantly on a tree branch. Soft light from outside shone through the window into the room. Joyden was still asleep, and feeling the warmth of the sunlight, she sighed contentedly. So warm. Did the sun rise already? Suddenly, Joyden's eyes shot open in alarm. Wait, what time is it? If I oversleep, I'm doomed. She quickly sat up and shouted, No, don't. Noticing Ulysses staring at her, Joyden froze, looking at him in surprise. She felt a little apprehensive. Your holiness, she secretly wondered, was I just dreaming? Ulysses saw that Joyden had woken up and brought a spoonful of medicine to her lips. You're awake? Then drink this. Joyden looked at the pot of soup next to the fire, slightly surprised. Where did all this come from? And why am I? She realized she was lying in Ulysses' arms, very close to him. Joyden stammered, What is this situation? Ulysses looked at her seriously and explained, Don't you remember anything? You fainted from hypothermia. He recalled her staggering and collapsing. He frowned slightly. Those rocks in the cave blocked our way, and the entrance was sealed by a barrier. So I had to make a fire here. I also gave you some medicine I had in my bag. Your mouth must taste bitter now. Joyden noticed the bag not far from her and thought, before we left, Hui and Jai seemed to have prepared a backpack for me. It seems like these things were taken from that bag. Suddenly, Ulysses spoke, causing her to look at him in bewilderment. Do you intend to lie here like this forever? Without another word, Ulysses reached out and took off the only shirt he was wearing. Seeing his abs, Joyden panicked and started babbling, scrambling back from him as if she had seen a demon. What are you doing? Ulysses simply replied, It's hard to maintain body temperature in wet clothes. Besides, you stole my clothes before, so why are you so panicked now? The image of herself happily hugging Ulysses' shirt appeared, and Joyden tearfully cried out in frustration. That was a misunderstanding. Ulysses looked at the backpack. There are still clothes in the backpack. Change into those. I'll change too. Joyden blushed, fidgeting with her hands as she slowly offered an excuse. Do I really have to change? I can wear these until they dry. and even if they're wet, I still prefer my own clothes. Somehow, wearing a priest's clothes always gives me a sense of pride. Ulysses stood up and encouraged her. Being embarrassed is only temporary. You don't need to overthink it. You have to think about your health first. Joyden felt like crying. His holiness is right, so I can't be stubborn anymore. Joyden shyly reminded him, you absolutely must not turn around. Ulysses could only say helplessly, don't worry. Even if you begged me to look, I wouldn't. She yelled angrily, why would I ask you to do something so weird? He quickly covered his ears. Joyden calmed down and took a deep breath. She shakily reached for her shirt, encouraging herself internally. It's nothing. There's no need to be so nervous. After all, I'm a guy right now. But it's strange. His Holiness's powers are clearly limited. So why is my disguise spell still working? Is there some connection? Thinking of this, Joyden's hands paused for a few seconds as she undressed. The sound of clothes falling to the ground. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Joyden frowned slightly and told herself, just think of it as the sound of a white dog shedding its fur. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to worry about. As she thought this, the image of a fluffy dog happily running by appeared in her mind. Joyden was trying to change her clothes as quickly as possible when, from afar, a small creature crawled towards her. It approached and crawled up her leg. Joyden felt something under her foot, and her heart skipped a beat. She screamed in fright, oh, thrashing wildly, causing the lizard to be flung away. Ulysses, with an impassive face, reached out and caught the airborne lizard. Joyden stared at the lizard in his hand, which Ulysses then released. Still frightened, Joyden looked at Ulysses's back with teary eyes. Your Holiness, do you hate lizards? He simply said softly, why would you think that? Instead of answering his question, she asked, so, does that mean you like lizards? Ulysses replied with a hint of annoyance, I don't like them. Joyden said dejectedly, then what do you mean? Ulysses turned and walked towards her that I don't particularly like animals, but I did have a pet once. Joyden asked curiously, what kind of pet? A rabbit or a deer? He sat down that I had a pony. Joyden thought to herself in surprise. His Holiness must have been so happy to receive a pony when he was little. Although it's hard to imagine, it feels strangely adorable. She pictured a young Ulysses standing next to a pony. Joyden asked what was its name. Ulysses replied, I called him Xerus. She smiled at him. That's a cool name. If it was your Holiness's horse, it must have looked very brave. Ulysses closed his eyes and said softly, he died protecting me during an attack. His words hit Joyden like a ton of bricks, leaving her stunned. She slumped down. Ulysses tried to comfort her. You don't need to blame yourself. I'm not someone who cares much for animals. She looked at Ulysses, her expression full of sympathy. Even though His Holiness says that, I don't think he's feeling very well. It seems he was a very good owner, because even the most loyal animals wouldn't give everything for their owner. But Xerus did, which means he cherished you deeply. The shadows of the two were reflected on the cave wall. Besides, I heard that the lifespan of a horse is only about 30 years. Joyden smiled at Ulysses. But haven't you lived for over 1,000 years? Xerus has lived in your memories for a very long time, even longer than a divine beast. Ulysses pondered for a long while. He opened his mouth as if to say something. Beside the burning fire, Joyden's voice rang out. Talking like this today makes you feel like an ordinary person. It's amazing. She hugged her knees and looked away. His Holiness can also get hurt and also get tired. How come I didn't know such obvious things until now? Her body trembled slightly as she spoke. Earlier, when your arm was injured, I was so worried. Joyden's voice was soft, tinged with happiness. But it's a good thing we're paired. That's why I was able to help you today. It's really great. She scratched her head shyly and clarified, I'm not talking about the pairing. I absolutely don't mean that. I apologize, Your Holiness. So as not to cause you any trouble, I'll quickly find a way to dissolve the pairing. Ulysses looked at her quizzically. Why would it be trouble for me? She explained, if you want to marry someone else in the future, wouldn't it be awkward for you with me stuck in the middle? If that day really comes, I'll explain to that person that it was my fault that we formed this relationship, and that it doesn't mean anything. Ulysses didn't say anything. He raised a hand to his forehead, looking deep in thought. Joyden blamed herself, though she wasn't entirely sure, but His Holiness would probably prefer to hear my explanation. She guessed that Ulysses' future wife would be a wonderful woman, that I think she'll probably be an incredibly gentle person. No, His Holiness's marriage partner must be someone like that. Although I reluctantly agreed to this pairing with His Holiness to protect my life, I don't want to affect his future, because I hope that the protagonist in the novel I once admired and loved will have a happy ending. After expressing her inner thoughts, Joyden unconsciously looked into the distance. She remembered the lizard from earlier. Speaking of which, that lizard that crawled away earlier is nowhere to be seen. She guessed it had probably crawled into a crevice in the rocks. Could it be? Immediately, she pointed towards the depths of the cave and said to Ulysses, Your Holiness, in there, Suddenly, they heard voices outside. It seems there's nothing in here. Search everything thoroughly for me. Sure enough, there was a group of people outside searching for something. One of them pointed at the waterfall and said loudly, "That waterfall, it doesn't seem quite normal." Joydin listened to their voices and deduced, their voices don't sound like they're from the Holy Kingdom. It seems those who have come have ill intentions. Both of them stood up abruptly. She said to him, "Your Holiness, it seems we have enemies. Let's hide further inside." She pulled his hand, and both of them quickly fled deeper into the cave. She urged him, "Hurry." Joydin unconsciously reached out her hand, and suddenly, her hand went through the rock. Joydin was startled, unable to react in time. She pulled Ulysses with her through a spatial portal and fell. She cried out, "Ah!" In another place, under a biting blizzard, a cry rang out in the forest. Let me go." A cruel foot stomped down hard on a girl's hand. She screamed in pain. "Ouch, ouch." Stellan was interrogating the girl who was lying trembling on the ground. "Did you attack His Holiness? Confess truthfully, and I will spare your life. I absolutely keep my word." She lifted her face and shouted, denying his accusations. We didn't attack His Holiness. We weren't sent to harm His Holiness." Stellan tried to convince her, saying, "The more you quibble, the more you'll suffer." "I don't want to do this." The girl explained to him, "But everything I've said is true. We didn't come here to find His Holiness, but for something else." He asked her curiously, "Something else?" "Uh-huh. All right, then I'll spare you this once. I'm a man of my word. However, our interrogators are quite fond of sly ones like you. Chances are, by then, you'll truly only be alive in the strictest sense of the word." Suddenly, the divine beast saw something and cried out, "Gur!" It struggled to free itself from Rouse's arms. Stellan, seeing the divine beast's strange behavior, asked it, "Divine beast, are you afraid?" "Don't worry, Dim will be back soon." But the divine beast still wouldn't calm down. It faced towards the waterfall and continued to struggle, flapping its paws. It kept crying out, "Gur, Gur, QQ." It was trying to let them know that, "You fools, Joydin is over there." Inside the waterfall, Joydin was still screaming in fear. "Ah!" Ulysses flew to catch her and recounted, "I remember you once said that even a slight touch could transfer power, right?" Joydin, still shaken, managed to answer him. "Huh, right." He firmly gripped her shoulders, spread his hand, and desperately cast a spell. Joydin fearfully closed her eyes and hid tightly. In his embrace, after a few moments, she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself cradled in Ulysses' arms as he hovered in the air, slowly descending. Ulysses' toes gently touched the ground. He set her down. She was still trembling, trying to regain her composure. "Alive, I'm alive. I thought I was going to die this time." Ulysses showed no emotion after that dangerous moment and coldly stated, "It's the skeleton of a divine beast." Joydin turned around in surprise and asked, "Skeleton?" Before them lay numerous divine beast skeletons scattered around. He explained, "When a divine beast realizes its life is nearing its end, it seeks a resting place and erases its traces. It seems many divine beasts have chosen this place as their sanctuary." Joydin curiously looked around the space and exclaimed, "Wow. Although I knew divine beasts become incredibly large after maturing, this is gigantic, completely beyond my imagination." She thought of the divine beast she was caring for and imagined its future form. Will Flo also become this big? Ulysses suddenly took her hand and pulled her along. He reminded her, "Priestess Joydin, stay behind me. It's dark here. If you faint again, it'll be troublesome." She was surprised by his words. "Huh? I've never fainted because of the dark. Only once, when I was locked in that locker." Ulysses recounted, "Last time you fainted, you were sweating profusely. There are no more clothes to change into now, so if you faint again, it will be very inconvenient." Joydin also remembered that time and curiously asked him, "Was His Holiness also at the martial arts arena at that time?" Then she suddenly realized, Could it be that you were the one who saved me that day? Not Hui and not Jai." Suddenly, Ulysses detected something unusual. He quickly pulled Joydin towards him. Iron arrows flew towards them from out of nowhere, attacking the two of them. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes, they both dodged. The arrows missed their targets and embedded themselves deep into the wall behind them. Joydin was terrified, trembling again, and clung to Ulysses, crying out, "Oh my goodness!" They both looked around the cave. Something had just moved. Joydin fearfully said, Is that a bear?" Ulysses looked at it and confirmed. "It's a person. The person you need most right now." A disheveled-looking man appeared before them and greeted Ulysses. "Your Holiness, it's been a while." Papers flew around the man. Joydin curiously caught one of the papers and read it. After glancing at it for a moment, she realized, these are all related to divine beasts. She was startled when she discovered the mysterious man's identity. She asked him, "Could you be the former manager of the divine beasts?" The scene changes to a small room filled with research materials. 3 warm cups of tea are already prepared on the table. It's hot. The man laughed as he enthusiastically introduced himself to Joy-din. My name is Asulio. It's a pleasure to meet you. Joy-din stared blankly at him, his sudden appearance momentarily flustering her. She thought to herself, so he's the author of those Divine Beast documents, and also Miga's old friend. Joy-din expressed her curiosity. Mr. Asulio, did you come here because you knew this was the tomb of the Divine Beasts? Asulio replied, no. I was in danger before, but luckily, I arrived here. After living here for a while, I found it to be quite a good place for research. Ah, do you too find my way of speaking strange? It's been a long time since I've talked to anyone, so I'm worried I'll stutter and my tone won't sound like other people's. Joy-din kindly reassured him. Your way of speaking isn't strange at all. Hearing this, Asulio sighed in relief. Phew, that's good. He glanced furtively at Ulysses. Ulysses was calmly raising his teacup to his lips when he noticed Asulio's gaze and paused. Asulio nervously fiddled with his cup, aware of his impropriety, and quickly apologized. Your Holiness, I apologize. Leaving the Grand Temple without permission was my mistake. Ulysses gave him a cold look. Witnessing his authority, Joy-din cautiously took a sip of tea and exclaimed, that look is so scary. But the tea was still hot and burned her tongue. She stuck her tongue out and cried, ouch. That's hot. Asulio awkwardly explained about the iron arrows. Right, Your Holiness, those arrows just now were absolutely not fired intentionally. It's a mechanism to prevent outsiders from entering, but I don't know why it's suddenly activated. Ulysses crossed his arms and calmly said, I know everything you've said. I also know that after you left the Grand Temple, you wandered around and started your research. There were many different opinions about why Asulio resigned as the Divine Beast Manager and left the Grand Temple. Some said it was because the job was too idle and he was bored, while others said he lacked a sense of responsibility and encountered trouble. Joy-din pondered, but now it seems like he didn't leave for such shallow reasons. Also, Miga's attitude was a bit strange when mentioning Asulio before. Does Your Holiness know why he left? Ulysses curiously asked him. Those magical beasts that can absorb divine power were also created by you, weren't they? Asulio's voice trembled as he replied. That's because while living here, I took care of some starving magical beasts. It seems they reacted to my divine power, which caused the mutation. Your Holiness, I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, Joy-din also wondered, may I ask if the barrier at the cave entrance was also created by you? Asulio was puzzled by the mention of a barrier. He asked her, there's such a thing? But after I fell down here, I've never gone outside, so... Joy-din was surprised, a question arising in her mind. That's strange. Then whose barrier is it? She suggested to him, Mr. Asulio, could you describe in detail how you got here? Asulio took a sip of tea and calmly recounted. I wandered the world for several decades, always collecting divine beast eggs. Whether they were broken or dead, I gathered them all. Then, one time, I got lost for some reason. I opened my eyes and found myself here. Joy-din looked at the eggs placed on the shelf. It seems like all the eggs on that shelf are divine beast eggs. However, Flo's eggshell is milky white and very bright, while the colors of these eggs are different, and I can't sense any life within them. Asulio coughed a few times and said to Ulysses, in short, Your Holiness, I will handle the magical beast issue smoothly. I apologize for letting you see me in this state. Joy-din thoughtfully inquired, Mr. Asulio, are you feeling unwell somewhere? He casually replied, with age, the body will inevitably have some minor ailments. It's been 20 years since I left the Divine Temple, hasn't it? She continued to ask, don't you find this tea very hot? Asulio looked at the teacup and said, is that so? I was worried the temperature of this tea wasn't high enough. Do people nowadays find this temperature too hot? It must be because I'm old. Joy-din remembered her burnt tongue. No, this is definitely not hot enough. Didn't Your Holiness also try to drink the tea, then put it down because it was too hot? I'm certain that there's definitely something wrong with Mr. Asulio's senses. Suddenly, a divine roar echoed. Gru, Joy-din asked him in surprise. Mr. Asulio, did you just make that GRU sound? He looked bewildered. Me? The sound rang out again, making Joy-din curious. I heard it again. This sound is so similar to Flo's. Ulysses said, I'm wondering if it's because of the connection between Flo and me that I can use a certain level of divine power in this place. Moreover, it's also thanks to that you're able to absorb and use my power. Ulysses nodded unexpectedly and answered for Asulio. Yes, this is the resting place of divine beasts that were buried long ago. So naturally, no matter how strong the divine power is, it will be limited. But those who have been permitted by a divine beast cannot be restricted to a certain extent. Joy-din shifted her attention from herself to Asulio and asked him, "Then what about Mr. Asulio?" He explained, "Although I've never used any formidable magic, living in this snail shell has been quite normal without any problems. Just some simple magic like creating food." Hearing him say that, she understood. Indeed, it was so. An egg on the shelf chirped. Mia. Joyden walked over and reached out to touch the small egg. She sensed the sound from it. Is this a sound that only small divine beasts like Flo make? Joyden told Ulysses, "The barrier wasn't created by Mr. Asulio, Your Holiness. You don't need to suspect him anymore." She picked up an egg. She calmly explained to him, "Because the things trapping us here are these divine beasts." Asulio said cheerfully, "But the divine beast eggs I collected couldn't hatch." Suddenly, the teacup on the table began to shake violently. Asulio's small room also trembled incessantly. Joyden fearfully clutched the divine beast egg. A sharp rock in the cave precariously cracked, falling and crashing down into the room. Jordan cried out in fear and huddled in a corner of the room. A group of strangers in red fur cloaks appeared and entered the room. Their leader spoke excitedly. What an unexpected harvest! From behind the wind, the faint figure of a blonde woman using magic appeared. Jordan thought, judging by their attire, are they mages from the Empire? The man laughed, spreading his arms slightly. "Young Master Jordan, your lord and lady miss you dearly. Come home with us." Just then, someone approached, their footsteps echoing. The woman seemed to recognize something, startled, her eyes widening, her mouth agape. "Why, you're," she stammered, looking at Ulysses standing before her, her voice filled with astonishment. His face was cold, his voice stern. "What do you want with him?" The blonde woman was terrified, her body stiff. She stammered, "Teach that we do not know." Ulysses continued to question her. "You were the ones who attacked me in the snowfield before, weren't you?" She clutched her magical tool tightly. She insisted, "Huh? We certainly didn't harm you in any way. We were only pursuing the whereabouts of the young master." Hearing this, Jordan hugged the egg tightly, cautiously backing away. Ulysses looked at the group, a dark look in his eyes. Could it be? But that was clearly the aura on the young master. How could this be? Could it be that the magic has worn off? The woman panicked, her whole body trembling, unconsciously raising a hand. Suddenly, the rocks above them shook, showing cracks. Objects in the room began to topple. Jordan cried out in alarm, "Your Holiness, it's dangerous." Another earthquake. Ulysses remained calm, speaking softly to her. "Priestess Jordan, look closely. What kind of power is truly protecting you? And who truly loves you?" Jordan's expression was a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. "What do you mean?" Rocks began to fall, and the group cried out in fear. "Wah! Magma rocks are falling. Everyone get out of the way." They scrambled to escape. The falling rocks rained down, creating a deafening roar and a thick cloud of dust. Small stones flew everywhere. Jordan turned, her eyes squeezed shut, using her arms to shield her head. After a while, the tremors stopped. It seemed someone had been crushed by the rocks, bright red blood flowing out from beneath a boulder. A small object fell, landing near Jordan's feet. She recognized it, lowering her gaze to look at it, surprise on her face. "Isn't this Duke Yavohio's ring?" Jordan recalled the image of the ring she had seen. On his hand, it seems they were able to follow us here because of his blood-stained ring. Suddenly, the corner of her cloak was tugged by a small hand from behind. Jordan turned her head and found Flo calling to her, "Mia." Jordan saw it staring at her. Surprised, she called out Flo. Asulio suddenly appeared behind her, exclaiming in astonishment, "Div divine, divine beast!" He clasped his hands together, his face filled with joy. Before him were many divine beasts, a bustling scene. Jordan lifted the divine beast she had just seen, sighing, "You look exactly like Flo, but there are so many divine beasts here." She was a little overwhelmed by the various divine beasts clinging to her. Ulysses crossed his arms, leaning against the table as he explained, "We are the divine beasts resting in this tomb, the ones who failed to hatch from the divine beast eggs. It seems they absorbed the spiritual energy of the intruders, which is why they were able to manifest like this. However, that amount of spiritual energy was only enough for them to grow to this size. Perhaps they are the ones who led you here." The divine beast in Jordan's arms excitedly raised its paw. Mia," Jordan asked it doubtfully. "So, you all created that blizzard? Was it to bring me here?" The divine beast quickly nodded in response. "Mia, Kiu, Mia, Mimi." The call of another divine beast caught her attention. "Mia, Mimi." It pointed towards Asulio, who was lying on the ground, lost in a daze. Jordan surmised its intention. Are you saying I should take Mr. Asulio outside? Do you want me to heal him?" Seeing that she had understood, the divine beast chirped. "Fine." Jordan knelt down, thinking to herself, "It seems I guessed correctly. Mr. Asulio, you're actually sick, aren't you?" The atmosphere suddenly became somber. He stammered, his voice laced with disbelief. "How did you know?" Jordan voiced her suspicion, because a normal person would cry out in pain when they touch something hot, but you didn't. I have a feeling you're not very sensitive to temperature, so I wondered if you'd lost your sense of pain. Asulio scratched his head and sighed. Oh dear, I thought I was hiding it so well. Jordan suggested, Mr. Asulio, will you come back to the temple with us to be treated? A flicker of hopelessness crossed Asulio's face. Without thinking, he immediately refused. No need. This is a rare hereditary disease. It's not so easily cured. It's alright if I pass away here like this. Seeing him give up, the divine beast became angry, protesting in unison, Nhi. Ulysses, who had remained silent, was listening intently to the sparrow's report. A white light suddenly flashed. Ulysses calmly cast a spell. Asulio gasped, his body racked with pain. HRRAA. The pain vanished, and he clutched his chest. Jordan excitedly turned to Ulysses. Did the divine beast just remove the restrictions on your powers? Asulio sat on the floor, his voice filled with gratitude. Why, your holiness, thank you so much. You are truly my savior. His majesty will be very grateful as well. Jordan smiled and extended a hand. Mr. Asulio, can you come back to the temple with us now? He fell silent, hesitating for a long time. Although I'm very grateful to both of you for healing me. After thinking it over, I still don't think I'm suited for the temple. I'm more suited to researching on my own, so as long as the divine beasts agree, I'd still like to stay here. Hearing this, the divine beasts' faces lit up. They surrounded Asulio, their cheerful chirps sounding like a welcome. Two of the divine beasts brought Jordan a stone. Mimi, looking at the sparkling stone, she was dumbfounded. Isn't this a gemstone? Ulysses spoke. This is a divine beast crystal. Jordan turned to him. Legend says that divine beasts accumulate their wisdom into a crystal over many years, then pass it on to newborn divine beasts. Joyden smiled, cradling the stone in her palm. So, with this, Flo will be able to receive the wisdom of its ancestors. Ulysses replied, yes. Asulio gave you a piece of paper, priestess, although I don't know if you'll need it. If you don't mind, please take it with you. However, most of it is only half there, so it might be a bit difficult. Joyden accepted it, thinking, could this be half of the destroyed research materials? Mr. Asulio. Suddenly, she seemed to recognize something in the document. Asulio said, if you don't mind, please take it with you. However, most of it is only half there, so it might be a bit difficult. Joyden held the paper, thinking, it seems Mr. Asulio doesn't know the other half is at the temple. Could someone have reorganized the materials that Mr. Asulio lost? The person who would do that, could it only be Miga? So, from that time, Miga was waiting for Mr. Asulio to return. Asulio said cheerfully, alright, there are still a few decent divine beast eggs here. Take them back with you as well. I'll wrap them in an enchanted cloth for you. Joyden smiled and replied, yes. If you change your mind, the temple always welcomes you. I will always be waiting for you. Asulio scratched his face, embarrassed. Haha, no need to wait for me. If you need anything, just call me anytime, and I'll come immediately. The portal fluctuated, and the small beasts around them played joyfully. Asulio held a small monster in one arm and waved to Joyden with the other. Your holiness, safe travels. On the other side of the portal, Ulysses and Joyden floated in midair. Suddenly, she twisted her ankle and cried out, ouch. Joyden stumbled, falling to one side. A hand quickly grabbed Ulysses' robe. He was pulled along with her. A loud crash echoed. Joyden closed her eyes and exclaimed, ow, ow, ow. Your holiness, I'm so sorry. My leg suddenly went weak. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, wondering, Ulysses was right in front of her. He braced himself with his hands on either side of Joyden. Their breaths mingled. Suddenly, something charged from behind, crashing into the cliff face and shattering the atmosphere between them. Rayos and Stellan appeared. Rayos cried out in alarm, priestess. Stellan also called out, extremely worried, Joyden, we're here to save you. A clap of thunder boomed, making them freeze as they saw the priestess on top of Joyden. Stellan said, this atmosphere is great. How about we head back first? The hunting competition ended with a completely unexpected result. Under the tent in the blizzard, an announcement rang out. The top contestant in the first hunting competition is Divine Beast Flo. Flo chuckled happily within Joyden. I heard that when Flo was looking for me, a brilliant light shot out from its mouth, destroying a large number of magical beasts around it. However, since Flo is a divine beast, the wish voucher has been given to its caretaker. The priest announced joyfully into the microphone. The reward for the champion is a wish voucher. So, may I ask what your wish is? Joyden blushed happily and replied, my wish is have a day off. The people below were dumbfounded, lamenting inwardly. Although we knew the priestess was a workaholic, we never expected her to make this kind of wish. Ulysses also frowned in disbelief, his face clearly expressing the word absurd. He asked her, so what do you want to do with your day off? Joyden smiled brightly and said, I want to go to the festival. I'm so afraid I'll miss out on all the delicious food at the festival. Oh, what were those delicious things you mentioned last time? Images of fruit skewers and meat skewers flashed through her mind. Stellan said, the fruit skewers are at the stall right by the entrance to the central market, and the meat skewers are next to it. They're so good. You want to eat 10 more after just one. Rayos held up a super long list and said, Your Holiness, I've compiled a list of all the food stalls at the festival. Joyden clasped her hands together excitedly and cheered. Whoa, you even prepared this for me? Right. Thank you so much. Stellan approached Joyden and pointed to the handkerchief on his chest. Oh right, Din, I've kept the handkerchief you gave me right here. What do you think? Does it look good? Joyden noticed and asked. Do you always carry it with you? Stellan replied, of course. Rai said he always carries his too. A handkerchief you gave us. Of course I have to treasure it. Speaking of which, didn't you make a handkerchief for His Holiness? Joyden's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Did you all realize I made one for His Holiness? Stellan said helplessly, it would be more surprising if we didn't notice. If you already made one, you should give it to His Holiness. It would be a shame otherwise. You put so much heart into embroidering it. Joyden clenched her hands nervously, thinking, I wonder if His Holiness will like it. Stellan continued, Oh right, Din, about that, T seems like you might not need to go to the prison after all. Joyden asked why. He said, because the intruders I captured all committed suicide. The atmosphere around the three of them became heavy. Joyden said, so it ended up like this after all. Rayos asked, aren't you surprised? Joyden held out a ring. It's okay because I already have evidence. Rayos looked down and asked, what's this? Joyden replied, this is Duke Iovohio's ring. Elsewhere, Duke Iovohio was raging that think there wasn't just one divine beast egg, but a whole bunch of them. Why didn't you seize them? Why? You too? You still haven't figured it out yet? That brat is definitely putting on an act. The Duchess spoke up in exasperation. Keep your voice down. Don't let the servants hear everything. She massaged her forehead tiredly, thinking, ever since Sindel died, everything has been in chaos. Our poor Sindel, just for saving that girl, just for saving humanity. After Sindel died, everyone who knew he and Joyden were siblings was eliminated. Because if this got out, things would become very complicated. However, there's one person. That old, rat-like nanny still hasn't been found. It's strange. Where could she have gone? She shouldn't have been able to escape from my grasp. Even though she adored Joyden, if she wants to survive, she must be living like a rat somewhere, right? Duke Iovohio smashed a wine bottle in anger and yelled, that brat was born to make us die of frustration. That's why we shouldn't have used that kind of magic in the first place. The Duchess stepped forward. Oh, husband, we must keep Joyden by our side. Duke Iovohio clutched his face, distraught, and cried out, what good are these words now? Don't you know what rumors are spreading across the continent? Everyone is saying Joyden is the priestess favored by His Holiness. The Duchess whispered in his ear, but wasn't she nearly executed last time? Which means that we need to exert a little influence, the Duke finished. Who knows how many things could drive them apart? Even the smallest crack will do. Because once they doubt each other on the most fundamental level, the trust between them will easily crumble. Duke Iovohio smirked. I asked that it. The Duchess replied, exactly. If His Holiness knew Joyden was a girl, would he still pardon her so easily? A voice came from the window. Did you say this is Duke Iovohio's ring? Joyden, standing opposite, replied, I've been informed that the intruders from the Empire all committed suicide. Although we couldn't obtain their confessions, perhaps this ring can serve as evidence. Ulysses, examining the object in his hand, said, this could indeed be used as evidence. But Priestess Joyden, do you mind if I take your father's head as well? Immediately, a series of thoughts ran through Joyden's mind. Is His Holiness asking me if I mind him publicly exposing the Iovohio family's misdeeds? He's also testing me, asking if I'm certain this has nothing to do with me. After a moment, she replied, to prevent others from infiltrating the Holy Kingdom, please take it. To prevent others from infiltrating the Holy Kingdom. You may take it. Hearing this, Ulysses said softly, before you go, take this. He tossed a cloth bag forward. Then Ulysses gestured, if you want to go to the celebration, then enjoy yourself to the fullest. Make some good memories. The thing in that bag can help you fully enjoy the festivities. Joyden looked at the object in her hand thoughtfully. What is this? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Then a scream was heard. 100 gold pieces. In a hallway with countless pillars, a blue-haired person walking by was attracted by something gleaming. He carefully picked it up and examined it. Surely something this valuable wouldn't be hidden in the grass? So, this belongs to Priestess Joyden. Why would she throw something so precious away? Could it be that someone jealous of Priestess Joyden threw it here? Priests sometimes hide each other's belongings due to disagreements. I must return this to its rightful owner. Hey you, take this back to Priestess Joyden's room. But don't tell her I found it. After all, good deeds are done anonymously. The other person simply bowed their head. Yes. The scene changed to a different location. Someone opened a door. Their eyes immediately fell upon the valuable object placed on the table. Then, a few rustling sounds were heard. At this moment, a voice from outside the door exclaimed, Zai and Hui will be here soon to invite me to the celebration. I have enough money. After all, today is the day priests are free to roam around. This outfit should be fine, right? Oh, right, I should wear a cloak. Her cloak brushed against the valuable, knocking it to the floor. A loud bang immediately resounded. At the same time, crackling sounds emanated from within. A cloud of smoke suddenly billowed out. Meanwhile, Joyden, completely oblivious, turned her back. She walked towards the door, tying the sash of her robe. Suddenly, Joyden seemed to startle, her eyes losing focus. Huh? How is this possible? Why has the disguise magic worn off? I'm clearly wearing the ring. How can this be? There was a lot of noise outside. /Den. We're here. Come on, let's go have some fun. If you don't come out soon, we'll go. Without you, inside the room, Joyden panicked. What should she do? If she went out like this, they might discover she was a woman. Without thinking, she threw the white blanket into the air. Wrapping herself in it, she trembled as she replied, Actually, maybe it's because I just got back from the snowfields. I think I've caught a cold. I think I should stay home and rest. But the two people outside feigned excessive worry. Are you crazy? Are you dying? What's with that phlegmy old man voice? It sounds serious, priest. If you're sick, you can't handle it on your own. We'll get you some medicine. However, Joyden quickly refused, no need. I just feel like I'm about to get the flu, so I want to rest a bit. I'm sorry. You two don't need to worry about me. Just go have fun. Hearing this, the blonde-haired man continued, I think you must be feeling very heavy and tired right now. We'll go ahead, but priest, if anything happens, you must call us. Meanwhile, Joyden, wrapped tightly in the blanket, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. Why did the magic suddenly disappear? Is someone playing a trick? What if His Holiness finds out I'm a woman? What should I do? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Michaelina cheerfully entered. Oh dear, the door isn't very sturdy. Seeing her, Joyden exclaimed, Pope Michaelina. While Michaelina continued, I saw you weren't opening the door, so I used a little force. I didn't expect the door to self-destruct. Joyden could only wonder, why is Pope Michaelina here? Fro suddenly grabbed the newcomer. This action startled Joyden, who quickly called out Fro. Michaelina calmly explained the divine beast sensed you needed help, so it came to me. Looking at your condition, it seems I arrived just in time. Isn't that right, Miss Joyden? As soon as she finished speaking, Joyden trembled intensely. You already know I've deceived everyone. Michaelina remained calm. The reason I was able to take on the role of administrator from such a young age is because I have a good eye. Life magic is my specialty. Actually, when I saw you with stomach pains before, I suspected you were a girl. However, you don't need to be afraid now. His Holiness doesn't know why you had stomach pains, so he won't pay attention to it. Hearing this, Joyden immediately rejoiced silently. That's really good. It's fortunate the match partner can't feel the pain in the other person's body. However, Michaelina suddenly lowered her voice. But this secret of yours clearly puts you at risk of being expelled. Moreover, turning a blind eye to concealing your identity isn't easy. These words made Joyden sadly dejected. Pope Michaelina is absolutely right. After all, deceiving everyone is still Agrabesin. Michaelina finished, then lowered her head and continued. However, I'm not sure if it's because of my old age, but my eyes keep closing, and my memory isn't very good either. The two of them, one standing and one sitting, talk back and forth that IT can't be helped. Only His Holiness has the authority to punish a high-ranking priest, so I can only turn a blind eye. Does that mean you won't expel me from the Holy Kingdom right now? As soon as the words left her mouth, Michaelina immediately put on a benevolent expression that I will keep this secret for you for the time being. However, Miss Joyden, you must tell me why you are concealing your identity. With a worried look, she slowly began. It all started when I was little. Based on my memories of that time, I explained to Pope Michaelina why I disguised myself as a man. I also told her that I was living in place of my deceased twin brother, along with the secret of the ring. After listening, Michaelina said softly, Now I understand why you've been doing this lately. Although I've been a priest for a long time and have met all kinds of people, among them, I feel that those who suffer from parental abuse are the most tragic. Her eyes were filled with sympathy. Then, Michaelina bowed slightly and called out, "Miss Joy-din, you said you wanted to attend the anniversary celebration, right?" Hearing this, I seem to give up. It's all right. In my current condition, I can't go anyway. Maybe next time. But she gently tapped my shoulder. "Miss Joy-din, you know that this ring can't be fixed quickly, so let's just do what we can. I think this ring is worth studying. If you don't mind, I'll try my best to fix it for you. Besides, I'm quite interested in it." As soon as she finished speaking, I felt a little embarrassed. But if I do that, I'll be troubling you too much. However, Michaelina folded her arms and smiled kindly. "It's all right. After all, it's the anniversary celebration you've been looking forward to for so long. So just let an elder like me fix the ring. After all, I'm this skilled. You can trust me." I was extremely worried. But what if someone finds out I'm a girl? As I was speaking, she immediately interrupted. "Don't worry. I have my ways." Elsewhere, someone dropped a lot of bottles and boxes. Stellan was extremely panicked. Did I just dream? Joy-din is actually a girl? Oh my god, this is driving me crazy. The most perceptive person in the world, like me, didn't even notice. What in the world is going on? Vios, did you know about this? Is he still out of it? Well, I guess so. If I'm like this, what more can I say about him? When we came back with the medicine and food, we wanted to wait for Michaelina to leave before going in, so we climbed a tree to wait. But unexpectedly, we overheard such terrifying news. Seelan continued to chatter nonstop. Why do I feel so betrayed? Oh, my heart aches. Rios, say something, will you? How are we going to report this to His Holiness? This is really putting us in a difficult position. I don't know what to do. Contrary to what we've investigated during this time, the Yovohu Ducal House is not only a founding contributor to the Brecan Empire, but also related to mages. Moreover, the Duke currently only has one son, but the following content hasn't been verified and is still considered a rumor. It said that more than 10 years ago, the Count's family gave birth to twins. There was a wet nurse who could prove this, but according to records, she was expelled. Furthermore, her whereabouts are still unknown. Before this, I always thought the story of the Duke's family having twins was a common rumor among the nobility. But now, after learning Jordan's true gender, I feel that rumor might be true. Seelan reached back and scratched their head. This is tricky. It seems His Holiness doesn't know Jordan's secret either, which is why he asked us to investigate, right? What do you think? At this moment, Rios slowly replied. If His Holiness already knew, there would be no need to hide the fact that the priest is his partner. Hearing this, Stellan was a little surprised. Yes, that's so. Rios maintained his composure. Although His Holiness possesses the strongest divine power, Hatch the divine beast, and is from the Brighton Empire, the Holy Kingdom has always facilitated integration from everywhere. Moreover, now that His Holiness wants to oppose marriage, he needs a shield. If His Holiness knew Jordan was a girl and then declared her as his partner, it would be the best trump card to temporarily stop the elders who are urging him to marry. That nagging old man would be the first to be silenced. He might not even let Jordan's feet touch the ground. You ask why? Of course, because for him, this is the happiest thing imaginable. So he would definitely cherish Jordan immensely, even letting her climb on his shoulders. But His Holiness hasn't revealed this to anyone. Amidst the lush greenery, the sound still echoed. It's because His Holiness doesn't know Jordan is a girl. If he doesn't know, then they must have become partners without mutual consent. Stellan seemed dejected, resting their chin on their hand. What should we do now? Should we report this or not? Although our master is Jordan, this secret is truly too big. After speaking, their eyes glanced to the side. Someone was peeking from behind the wall. The figure quickly darted past them both like the wind. Watching Jordan in her cloak, they thought, seriously, you can't have any more secrets we don't know. If you do, we won't be able to handle it. The scene shifted to a pavilion area. A lot of food was displayed and a stream of people crowded towards one direction. They smiled brightly and cheered. His Holiness, it's His Holiness. Meanwhile, Ulysses smiled and waved. This action made everyone incredibly excited, but he only focused on the white thing peeking out of someone's pocket. Ulysses remained silent, thinking that useless piece of cloth is such an eyesore. Suddenly, he realized something. Looking further and pondering, Priest Jordan's aura, it must be my imagination. How could I sense someone's presence in such a vast square? Besides, their appearance is different too. Jordan simply smiled brightly, her eyes filled with happiness. Said the Pope that a few hours ago, Jordan was in the observation room, nervously practicing her posture in front of the mirror, worrying, is it really all right for me to go out looking like this? She turned, her demure skirt swirling gently. The Pope praised her though I melee. Miss Jordan, you look beautiful like this. She happily gazed at Jordan's feminine beauty, her doll-like long hair, and said with satisfaction, "In my eyes, you look like a little angel. Is there really anything wrong?" The Pope affectionately embraced her, nuzzling her like a small animal, and praised, "This outfit suits you even better than I imagined. My goodness, you're so adorable. Even His Holiness wouldn't recognize you." Then she picked up the cloak on the table and said cautiously, "However, if you still feel uneasy, you can use what I put in the cloak pocket. Don't cover yourself up too much, though." With that, she gently draped the dark blue cloak over Jordan. Jordan, slightly flustered, began to say, but Pope Michaelina reminded her, "Miss Jordan, this is the celebration you've been looking forward to." Jordan stopped at these words, realizing she was right. Michaelina, with a caring expression, advised her wholeheartedly, "Don't worry about anything. Just enjoy yourself. Sometimes you need to learn how to enjoy life." Jordan was touched by these words, momentarily speechless. Pope Michaelina simply smiled gently and put her arm around Jordan's shoulders. Suddenly, the Pope froze, remembering something. Wait, His Holiness is starting to trust Miss Jordan. Then wouldn't he sense his soulmate's aura? Michaelina immediately asked Jordan seriously, "Does His Holiness know your girl?" Jordan shook her head blankly. He doesn't know. Michaelina, truly puzzled by this complicated relationship, pondered worriedly. How can that be? Isn't Miss Jordan His Holiness's soulmate? Could it be that His Holiness's soulmate is someone else, but he still keeps Miss Jordan by his side? No, that's not possible either. Michaelina, deep in thought, asked directly, "Miss Jordan, do you like His Holiness?" Jordan stam eret aukwartli. Inwardly, she felt helpless and just gave a vague answer to consider later. "I can't ignore my position as His Holiness's chief divine attendant and say I deeply admire and respect His Holiness, which isn't the same as liking someone. Besides, among all these strange people, His Holiness is the most normal one." Michaelina rubbed her chin thoughtfully, a slight headache forming that's it. Looking at the innocent face of the small, confused young woman, she felt a pang of sympathy. If Miss Jordan isn't His Holiness's soulmate, and her admiration for him deepens, she'll be deeply hurt. I absolutely can't let those clear eyes be stained with even a hint of sorrow. Michaelina hugged her tightly, making up her mind. Although she'll find out about His Holiness having a soulmate sooner or later, before that day comes, I must find a better place for Miss Jordan than with His Holiness. Jordan, now being hugged too tightly, struggled a bit. "Pope Michaelina, I can't breathe." However, Michaelina, still worried and curious, continued, "But who is His Holiness's soulmate, anyway?" Back in the present, at the town square, a large crowd of residents had gathered, creating a noisy and lively atmosphere. Happy laughter and cheerful chatter echoed from every corner. Jordan happily strolled through the bustling crowd, amused. No one seems to notice me at all. This is great. It seems like everyone is busy enjoying the festival. Jordan was strolling along when someone accidentally bumped into her, causing a sharp pain. The person turned around worriedly, revealing a handsome, youthful face framed by long blue hair. Jordan thought the person looked familiar and pondered. They looked so familiar. I think I've met them somewhere before. Then she suddenly realized it was the kind stranger from before and exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. When I was still a trainee priest, this person shared their snacks with me." This unexpected encounter made Jordan panic. She quickly turned around, covering her head with her cloak, and worried. "What do I do now? He probably doesn't recognize me, right?" The young man, confused but still kind, interrupted her thoughts, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Jordan flinched. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Now Jordan had to turn back, slightly flustered, and reply, "Ah, I'm fine." Seeing that she was okay, he smiled, nodded, and walked away, saying, "Well then, have fun. May you have a peaceful day, by the grace of God." Jordan, overjoyed and relieved, her eyes sparkling, thought, "He really didn't recognize me." The sky was still clear blue, and gentle sunlight shone down on the entire town. Jordan happily ran around like a child exploring the town for the first time. She looked at each stall with curious fascination, then strolled around buying tempting treats and rejoicing, "Wow, the world is so big." Suddenly, ahead of her, a large group of people were cheering about something, piquing Jordan's curiosity and making her pause. She blended into the crowd, her eyes wide with excitement as she watched them. Then Jordan recognized the figure in white whom everyone was enthusiastically greeting. It's His Holiness. It seems like everyone really likes His Holiness. Suddenly, he looked directly at her, Their eyes met, seemingly not by accident, making Jordan startled and confused. Still within the crowd, she thought, flustered, I'm being too sensitive. There are so many people here. How could His Holiness be looking directly at me? After that thought, Jordan, optimistic once again, turned and ran off, deciding, well then I'll go make a wish at the wishing tree and then head back. Much later, as night fell and silence descended, a slender hand gently picked up a jet black mask. The hand was indeed Ulysses's. Tiredly putting on a mask that covered the upper half of his face, he sighed, I'm so tired. If I could, I'd really like to rest for a bit. But with so many people out today, it's the perfect time to travel in disguise. In the distance, two young lovers joyfully asked each other, what did you wish for at the wishing tree? The girl smiled playfully. It's a secret. The girl held a soft pink piece of paper in her hand. It was meant to be hung on a magical tree, as the rumors everyone had always spread claim. Wishing at the wishing tree is a tradition of the Holy Kingdom, and the wishing tree grows by absorbing the hopes, happiness, and dreams of everyone. Everyone ties their wish-inscribed papers onto the saplings, then tears off half and keeps it safe until the next celebration. They bring that half back, find the other half on the tree, and can witness the growth of the wishing tree. The reason the Holy Kingdom has such vast greenery is because after nurturing these saplings, they're transplanted elsewhere, eventually forming a vast forest. Back in the present, under the somber night sky, each wish paper shines brightly on the branches. Ulysses's lonely, melancholic figure strolls among the trees, imbued with intense love, a stark contrast to the vibrant scene. The cold night wind suddenly gusts stronger, stirring a strange feeling within him, causing Ulysses to stop and turn around. He looks behind him, wondering what he's waiting for, questioning this feeling. At this moment, the figure of an unfamiliar girl appears. Jordan, somehow standing right behind him, now faces him directly, unable to avoid eye contact. She panics, unsure what to do, and stares blankly. His Holiness. Although he's wearing a mask, it's definitely His Holiness. Anxiety wells up within her. What if His Holiness recognizes her? But it seems he hasn't noticed her yet. Ulysses silently stares at the girl before him. Then Jordan remembers Pope Michaelina's advice. Miss Jordan, in times of crisis, remember your cloak pocket. She immediately rummages through her pocket. Right, she has that. She pulls out an elaborate, deep green mask. Even more confused. Pope Michaelina, why did you think this would help me in a crisis? Oh well, it's better than nothing. She puts it on. Jordan tries to casually walk past him, her heart pounding. Just walk naturally. Suddenly, His Holiness speaks. Brown-haired medical priest, please stop. Jordan freezes, bewildered. Brown-haired medical priest? She looks at the pattern on her cloak. It's indeed a medical priest's. And is stunned, isn't that me? Ulysses holds a small piece of paper and gently turns, saying, you dropped your wish paper, but don't worry, I didn't look at what you wrote. Jordan turns, relieved to thank him, but she quickly covers her mouth. Speaking would give her away. And when did the paper fall? If His Holiness said he didn't read it, then she needs to retrieve it and leave. Thinking this, she quickly runs towards him. But somehow, on the smooth pavement, she slips and stumbles. Jordan flails, spinning. I'm so nervous my legs went weak. Then, under the soft moonlight, their eyes meet again just as she's about to fall into his arms. Ulysses easily catches her. Jordan lies nestled against His Holiness's chest, her arms around him, frozen in embarrassed surprise, unsure how to react. Ulysses silently looks down at the girl in his arms, a hint of curiosity. As she nervously looked up, he was startled to recognize her red eyes. Ulysses suddenly remembered Jordan in her male form and found it strange. Although this person's figure was slightly more slender, their posture, height, and even the angle of their gaze were all the same. He blurted out a question while still holding onto the girl. Who are you? Do I know you? Ulysses was puzzled. Normally, if a girl touches me, I get a rash, but right now, I don't feel any symptoms or discomfort whatsoever. Even with physical contact, there's only one person who doesn't cause any reaction in me, and that's that novice priest. So a suspicion flickered within him. Could it be that you're? Suddenly, at that moment, fireworks exploded, brightly illuminating the sky. And brilliantly, the loud noises interrupted the tense atmosphere. Now, for Jordan, it was her chance. She quickly pushed him away. Jordan immediately ran away from the scene, leaving the Holy Emperor alone with his lingering questions. He watched the strange girl hurriedly leave, remaining silent and not bothering to chase after her. That look in her eyes made him wonder, is there a girl like this among the medical priests? I don't know why, but I have a feeling I'll see her again. Ulysses stared at his hand silently, affirming that thought. The next morning, Jordan returned to her duties as a priest, standing outside the door with her hands clenched nervously. She took a deep breath to prepare herself. Immediately afterward, Jordan put on her usual cheerful and radiant demeanor and flung the door open. Good morning, Your Holiness. Ulysses, sitting up above, remarked curiously, "You seem to be standing rather far away for a greeting." Jordan stammered nervously as she replied, Is that so?" Inwardly, her heart pounded as she screamed, "That's because if what happened yesterday is discovered, I'll really be done for." He then changed the subject, inquiring, "Did you enjoy the festivities last night?" Jordan feigned a sad expression and replied, "No, I wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't go in the end. It's such a shame." He silently observed her unconvincing act, a thoughtful look on his face as he recalled something. Yesterday, a female priest reported that Priest Jordan had caught a cold and couldn't attend the celebration. Furthermore, based on the appearance and clothing you described, we conducted an investigation. But there's no one like that among the medical priests. Back in the present, Ulysses, whether intentionally or not, bumped into a nearby inkwell. The ink spilled, staining the white cloth, causing Jordan to ask anxiously, "Your Holiness, are you all right? Is there anything to wipe it with?" She approached with a cloth in hand, nervously saying, "We need to wipe it up quickly before it stains the table." Suddenly, Ulysses's gaze fell upon the pale blue handkerchief with the strange embroidery she held in her hand. He quickly grabbed her hand and observed it with astonishment. "Wait, what is this?" Jordan, startled, hurriedly replied, "This is the handkerchief I was going to give you, but for certain reasons, I couldn't give it to you." Hearing this, he smiled slyly and questioned, "What reasons could you possibly have for only me not receiving it? Did you think I would throw it away?" Jordan, feeling guilty, quickly turned away. How does he know that? Finally, she still offered the handkerchief, stammering, In short, now that it's needed, you can use it and then throw it away." He carefully took the handkerchief, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "So, the gift meant for me was used so casually by you." The ink stain on the corner of the handkerchief gradually faded. He sighed, "The embroidery on it is terrible. Calling it a gift is a bit." Ulysses carefully examined the ridiculously crooked and foolishly embroidered sun, now just a smudged mess, looking dumbfounded. But he still just smiled helplessly and said, "Even though you gave it to me so late, I'll still accept it." Jordan, hearing these words, beamed and nodded, yes. Meanwhile, in the dark brown temple, a man, pouring tea, asked reproachfully, "Pope, how long do you intend to keep enjoying yourself, pushing your work onto others?" He sprawled on a chair, grumbling irritably, Jobany, even if I were worse than this, I'd still be better than a lazybones like you, wouldn't I? No matter how good the medicinal ingredients are, there will never be another eccentric like you who travels all over the continent to make illustrations." The two of them sat in silence, facing each other. Hay let out a triumphant laugh. The elegant, dark-haired man, Jobany, one of the 3 grand elders, asked, "What's with you? Why did you suddenly come here? If His Holiness has found his partner, then what do we elders have to worry about anymore?" Hay sighed helplessly, puzzling Jobany that that's precisely the problem. He suddenly thought with a pang of sadness, "I admit, Priest Jordan is my favorite student. She's very lovely. But honestly, every time I see the list of top names for the child, I feel sad." He gritted his teeth, tears welling up as he remembered the 2 thick books filled with baby names he had previously written for Ulysses. Who could understand his feelings? Jobany, surprised, asked, "Do you know who His Holiness's partner is?" Hay immediately sat up and denied it. "I'm just a humble elder. I wouldn't dare discuss such matters." "Well, it seems it's time for me to return." Jobany suddenly changed the subject. "That be by the way, how did you know how to use the Cryon or—" Hay, filled with pride, remembered Jordan and replied, "It was suggested by the priest, the same one who manages the divine beast. She's truly remarkable." Jobany, leisurely sipping his tea, speculated in surprise. "It seems she comes from a very learned family." Hay boasted enthusiastically, "No, I heard she's from the Brecan Empire. Practically a miracle born from 2 fools." Jobany's expression suddenly turned serious as he muttered thoughtfully, "A priest from the Brecan Empire." Jordan went to Michaelina's office. As soon as she saw her, she cheerfully held up a gift bag and smiled. "Pope Michaelina, thank you so much for helping me fix the ring. This is a thank you gift." Michaelina excitedly accepted the gift bag. "Oh my, you really didn't have to prepare this. But how did you know I like sweets? Would you like some tea with it? Or milk?" Jordan, not standing on ceremony, replied, "Then I'll have a cup of hot black tea, please." "Thank you." The atmosphere between the two was indeed very harmonious and cheerful. Jordan always showed Michaelina a certain degree of respect. Pope Michaelina helped me investigate why the camouflage spell was suddenly dispelled. After investigating, I learned it was due to a powerful force emitted from that small chest. Initially, I suspected it was sent from the Brecan Empire, but shockingly, that power isn't Brecan magic, which is why I find it even stranger. Michaelina took a small sip of tea and said, the material of this ring is quite special. It's not a stone from the Brecan Empire, nor is it a mineral from the Holy Kingdom. Miss Joyden, that ring was given to you by Duke and Duchess Iovo, correct? Joyden nodded and replied, I suppose so. I'm not entirely sure, but I've had this ring since I arrived here, so it couldn't have been given to me by anyone else. Suddenly remembering something, Michaelina sincerely offered, oh, right. Miss Joyden, if you ever want to leave that man, you can tell me anytime. I can adopt you as my daughter. Joyden was startled by this. Thank you. Michaelina continued sadly. Even though you're an adult, there will be times when you need help. If you ever encounter anything that requires parental assistance, you must tell me, okay? The priests in the Holy Kingdom can marry and transfer their children's household registration. You know this, right? Of course, with her current status as a high-ranking priest, Joyden knew this better than anyone, but she was still hesitant. But, seeing this, Michaelina tried to persuade her further. Joyden, I'm being completely sincere. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, my family holds a considerable position in this holy kingdom. She wasn't wrong to be confident, as Joyden knew this very well. Pope Michaelina's family wasn't just considerably positioned. They were a prestigious family with many learned scholars. In a normal country, they would probably be considered ducal. Perhaps sensing Joyden's wavering, Michaelina didn't press the matter, but simply said, I'm absolutely not joking. I will always welcome you into my family. So, if you need official power, or if someone bullies you, you must tell me, understand? Joyden's eyes widened with curiosity. What happens after I tell you? Michaelina's expression suddenly turned gloomy. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled darkly. I always need live test subjects for my living magic and forbidden arts. Oh dear, why am I joking like this? Who would believe that? Joyden froze in fear. That wasn't a joke. She could never make an enemy of Pope Michaelina. After that short, cordial meeting, Joyden went to Ulysses' office as instructed. Carrying a gift bag identical to the one she had given Michaelina, Joyden felt quite uneasy. She wasn't sure. After giving the handkerchief to His Holiness, he had been acting a bit strange. Although he seemed to have calmed down at the time, still, it was better to just ask directly. So, Joyden mustered her courage and turned to ask Ulysses, Your Holiness, is there something wrong with the handkerchief? Ulysses steepled his fingers in front of his face, resting his chin on them, and replied indifferently, No. Why would you ask that? Joyden cautiously explained, Because lately, you've been staring at me. Ulysses narrowed his eyes and murmured cryptically, There's nothing wrong with the handkerchief. I'm just reminded of someone who looks remarkably like you. Well then, hearing that, Joyden felt a pang of guilt and looked away. Huh? Are you talking about my parents? I was born to them, so of course I must resemble them. She didn't notice Ulysses extending his hand towards her. Based on this partially obscured image, Ulysses' suspicions grew stronger. Indeed, the two of them looked very much alike. How strange. A while ago, I ordered 2 holy knights to investigate the Iovohiu family. Today, they submitted their report to me. It states, Priest Joyden has no brothers and no noteworthy relatives. If that's the case, then of course, he wouldn't have any sisters either. But strangely, that girl really resembles him. So that means that girl is either unrelated to Joyden, or she is Joyden. Rewinding time back to a few days prior, Stellan was racking his brains and lamenting, My head is about to explode. Ugh, this is so frustrating. I have to go ask Den why she's disguised as a man. He was about to run off when Rayos stuck out his foot and tripped him. Stellan lost his balance and fell flat on his face in the grass. Despite being the cause of his friend's painful fall, Rayos simply offered a sarcastic remark, Are you crazy? Stellan gritted his teeth and spun around. What do you mean crazy? Rayos glared at him. Asking like that will put the priest in a difficult position, because fundamentally, he's not lying. Stellan, equally perplexed, abandoned the idea. Damn it, of course I know that. So, do you have any bright ideas? While the two were concentrating on finding the most logical approach, Stellan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Recalling the events that transpired at the hunting tournament, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although those intruders captured at the hunting tournament wouldn't breathe a word even in the face of death, their attack methods and techniques bear the hallmarks of the northern region of the Brecan Empire. Normally, if assassination was their goal, they wouldn't hire someone who would leave such obvious traces, meaning they had another objective. After that, we went to the Duke's territory to investigate, but I don't know if it's because the Iovohiu family's power within the Empire is as noble as the royal families. But the longtime residents, they were unwilling to discuss anything about the family. He chuckled, but it's not like we came up empty-handed. Rayos nodded, offering his own speculation. Considering the Duke's constant turnover of servants, we could be certain he's hiding some kind of secret. Furthermore, although there are indeed strange rumors circulating that the Duke had twins, there's no concrete evidence. Discussing this, Stellan's interest was piqued. Could Joyden really be disguised as a man for the sake of the family? Folklore has featured similar scenarios. After a son's death, for various reasons, a daughter is forced to live as a man. If the rumors are true, and only one of the twins survived, then this could be a real possibility. After all, the Iovohu family is notoriously. It's normal that if Dan is hiding their identity for some suspicious reason, then we Holy Knights really should report it to His Holiness. Listening to the rustling of leaves, Rayos sighed and said, "However, from the beginning, His Holiness gave us the important task of protecting the priest." Stellan tilted his head and chuckled. "So, there's nothing wrong with us following orders, right?" Rayos smiled and nodded. Both of them simultaneously recalled the moment they trailed behind Joyden as she hung a note with her wishes on a tree. After she left, they snuck over to see what she had written. It didn't take long to find a note. The words, written in a delicate and small script, read, "I hope Flo, Hui, and Jai, my friends, are all healthy and happy, and also..." After reading it all, both Stellan and Rayos felt the same emotion. They were deeply moved. Because of that, and more than anything, because of Joyden's bright and radiant smile, the two young men made their decision without any hesitation. We should keep Den's secret. Early one morning in Joyden's magnificent palace, she stood in front of the mirror, fixing her clothes and hair. Watching the strands of hair flutter across her shoulders, she realized something. Her hair had gotten so long. Joyden was thinking about finding scissors to cut it shorter when someone knocked on the door and called out, "Lady Joyden, may I come in and make your bed?" So, Joyden had to put aside the idea of cutting her hair and replied, "Oh yes, please come in." She had always been afraid of someone discovering she was a woman, so she didn't have any servants where she lived, and she took care of everything herself. Until one day, His Holiness gave this order, "My body is in this state because you're doing all the housework. From today onwards, I will assign you a servant. See the bruises here? And so, I got a helper for the housework. She is..." Looking at the middle-aged woman with tea-green hair who entered, Joyden smiled and asked, "Lana, did you sleep well last night?" Lana gave a friendly chuckle and replied, "You don't have to be so formal, lady. Thanks to your sachet, I've been sleeping very well lately. I just drift off to sleep unconsciously, and I sleep straight through until morning." Knowing she had helped the woman, Joyden felt truly happy that I'm glad it's working. I put flower petals that help relieve fatigue into the sachets to help people fall asleep easier. Following Joyden's gaze, Lana could see several sachets neatly placed in a box. She tilted her head hesitantly and said, "Could these be?" Joyden picked up a sachet and explained with a smile, "Didn't you say there were many people around you who were troubled by insomnia? Take these. I made some extra as a thank you gift for everyone." Lana was so moved that she started to cry. Sob, I didn't think you'd remember the things I said casually. Priest, please stay there. I'll take care of everything here." With that, she bustled around cleaning. In no time, the room became incredibly clean. Then, she placed a vase of freshly arranged flowers on the table. Joyden stared at it. She curiously asked, "Lana, what's the name of this flower?" Gently stroking the yellow blossoms with her striking purple stamens. Lana cheerfully replied, "Haha, I knew you'd like it. It's beautiful, isn't it? This is the first species to bloom in the garden this year. It not only has a wonderful fragrance, but can also thrive even without much sunlight, so it's very popular." Joyden asked with some admiration, "If it's the first garden, then that's the one the Council of Elders is in charge of, right?" Lana nodded. "Exactly. It's Pope Jock Benny's garden. He mainly handles matters outside the continent, so it's rare to see him here, but he absolutely adores plants." From Lana's description, Joyden could easily picture both the garden and the Pope. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you sound like a really important person." For some reason, after hearing this, Lana froze for a few seconds before softly replying yes. As if to avoid Joyden noticing her strangeness, she continued arranging and cleaning, without mentioning Jock Benny again. Luckily, Joyden didn't seem to notice. She was wondering to herself, why does the name Jock Benny sound so familiar? Could it be psychological? As the sky gradually turned a dusky hue, delicate white snowflakes began to fall. Joyden, who was sweeping near the window, happened to witness this beautiful scene. She excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, it looks like His Holiness's birthday is coming soon." For those who don't know, January 1st is the biggest holiday of the year. It's the day His Holiness was born, and also the start of the new year. That's why Joyden had the thought, I want to celebrate His Holiness's birthday, but he's still looking at me so strangely. I haven't done anything to upset him. Have I? Could he have figured out I'm a girl? No way. If that were the case, he wouldn't still be so formal with me. Convinced of this, Joyden shook her head vigorously as if to dispel those thoughts. Suddenly, at that moment, a very familiar voice rang out from behind her. What's troubling you? And so, Joyden's startled scream echoed throughout the palace. Caught by Ulysses, who gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Joyden luckily didn't fall flat on her face. Flustered, she turned to look at him. Your Holiness, when did you arrive? I didn't hear any footsteps. Speak of the devil, she thought suspiciously. Ulysses crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, asking, You're this startled? Did you do something wrong? Perhaps because he'd hit a nerve, Joyden began to stammer. Teach, that's because I was thinking that your Holiness hasn't seemed to be in a good mood lately, and I was so lost in thought that when you suddenly spoke to me, The more he listened, the more Ulysses felt something was amiss. He coldly continued, My mood is fine. You're the one acting strange. Are you hiding something? Struck again, Joyden forced a laugh and asked me. Then she quickly regained her composure and said seriously, Your Holiness, I have something to ask you. Ulysses, who had been ready to listen for a while, said, Go ahead. Jordan continued, Just like the intruders who appeared at the hunting convention that day, perhaps similar incidents targeting me will continue to happen in the future. Ulysses answered vaguely, Perhaps your guess is correct. Hearing this, Jordan sadly lowered her head, sighed, and said, Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Duke Iovu has no reason to let those intruders leave traces behind. Why would he do that? Although the Iovohiu family is a prestigious one, compared to your Holiness, they're just another family. Furthermore, although they are considered Emperor Bricken's most trusted confidants, they wouldn't be foolish enough to rely on that backing to launch such a blatant, large-scale attack. So, I guess their purpose is to drive a wedge between you and me. Your Holiness, these matters truly have nothing to do with me. I haven't contacted my parents. Faced with Jordan's somewhat agitated emotions, Ulysses silently pushed her against the wall, propped his hand beside her, and coldly asked, Priest Jordan, do you think I'm a fool? Of course, I understand that this has nothing to do with you. Jordan pursed her lips and nodded a few times, indicating she understood. But in reality, her heart was still in turmoil. Perhaps the day my disguise magic was dispelled was also related to Duke Iovohu. No, it definitely is related. This disguise as a man wasn't my own volition. It was all the Duke Iovohu family's idea. But with things having come to this, him setting such a trap, it seems he wants your Holiness to discover my true gender, thereby putting me in a difficult situation. Thinking of this, she clenched the hand resting on her chest, then mustered her courage and said, Your Holiness, if I have committed a truly grave sin. Ulysses seemed to have been waiting for this. He quickly grasped her shoulders, his eyes curving in a smile as he asked, I knew it. Tell me, what have you done? Jordan flinched and stammered. No, I was just hypothesizing. If I did something to disappoint you, or if I betrayed you in some way. I'm saying if such a day truly comes, would you still trust me as you do now? The mounting pressure made Jordan break out in a sweat, her voice trembling. Or could you perhaps hear my explanation first, and then, I suppose that's still not possible, is it? Seeing her flustered and frightened appearance, like a lost rabbit, Ulysses couldn't bring himself to threaten her further. Instead, he tiredly raised a hand to rub his temples, sighing and replying, I'll consider it. So easily, Jordan couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Really? Truly. Her face transformed from dejection to utter joy. Being able to consider it is wonderful. This meant that even if His Holiness discovered she was a girl, he would still give her a chance to explain. Rarely was Ulysses so seemingly agreeable. Jordan, pressing her advantage, said, Oh, right, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Your Holiness, could you lean your ear closer? As she spoke, she proactively took his arm and pulled him closer. A moment later, inside the conference room, Jordan's appearance surprised the others. The reason for her presence was thanks to Ulysses. Just recently, he had told her that since she was now a high-ranking priest, she should also participate in the meetings from now on. Sitting stiffly upright in her chair, Jordan nervously thought to herself, even though His Holiness requested my presence at this meeting, I'm still so nervous. And indeed, just as she predicted, she was the subject of whispered gossip around her. Isn't that priest Jordan Iovohiu? I heard she's from the Brecan Empire, a relative of Graham. Unexpectedly, they knew so much about her, causing Jordan to freeze. The dark-haired priest, noticing the commotion, interrupted. The next matter we need to discuss is the retrieval of Priest Graham's assets and their return to the Holy Nation. And just like that, silence fell. Glancing at the young man who couldn't contain his eagerness and coughed a few times, Jordan didn't find their reaction all that strange. Such a response was quite normal. Although Graham's private land belongs to the Holy Nation, it's connected to many other countries, so intervening isn't easy right now. Moreover, his land is scattered and difficult to cultivate, making it extremely difficult to determine its purpose, a real headache. At that moment, Ulysses opened a document and continued, "There's a rather interesting proposal here, which is to transform those lands into academies." Hearing this, everyone except Jordan exchanged glances and murmured, "Academies? Whose proposal is this?" Noticing Ulysses subtly glancing at her, Jordan felt a little anxious, her heart fluttering. Rewinding to a few hours before the meeting, when Jordan made the suggestion, "Your Holiness, could you come closer?" Hearing Jordan's whisper, Ulysses couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You're suggesting establishing academies on Graham's land?" Jordan nodded firmly, "Yes. His land is scattered across various countries. Just a little carelessness could spark disputes. But if we relinquish all ownership, the Holy Nation will suffer significant losses. In the future, the Holy Nation will need talented individuals, but as time passes, the number of discovered priests is decreasing. Therefore, I feel we should cultivate talent from many different places. By establishing academies, not only can we discover more talent, but we can also gather a wealth of information. I think perhaps in the process, we might even be the first to find what the media continent is searching for." Seeing Jordan's seriousness, Ulysses refrained from his usual teasing. Wanting to understand her thoughts further, he asked, "That's another country's affair. Although media has closed off trade routes, why should we go out of our way to help them?" Jordan lowered her head and replied, "What if we find it first? Then, when media fully restores trade, we can negotiate with them in a way that's more beneficial to the Holy Nation. Furthermore, only by approaching media do we have a chance of dissolving the marriage bond. After all, this kind of pairing magic originated from media, so they would definitely know how to remove it." Jordan's analysis of everything was very clear, concise, and reasonable, leaving even a strict person like Ulysses with nothing to say, but I understand. Back in the present, Jordan's face flushed as she saw Ulysses's bright, prompting smile that urged her to speak. He said he would bring this up in the meeting, which is why he asked her to write a proposal and submit it. Who knew he would make her present directly in the meeting? This scoundrel, seeing that Ulysses seemed to be very supportive of Jordan's proposal, the long brown-haired priest commented, "But Your Holiness, currently all nations have their own academies. Why should we still invest our efforts in education?" As the one who proposed a plan, Jordan had the responsibility to convince everyone. Therefore, she immediately replied, "The academy I want to establish is not an ordinary school. The academy will not only provide a place to train priests, but also serve as an educational institution with the character of a treatment center." The other party disagreed. Currently, the number of priests in the Holy Nation is countless. "I don't think we need to train more people from other nations." Jordan countered, "But not everyone in the Holy Nation possesses divine power. Of the entire population of the Holy Nation, only 20% are priests. The rest are ordinary people without any divine power. Moreover, the number of newly selected priests is decreasing every year." But the long brown-haired priest maintained his opinion and firmly stated, "Even so, this is not currently a matter of great concern. As divine power is cultivated over time, the lifespan of priests will increase. Furthermore, the number of active priests is also very large, so I think we don't need to worry about personnel issues for the time being." Jordan, however, disagreed that as you said, this is only temporary. To maintain the strength of the Holy Nation, of course, the more personnel, the better. After this brief exchange between the two, murmurs and whispers began to rise around them. What he's saying makes it sound like the priests are all about to leave. Who would leave behind the glory to go elsewhere after reaching the Grand Temple? It could be seen that most of them sided with the long, brown-haired priest. Despite this, Jordan remained calm and confident, because she clearly remembered the main plot. There would be, and that place was the Brecan Academy that would soon appear, according to the original plot. Although the Brecan Empire only began recruiting mages and establishing the academy after media closed, they were not satisfied with that. They even wanted to change the fact that Brecan had no priests. So they took advantage of distributing food to poor children with divine power, then sent them to the academy and trained them into excellent priests. Or they dispatched priests bought with money to the mainland continents, who would then organize healing and charitable activities on behalf of the Holy Nation. Through a series of such charitable acts, Brecan not only enhanced people's understanding of it, but also expanded its influence across the continent, thereby weakening the Holy Nation's position to a certain extent. However, these were all things that would happen in the future, so she couldn't reveal everything. Thinking of this, Jordan said, "The Grand Temple is the most sacred and noble place, so it makes sense that you say priests are unlikely to go elsewhere. But now we have the lands Graham left behind, and these lands are distributed across the countries on the mainland. Another priest wondered, but Priest Joydin, do you think they'll allow other nations to build academies on their territory? Joydin nodded and explained the illiteracy rate on the mainland is quite high. Although every nation understands that education is the root of national development, many countries don't have the means for it. The Palladium Holy Nations Creed is compassion and love. From this, I learned that we should also care for those on the fringes. A slightly weary priest asked, "So, where do you think we should start building the academies?" Joydin replied, "In the mountainous region of the mainland, there's a kingdom called Labobis. I think starting with the surrounding nations would be better." At the same time, Duke Iovohiu had just received a report from his informant. The dark-haired man frowned and said unhappily, "Duke Iovo, I heard that the one who proposed establishing the academies was your son. Could it be you knew nothing about this?" Iovohiu whipped around and asked, "Are you suspecting me?" He never expected Joydin to be the one who made the proposal. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. Damn it, I should have made that Joydin brat disappear from this world a long time ago. According to an informant embedded within the Holy Nation, their ultimate goal in building academies isn't simply charity. Outwardly, they want to use the academies to unearth talent, which is exactly the same as the Brecan Empire. But is there a need for the Holy Nation to do this now? Even if all the nations on the mainland were combined, they surely wouldn't be comparable to the Holy Nation. So, their true purpose is probably eyeing another power, and I think it's likely media. If the Holy Nation discovers the reason why media closed off trade, then I'm finished. Moreover, once the academies are established, a vast amount of intelligence and information will flow into the Holy Nation. If that happens, their discovery of the matter will only be a matter of time. I'm gonna stop this. Hearing the location Joydin suggested, the brown-haired priest asked, "Isn't that place too desolate? Even if our academies serve the people, it feels like no one will go there. Furthermore, the kingdom of Labobis is experiencing a civil war due to the issue of succession to the throne." Joydin interrupted, "But that's the nation with the largest number of believers in God." Although the kingdom of Labobis and the Brecan Empire have a close relationship, the two countries have an insurmountable superior-subordinate relationship. Therefore, to prevent the Brecan Empire's power from continuing to expand, we should take advantage of the current civil war in the kingdom of Labobis to snatch it from the Brecan Empire's grasp. The tuition fees in their current academies are very expensive. Without the support of the nobles, ordinary people simply can't afford it. The brown-haired priest agreed. You're absolutely right. Hearing that, Joydin grew even more confident. The Holy Nations Academy would become an academy for all citizens. After all, a priest's most important principle is compassion. During my training to become a priest, I often heard that the first Grand Elder, Garera, who was called the most respected priest in history, was also born a commoner. I am proposing the construction of this academy precisely to promote this principle. The meeting ended as lunchtime approached. Inside Ulysses' office, Joydin sat slumped on the sofa, sighing heavily. Phew, it seems that besides the major meetings, even the regular ones are so tiring. Besides that, she could be certain of one thing. After the major meeting, now even the regular meetings couldn't be missed. Looking down at the map spread out on the table, Joydin curiously asked, "Your Holiness, doesn't Graham have any land within Media's territory?" Ulysses replied indifferently, "Of course not." Joydin continued, "Then have you ever personally been to Media?" Ulysses nodded, answering, "Media is known as the source of life. Compared to other continents, there are more races living there." Hearing this, Joydin suddenly thought of Stellan and Rouse's eye color. Ojai and Huey's eyes are so special because of this. Ulysses nodded in acknowledgement. Although there are many such cases, they're considered to have the clearest eye color among them. It is a symbol of nobility. Joydin smiled brightly. "So that's it. Eyes like they're truly beautiful." No sooner had she finished speaking than she was met with Ulysses' sharp glare and gloomy expression. "But why your eyes are also very beautiful." Seeing him return to his indifferent demeanor, Joydin began to feel suspicious of his reaction, but it's strange. Every time I compliment someone else, he gets upset, unaware of how obvious he was being. Ulysses said, "The relationship between the Holy Nation and Media isn't that bad, but since Media closed its borders, there's been almost no interaction." Hearing this, Joydin raised her head and asked in surprise, "So you're saying there's been absolutely no interaction?" Ulysses alluded to Stellan and Rouse. "Well, your knights were entrusted to us by the head of Media." Joydin tilted her head inquiringly. "Then you must have received some benefit, right?" This question made Ulysses pause. A few seconds later, he responded with a melancholic He didn't refute nor explain anything. Joydin thought to herself, "It seems His Holiness doesn't want to explain in detail. If what Media is looking for is truly a person, then shouldn't they be searching outside? Why close all their borders?" In everyday life, any place that uses a door or a cover is meant to protect the things inside. Then she stood up abruptly, placing her hands on the table, and pressed. So wouldn't the characteristics of media's leader be clearer? Your Holiness, do you know what kind of person they are? Ulysses looked down at the documents in his hand, replying in a flat tone, there are no other distinguishing features. Because the air in media is very clean, the people there all have striking appearances. Currently, media has 2 leaders, and there's also an heir, their son. If I remember correctly, they also have a young daughter. Hearing him say that, Jordan became a bit more enthusiastic and asked with a smile, if they're willing to entrust their people to you, doesn't that mean everyone has a close relationship? Unexpectedly, Ulysses curtly replied, no, I only met them at the Continental Conference. We don't have any personal connections. Then his expression suddenly darkened, and his voice rose and fell, emphasizing each word as he said, moreover, I absolutely don't want any personal relationship with them in the future. Knowing that even if she asked, Ulysses wouldn't answer, Jordan took her curiosity to Stellan and Rayos. After listening to her account, Stellan tilted his head and asked, are you asking why His Holiness hates the head of media? Jordan puffed out her cheeks and let out a small, embarrassed sound. Seeing that she seemed quite concerned about this, Stellan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Because that person is too noisy. Jordan was about to ask, too noisy, when he stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. The delicious taste of the bread made her forget all her worries in an instant. Oh good. Stellan smiled, his eyes curving, and pointed towards Rayos. Right? Rai made it. Rayos coldly reminded him, hey, Stellan, don't touch the priest with your dirty hands. Not paying attention to the 2 of them glaring at each other, Jordan intently ate another piece of bread and praised with a bright smile. Rai's skills are truly world-class. Rayos blushed shyly and replied, it's my honor. This completely opposite reaction made Stellan pout enviously, favoritism at its finest. Then, he leisurely leaned back on the grass and continued. In short, the reason His Holiness dislikes the head of media isn't a diplomatic issue. On the contrary, the relationship between the 2 countries isn't bad. The real reason is that their personalities clash. They're both very stubborn. Whenever they start negotiations, the meeting can drag on for days. Hearing this, Jordan asked in surprise, that long? Stellan turned towards her and chuckled. Yeah, because they refuse to budge an inch when it comes to work. All right, I heard that after the meeting, our head of state made His Holiness drink a lot of alcohol. Although it was called offering a drink, once it started, it couldn't be stopped. Imagining the scene of rows of glasses being filled, Jordan shuddered involuntarily. Oh. Stellan continued, both sides are ruthless people, so they definitely won't let each other off the hook. I heard that after drinking all night, His Holiness took a strong dislike to our 2 leaders. Rayos added, actually, His Holiness can't drink alcohol due to some health issues, but he still drank for diplomatic purposes. Jordan nodded in understanding. So, His Holiness can't drink alcohol. That's quite similar to that person. Sighing, she wiggled her bare feet hesitantly and said, the thing is, I wanted to ask something. But before she could ask, both boys had already guessed. You want to ask why we came here for media, right? Jordan nodded. Stellan propped himself up on his hands. He answered succinctly, it's because we're looking for something. Then he suddenly brought his face close to Jordan's and said with a sly grin, whenever I see your pink hair, I'm reminded of someone. Jordan not only didn't show any suspicion, but she also asked curiously, you've met someone else with pink hair before? Stellan chuckled and replied, yeah, but that person is super muscular, doesn't really suit pink like you. The image of a brawny, muscular man with the same pink hair as herself popped into Jordan's head, raising quite a few questions. Pink hair combined with bulging muscles, but she'd never seen anyone with pink hair here before. Suddenly remembering something, Jordan decided to put the matter aside for the moment and quickly rummaged through her bag. Hooey, Rai, I have a favor to ask you too. She spread out a piece of paper with a drawing on it in front of Stellan and Rayos. Could you help me find some of this mineral? Upon seeing the drawing of the mineral, both Stellan and Rayos froze. This? Well, it's quite expensive. If you need it, it's not a problem. However, what do you need it for? But Jordan just smiled mysteriously, giggling a few times, leaving them wondering what she was up to. Jordan shook her purse and sighed that MY funds are completely depleted. She rolled around on the brand new bed, full of joy. Although it cost a bit of money to commission the gift, as long as His Holiness liked it, it was worth it. Rewinding a bit, a surprised voice exclaimed, this? While it's quite expensive, if you need it, it's not a problem. However, what do you need it for? Jordan cheerfully told Rayos and Stellan, isn't His Holiness's birthday coming up soon? I want to give him a present. Stellan gaped that you've already started preparing a gift? I thought his birthday was still a long way off. End of flashback. Jordan lowered her eyes slightly that it'll probably take a week to finish making that gift. I should be able to just barely make it in time. Suddenly, she noticed something in the distance. Jordan looked at the vase placed on the table, sighing inwardly. Speaking of which, that flower always catches my attention. It's not that its scent is particularly fragrant, but after smelling it, my mood seems to improve a lot. Lana said this flower was grown in Pope Jobani's garden, right? Jobani, that name should have appeared in the original story, shouldn't it? Who was that again? An idea popped into Jordan's head, and she quickly ran towards the door, placing her hand on the doorknob. I'll go ask Pope Michaelina. Jordan's face was full of excitement. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Jordan rubbed her backside and yelped, ouch, ouch, ouch. From outside the door, someone else pushed it open. Ulysses looked down at Jordan, sitting on the floor. Where are you rushing off to? Her face flushed slightly as she looked at him. Your Holiness. Inwardly, she was screaming. His Holiness coming to find her on her day off meant overtime. She really hated that. Jordan replied awkwardly, I was hurrying to an appointment with Pope Michaelina. Ulysses smiled faintly, but his expression turned somber. You're lying, he said. Elder Michaelina took the day off. Being caught in her lie, Jordan trembled like a leaf, her mind racing. I'm done for. How could this happen? She quickly changed the subject. Oh, that reminds me, why is your Holiness here? She looked him over, assessing his appearance. Your attire today is different from usual. Ulysses crossed his arms. I came to congratulate you. Your proposal has been approved by the higher-ups, so we need to survey the location for the academy. Jordan straightened up as she listened, her face beaming with joy. Really? Truly. Ulysses watched her, delighted, a bright smile on her face. Are you happy? Jordan clasped her hands together joyfully. Yes, I'm truly overjoyed. Thank you for telling me. I wish you all the best. He moved his lips slightly. Ulysses placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled gently. You have to go too. Jordan looked momentarily bewildered. At the border of the Holy Kingdom, the space was filled with coldness, snow covering everything in white. Now, Jordan was wearing a fur cloak and holding Flo in her arms. The cold made her face flush pink, and she breathed out a few puffs of visible breath. I heard that to save on development and education costs, an academy is being built opposite the Holy Kingdom's capital. Jordan bent down and placed Flo on the ground. Flo, what do you think of this place? It waved its pincers and chirped a few times. Q-do. It ran off excitedly, chirping as it went. Q-do, Q-do. Jordan interpreted Flo's words in her own way. You mean this place is surrounded by mountains? It can easily resist invasion from the outside, and it's also close to the water. The terrain is very suitable, right? Flo chuckled. Jordan watched Flo's scampering figure and fell into thought. I think I know why Flo said that. Unlike other places, the air here is incredibly fresh. Although there's nothing here now, after the academy is established, villages will surely spring up around it. This will also benefit the balanced development of the Holy Kingdom. Moreover, according to the original story, this land will be completely different in the future because the minerals buried underground can transform divine power into special energy. Suddenly, Flo came closer, tugging gently on the corner of her cloak. It said something to her, Q-Duke. Jordan picked Flo up and looked down at it. Flo, why are you pulling my cloak? She quickly noticed a cluster of flowers not far away. Jordan looked at the flowers, identical to the ones in her room. Why do these flowers look just like the ones in my bedroom? She was about to reach out and touch a blossom when a voice stopped her. An old woman frowned, her voice filled with displeasure. Priest, you can't go near those flowers. Both she and Flo startled and froze. Jordan turned her head and gave an embarrassed laugh. Excuse me, ma'am. Are these flowers you planted? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to pick them. The old woman shook her head and walked closer, leaning on her cane. You misunderstand. I said that because these flowers are extremely dangerous. They can be addictive, especially for young people. Contact with them can easily lead to deep infatuation, and they won't be able to escape. Jordan asked in astonishment what. Flo also poked its head out, curious. The old woman bent down. Why homeland is often at war, so these flowers bloom a lot. Their name is corpse flower. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. Jordan's mouth fell open in shock. Corpse. She thought to herself, finally, I know why something felt wrong. Corpse flowers thrive on incredibly powerful magic. They bloom on land nourished by corpses. After smelling their fragrance, one becomes poisoned and wants to smell it again and again. When someone is pricked by the thorns on the flower, the poison enters their body through the bloodstream, causing them to contract pulmonary tuberculosis. That flower's toxicity is extremely potent. Even breaking or crushing the stem can endanger someone, and they'll die immediately after swallowing a petal. Jordan spun around to look at Ulysses, who was talking to someone not far away. I need to tell His Holiness quickly. I have to. Jordan shouted towards him, Your Holiness, Your Holiness, I need to speak with you. Ulysses turned to look at her, his expression clearly unusual. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Jordan slowly approached him and asked, Your Holiness, have you caught a cold? Ulysses immediately turned away. No, Jordan frowned, concerned. Holding Flo, she thought he's lying. It's clear even I can sense the pain now. Night had fallen on the large mansion. Inside a pitch-black room, without a single light, Ulysses lay on a couch, one hand on his forehead. He seemed to be dreaming something, a look of discomfort flickering across his face. In his dream, a gentle voice called his name. Ulysses, my child. The image of his deceased mother appeared, gently cupping his face. Her voice was soft, yet devoid of emotion. If I hadn't given birth to you, perhaps I would have been much happier. A young Ulysses could only clutch the small bouquet in his hands, looking at his mother's figure. The woman's voice echoed in the silent space, a woman reproaching a child. Ulysses, can you close your eyes? Your eyes look too much like his. I don't want to see them. The child, Ulysses, lowered his eyes sadly, his hand tightening around the blue flowers. He hid them behind his back, sadly apologizing to his mother. Mother, I'm sorry. But this was only Ulysses' dream. He seemed to realize he was dreaming and sighed wearily. This dream again? I'm so sick of it. This is an age-old story, over 1,000 years old. Because of bloodline issues, my mother was forced apart with a man she loved, and my father was always indifferent to everything. They married as if fulfilling an obligation, and my birth was nothing more than the completion of a task. No matter what I did wrong, I was never punished or taught a lesson. Whether I excelled or not, no one cared. The memories of the past came flooding back. In the meeting room, the priests asked him, Your Holiness, shall we have a grand celebration for your birthday this time? Ulysses at the time seemed indifferent, replying, Well, my birthday just passed by quietly. One of the priests spoke up, What are you saying? Such a joyous day. Of course, we must celebrate it grandly. Hearing this, Ulysses froze. He remembered his mother's words. Ulysses, I truly regret giving birth to you. Thinking back on that, Ulysses asked the priests, Why is my birth a joyous occasion? Those present fell silent, no one able to answer. He thought, It wasn't until that day that I realized that birthdays weren't a day of sorrow. And that day didn't need to be filled with heart-wrenching cries. Ulysses recalled the times he had a high fever and no one cared about him. When I was little, every time my birthday came around, I would get a high fever. Each time, I chose to remain silent and endure it alone. I didn't want any attention. Any concern would only annoy me immensely. After all, as long as I could get through this period, no one would know I was sick. Just then, Jordan's voice echoed in his head. Are you overexerting yourself? Ulysses suddenly woke up from his dream. He put a hand to his forehead and sighed in relief. Phew. Then he fumbled for water. Water. But what he touched was a soft sensation. Then a voice rang out. Ulysses was startled. A clumsy voice said, About that. Your Holiness, please don't misunderstand. It's not like I'm specifically here watching over you. Jordan, at his side, gently inquired, did you sleep well, Your Holiness? Seeing Ulysses didn't reply, she became flustered. I swear, I really didn't intend to disturb you. You should sleep a little longer. After all, your body is still very hot. Seeing Ulysses sit up, Jordan advised, Please lie back down. I was afraid you hadn't eaten anything, so I brought some food. Ulysses looked down in astonishment. The blanket! He coughed, and then said to Jordan, making her freeze, It's all right, I don't need to eat. This little cold is nothing. Jordan suddenly turned and scolded, You have such a high fever, and you say it's nothing? She abruptly stood up and questioned Ulysses. Not resting properly, constantly sitting in your study. How worried do you think that makes people? Ulysses coldly replied, Even if I'm sick, it won't cause you any trouble. Jordan angrily said, That's not what I meant. Her lips pressed together, her expression aggrieved. She said, I'm worried about you. Ulysses didn't seem to quite understand her meaning. Worried, embarrassed, Jordan sat down. Then she picked up the bowl of soup. She personally fed Ulysses. Here, eat this quickly, or it'll get cold later. Because Jordan's actions were so quick, Ulysses couldn't react in time. So he had to eat reluctantly. Seeing him eat, Jordan said cheerfully, Good, that's the way. Have some more. Jordan said innocently, You have to chew and gobble it down like me. Seeing her like that, Ulysses showed displeasure. She's treating me like that white divine beast. Ulysses said coldly, I can eat by myself. You should go back. Worried about him, Jordan stubbornly insisted, I have to wait until you return to your room and see you fall asleep before I leave. I've also confiscated all your work. Your Holiness, promise me you'll rest well, okay? Leave any important matters to me. At this moment, Ulysses' expression softened, and he sighed. It turns out the pairing magic has its benefits. Jordan also admitted, Yes, just like how you helped me before. It's snowing outside. Looking out the window, Jordan exclaimed, Your Holiness, it's snowing. Seeing the snow, she became cheerful and seemed surprised. Jordan turned and asked with a bright smile, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Ulysses also looked out the window and replied, "Yes, it's the most beautiful sight I've seen in a while." Later, footsteps could be heard outside. Clink, clank. Ulysses's divine beast hopped and skipped happily as it frolicked in the snow with Jordan. Just then, someone appeared and said, "It's only a month until the birthday party." Jordan saw the woman and asked, "The birthday party and New Year's will be held together on January 1st, right?" The woman nodded, handing her a warm drink and replying, "That's right. Oh, and this morning, someone sent a letter. Did you order something from the Vieira handicraft shop?" Hearing this, Jordan suddenly remembered. The gift is finally finished. Holding the birthday present she would give to Ulysses, Jordan was excited. "The birthday present I ordered from the Vieira handicraft shop is finally done. But how should I give it to His Holiness? It's been bothering me so much." Unsure how to naturally give the gift to Ulysses, she sought Stellan's help. After listening to her concerns, Stellan said, "Of course, a gift should be given as a surprise." Jordan curiously asked, "A surprise?" Stellan chuckled and instructed, "Well, first you stay silent all day around him, then avoid him. Once he's utterly disappointed, you suddenly appear, ta-da, with a gift. No one dislikes a surprise like that." It sounded quite interesting, but Jordan still felt a bit worried. "Hey, but doing that might upset His Holiness." Stellan shook his head in denial. "You don't understand anything, Jordan. People like things that surprise them. Who doesn't enjoy a little thrill? Trust me, I guarantee His Holiness will be overjoyed." Jordan took his words to heart, but even after entering Ulysses' office, she couldn't stop feeling anxious. I still don't think that's a good idea, but Stellan has been with His Holiness longer than I have, so maybe he understands him better. Noticing Jordan standing there lost in thought, Ulysses frowned and asked, "What are you thinking about? You seem quite preoccupied." Jordan was startled, and with a flustered look, she said, "Oh, it's nothing. What were you just saying?" Though still suspicious, Ulysses kindly repeated himself. "I was saying about last time, thank you very much. I'll give you a reward. Just tell me what you want." Was he referring to her taking care of him? Jordan always considered it a normal and necessary thing to do, so she declined his offer. "Oh, that? You don't need to give me a reward. I didn't do it for a reward anyway." Were those words a bit ambiguous? Ulysses, not wanting to overthink things, asked directly, "Then what did you do it for?" Jordan answered honestly, "For nothing. We have a good relationship, so helping each other is just what we do, right?" After saying that, Jordan was startled by her own words. She awkwardly continued, But maybe in your heart, we don't have that kind of good relationship, so should I accept an external reward then?" Unexpectedly, Ulysses suddenly flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly and turned away. "That I'm not giving you anything. You can leave." Jordan gaped, bewildered. "Huh? But you just said you would." Ulysses scoffed and replied, "Didn't you say you wouldn't take it? It's a one-time opportunity." His sudden shift in attitude gave Jordan the feeling that he had become more sensitive after his illness. She rubbed her hands together, forcing a smile as she changed the subject. "Oh, right. Your Holiness, have you decided who will be the first headmaster of the academy?" Ulysses answered, "I plan to appoint Job Benny." Hearing this name, Jordan wasn't particularly surprised. Job Benny is one of the 3 Grand Elders, isn't he? I heard he's not currently in the Holy City. Ulysses smirked. "That's right. Seems you're quite well informed." Remembering the yellow flowers and the story about Job Benny that Lana had told her, Jordan curiously asked, "Your Holiness, is a Grand Temple currently conducting research on corpse flowers?" Ulysses shook his head slightly. "Not really. Occasionally, we do use some highly toxic flowers for research. Corpse flowers, which use corpses as nutrients, are a special case and are forbidden to cultivate." Jordan seemed visibly relieved. "Oh, that's how it is." Ulysses, suspicious, raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" Although still hesitant, Jordan honestly recounted, "Actually, last time when we were surveying the location for the academy, I discovered corpse flowers there. Moreover, I saw similar flowers at the entrance of the Grand Temple." Hearing this, Ulysses urgently requested, "Tell me the specific location. I'll have someone investigate." Jordan's hands clenched. She was deeply conflicted. If, after she spoke, the Holy Emperor questioned how she dared suspect an elder, what would she do? But if they truly were corpse flowers, she definitely had to inform him. Under the immense pressure emanating from Ulysses, Jordan decided to muster her courage and speak that "I saw them in Archbishop Job Benny's garden." She expected reprimands and dreadful punishments, but Ulysses simply replied, "I know." Jordan was so stunned she froze. "That you're not going to ask anything else? Like, how dare I suspect an elder?" Ulysses raised an eyebrow. "Did you lie to me?" "Of course not." Jordan quickly shook her head, vehemently denying it. "Absolutely not." Ulysses continued seriously, "Then it's fine. From now on, if you have something to say, just organize your thoughts and tell me directly." Jordan replied with a delighted yes. feeling the pleasant sensation of being favored. But the matter wasn't over. Hesitantly, she said, Your Holiness? Ulysses sighed. Is there something else you want to tell me? Jordan suddenly made a rather strange request. I just wanted to ask, can I touch you now? Who wouldn't misunderstand that? Ulysses's face darkened instantly, and he instinctively stepped back. He covered his mouth in surprise, making Jordan panic. It's not what you think. Ulysses squinted. Shouldn't I be the angry one in this situation? Jordan didn't dare remove the hand covering her face, which had turned as red as a tomato. She stammered, That's true, but this time it really isn't what you think. In short, I must apologize to you first. As soon as she finished speaking, she proactively placed her hand on his forehead. Contrary to Ulysses' surprised and slightly flustered expression, Jordan just breathed a sigh of relief and gave a bright, sunny smile. Well, your temperature has gone down a lot. That's great. You must have rested well, as you promised me. So, I'll be going now. Tonight, don't forget to pull your blanket all the way up to your chin before you sleep, okay? After hastily adding these reminders, without letting Ulysses speak, she quickly left the room, leaving the man standing there silently, lost in a whirlwind of emotions and an unusually fast heartbeat. A few days later, Ulysses happened to run into Jordan in the hallway. Priest Jordan, about this meeting, Jordan jumped at, Oh yes, I won't forget to attend. Ulysses tried to continue the conversation to S.O. about the minerals, but Jordan quickly interrupted, I've already arranged everything and entrusted it to another priest. So, I'll be going now. She then flusteredly ran off. Watching her scurry away like a squirrel fleeing a predator, Ulysses grew even more suspicious. Lately, that newbie seems to be avoiding me. Annoyed, he headed straight for the training grounds. A few minutes after the door closed, the clang of two swords clashing rang out. Listening to the screech of metal against metal, Stellan, though fully aware of the reason for Ulysses' sudden agitation, grinned and asked, Your Holiness, you seem a bit strange lately. Has something happened? Ulysses clearly didn't want to answer. You'd better focus on your sword. He then forcefully knocked Stellan's sword aside and swung again. After easily parrying the blow, Stellan brandished his sword and continued to add fuel to the fire. Oh right, I suddenly remembered. Din seems to be making a lot of friends lately, especially among the servants. Everyone likes him. He's fully capable of handling his own affairs now. You must be happy about that, right? After all, you only cared about that newbie priest because you wanted to help him clear up the misunderstanding so he could show his talent. Coincidentally, Stellan had uttered the words Ulysses hated most, as evidenced by his immediate and decisive action of slashing Stellan's sword away. The force of the blow was so strong that even a first-class knight like Stellan felt his arm go numb. Ulysses calmly sheathed his sword, a dazzling smile on his handsome face. "Hu, Stellan, it was a pleasure sparring with you. You've worked hard today." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Stellan scratched his head in frustration, thinking to himself, could I be wrong? I thought there was something between his holiness and Jordan. But when his gaze fell upon his fallen sword, the corners of his lips curled up into a perfect arc. With the state of the sword slashed so powerfully that it split in two, it wasn't difficult for Stellan to come to a conclusion. It seems I guessed right. At the elegant white-painted mansion, it was an incredibly spacious place. Jordan smiled as she walked, greeting a few servants. She strolled leisurely, her face radiant. With a birthday party approaching, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Moreover, today I can finally give His Holiness his gift. She stood before the door and softly called out, Your Holiness, I have something I want to discuss with you. May I come in? Faced with silence, she thought to herself, Is he not here? Suddenly, the door unexpectedly opened. A tall figure stood, facing inwards. Seeing this, Jordan quickly spoke. Oh, you are here? I apologize. I thought you had gone somewhere, so I took the liberty of entering. The thing is, Your Holiness, I have something I want to give you. Immediately, the other person slowly replied, I know the new year is approaching, and you're happy, but I hope you won't be so careless. We have this birthday celebration every year, yet you're still excited like a child. I see you're focusing your attention on trivial matters. The two exchanged words. How can it be a trivial matter? This is clearly your birthday celebration. That is precisely what makes it trivial. Hearing this, Jordan's throat tightened. That's not true. So many people rejoice in your birth. You are deeply loved by everyone. Ulysses responded coldly. They exchanged words once more. Holding a birthday celebration is merely fulfilling a duty. It holds no special meaning. If there is any meaning, it is to give the people an opportunity to enjoy themselves, nothing more. Jordan continued to stand her ground. She replied, That's not it. I'm happy not just because I can attend the party, but more so because I can see how much everyone cherishes you. Having heard this, Ulysses asked in return, Being cherished by everyone is something worth rejoicing over? He recalled Stellan's words. She especially enjoys conversing with the servants. Everyone is quite fond of her. Then, Ulysses continued, that's why you enjoy chatting with the servants. And because of that, even the morning meetings concerning work have been postponed. His words barely finished when Jordan quickly defended herself. Everything has its reasons. Because this matter can't be explained clearly in just a few words, I haven't had the chance to explain it to you. But it seemed Ulysses intentionally cut her off. Have you forgotten that any matter must be reported to your superior? Jordan lowered her head, trembling. From within the closed room, Jordan's voice still echoed, that I understand. I am truly sorry. Then, I'll excuse myself and leave now. Ulysses could only cover his face and sighed out, am I crazy? What am I doing? Afterward, he opened his eyes slightly and looked down below. He saw Jordan still cheerfully interacting with two maids. She maintained her cheerful demeanor with everyone, her hand loosely held by someone. As for Ulysses, he simply stood silently, arms crossed, observing. To Jordan, he was nothing more than her superior. Suddenly, everything began to shake violently. He covered his eyes again. I don't understand why I feel this way. What is that newbie anyway? He's still just a kid. I've never wanted to hug a boy before. Jordan's image and voice came back to him. I understand. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to see you. Ulysses couldn't help but curse. Damn it, is it time yet? A gift was neatly placed down, accompanied by a deep voice. I thought His Holiness would be happy. Suddenly, Flo jumped up and down. Seeing this, Jordan sat on the bed and said cheerfully, Flo, I've decided I won't see Hughes for a while. Suddenly, a memory flashed back. Stellan had said to her, I'm sorry, Jordan. My original intention was to bring you two closer. Jordan lowered her head, her face downcast. There's no way there could be a surprise. I'm so stupid. If this continues, I won't be able to give him this gift. But a birthday present has to be given on the right day to be meaningful. Flo seemed to have an idea, pointing toward the door. Jordan seemed to understand and asked, are you saying that to avoid regrets, I should try again? Her eyes suddenly lit up like stars, while the creature simply held up the gift box. Jordan quickly hugged it. You're right. Then I'll try to see him again. Night had fallen. Wearing a black coat, she walked and thought, His Holiness isn't in his office. Could he be in the secret library where we first met? Suddenly, a shock of white hair appeared before Jordan. It was the back of the familiar man. He was leaning against the railing. Jordan called out from afar, Your Holiness. He immediately replied. Priest Jordan, hearing this, she slowly walked towards him. Your Holiness, I've been looking for you for a long time, but thankfully, I found you before midnight. I came to see you because there are some things I must say to you today. I have to finish what I didn't get to say earlier, so please listen carefully. This is a birthday present for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ulysses' eyes widened. What? But she ignored his surprise and continued. About what you said earlier, I was talking to the servants to get the necessary information. I absolutely didn't mean to delay your work because after all, preparing for the academy is also very important to me. Moreover, I avoided the morning meeting to prepare a surprise for you. The surprise was to avoid you, then Tada, appear before you with a gift. I thought that would make you happier. I'm sorry. After listening, Ulysses slowly exhaled. Oh, you were gullible enough to believe Hugh Stellan's nonsense. Jordan was a little surprised. Isn't that obvious? Ulysses simply said coldly, he's the only one who could brainwash you. Hearing this, Jordan became anxious, but Hughes is reflecting on his actions, so please don't talk about him anymore. Their opposing attitudes clashed. Are you defending him? Well, why don't you look at the gift first? This is the gift I prepared for today. Ulysses accepted it without any enthusiasm. Jordan quickly clasped her hands together and spoke. Your Holiness, even if you don't like it, please wait until I'm gone before you throw it away, okay? I'm not lying. I really prepared this gift carefully. No, I'm exaggerating a bit. Anyway, if my gift can make you happy, then I'll be very happy too. Because this is a gift I designed especially for you, a one-of-a-kind gift in the world. It's a flower, Ulysses said, a little surprised. This is... Jordan slowly replied, I thought about something your Holiness doesn't have. And then I thought a lapel pin. Doesn't every novice priest in the Holy Kingdom receive a lapel pin from the Archbishop when they are ordained as an official priest? But because you're the one who established this custom, I thought perhaps no one has ever given you a lapel pin when you became an official priest. Hearing this, Ulysses looked at the item in his hand and replied, I really can't help it with you. But Jordan, seemingly unconcerned, looked up and asked, do you like it? As soon as she finished speaking, Ulysses teased, the jewel is so small, just like you, causing Jordan to fall into despair that I really should have bought a bigger one. Although I knew that even though you're the Holy Emperor, you also have a very ordinary side. I didn't expect you to care about the size of the jewel. At this moment, Ulysses teased again, your heart is so small, I'm afraid I'll lose it if I'm not careful. Hearing this, Jordan angrily demanded her gift back. Then give it back to me. However, he turned his head and replied, no. Jordan was caught up in his teasing. Didn't you say it was small? The two went back and forth, their words at odds. Something this small, if I don't want to lose it, I'll just have to wear it every day. What do you mean? You like the gift I gave you, right? Hearing this, Ulysses looked intently at the carefully wrapped gift and asked, but there are still a few days until the Holy Kingdom's birthday. Did you mistake my birthday for someone else's? Immediately, Jordan calmly and firmly replied, no, I specially had this made for you. The reason I'm giving it to you today is because I want to wish you a happy birthday on your actual birthday. Ulysses was a little surprised. Actual birthday? And after hearing her next reply, it's your real birthday. Isn't your birthday today? He became even more bewildered. How did you know? As soon as she finished speaking, Jordan put on an embarrassed expression that I saw it in an old book in the library. The book said you were born on the 30th, but because of the New Year's feast, everyone specifically celebrates your birthday on January 1st. Although our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, you were the first person to be kind to me. So I always wanted to give you a precious gift on your actual birthday. Happy birthday. Meanwhile, Ulysses kept muttering, I was wondering why people give each other birthday presents. So it's to express their feelings for each other. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said things like birthdays aren't special during the day. You can choose not to forgive my foolishness. Hearing this, Jordan was a little embarrassed. It's okay. It's really nothing to be angry about. I just feel that if you can truly enjoy your birthday from the bottom of your heart, then those who love your holiness will definitely have a happier day. So I hope you can love yourself more. Hearing this, Ulysses's eyes were filled with melancholy. Thoughts of someone filled his mind. Jordan maintained her composure. If your holiness finds it a bit difficult, then wait until next year's birthday, and I'll give you another gift. That way, you'll gradually come to like your birthday, won't you? At this moment, someone's hand tightly grasped the flower. The image of the woman touching his shoulder to comfort him appeared once more. A moment later, Ulysses closed his eyes slightly, his cheeks flushed that I understand. Thank you for your gift. The new year is approaching. Priests assigned to other regions were bustling back to the Holy Kingdom for the New Year's feast. Therefore, the number of people at the banquet could be said to be as numerous as ants, with countless people even standing on the steps. Flo lay down exhausted. Jordan, on the other hand, was trying to encourage her. Flo, you've worked so hard having entertained the guests. Let's sit here and rest for a bit. Flo immediately nodded in agreement. Jordan glanced thoughtfully to the side, that I clearly heard that there's a flower in this garden identical to the corpse flower. Why can't I see it now? Suddenly, a scruffy man spoke up. This naive priest. If you're lost, you should quickly return to where you were. Hearing this, Jordan quickly turned around. The man laughed heartily. I'm so sorry. I was just joking to ease your tension. I didn't expect to startle you. Let's go. The Holy Emperor is probably about to arrive. I think you know it's not polite to keep the Holy Emperor waiting, right? Jordan could only obey, yes. The sound of shoes echoed from the high staircase. Walking behind the man in red, Jordan wondered, is this man a priest? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Meanwhile, in the distance, a man held a long piece of paper. A solemn yet welcoming voice rang out. Elder Pope Job Benny enters. These words made Jordan panic. That's Pope Job Benny. He calmly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Greetings to the sacred ruler of the heavens, your holiness. Are you well? I finally understand why I had this inexplicable sense of déjà vu with the name Job Benny. The traitor in the original novel, his name is Job Benny. Ulysses sat on the high throne, perfectly composed. Are you enjoying yourself outside? The man immediately replied, thanks to your holiness's arrangements, I've broadened my horizons considerably. Meanwhile, Jordan was utterly bewildered. Your holiness, you mustn't be so familiar with him. After Ulysses's question, Elder Job Benny, didn't Elder Hay come with you? He maintained his posture. Elder Hay still has some unresolved matters on the mainland, so he couldn't attend your birthday celebration. My sincerest apologies, your holiness. However, your holiness, I see you're wearing a lapel pin I've never seen before. It seems to be a gift from someone you deeply trust, doesn't it? Ulysses didn't hide it, touching his chest. Yes, this lapel pin is a gift from the priest I trust most. As soon as he finished speaking, Job Benny looked slightly surprised. Ulysses quickly cut him off. And this chain on my robe, it was also a gift from the priest I trust most. In another corner, Joyden seemed to realize something about me. Me, your holiness. Finally, Job Benny could only listen, blinking in confusion. He remained silent, letting the person before him continue. Oh, you still remember the letter you wrote to me when we were young, Elder Joe Benny? In the letter, you said that you would become a famous priest someday, and you told me not to forget you. You truly did it, and I've kept that letter very carefully. After all, you're the priest I trust most. Ulysses stood at the podium that I trust everyone in the Grand Temple. Without all of you, the Holy Kingdom wouldn't have lasted for thousands of years like it has now. He took a glass of water from a server. He raised his glass, inviting everyone there to join him. Everyone raised their glasses and said in unison, let's raise a toast to the peace of Palladium. Then they clinked glasses and drank together. Ulysses walked past Joe Benny and down from the podium. Joyden stood below, holding her glass and her divine beast. Listening to Ulysses' speech, she felt something was off. Although the Holy Emperor was speaking and smiling, it definitely wasn't a compliment. He was letting Benny know that, in his eyes, he was still just a child who had written him a letter and was implicitly warning him to know his place. She stared at Ulysses, wondering, why didn't he hesitate to provoke the Holy Emperor to test him like this? What does he want to know? At the cathedral, everyone danced together at Ulysses' birthday party. But Ulysses was in another corner, questioning, what are you doing? He held Joyden, who was drunk and staggering, and asked her, why weren't you paying attention and drank so much? Joyden, half conscious and dazed, mumbled, your holiness, I'm fine. My alcohol tolerance is amazing, but yours isn't, so I wanted to drink for you. Joyden suddenly grabbed Ulysses' arm, startling him. Your holiness. She began rambling incoherently to Ulysses, making his head hurt. Oh, you know how to distinguish between liquors? There's distilled liquor and fermented liquor, but don't you think the taste of this wine is a bit strange? It smells a bit like a hospital. Do you know the other name for alcohol? It's ethanol. Do you know the elemental symbol for ethanol? I know, because she was so annoying, Ulysses cut her off mid-sentence. I know everything. Seeing her struggle, he forced her along. I'll take you back to your room to rest, so stop talking. He then pushed Joyden away, unaware that someone was watching them. Joyden continued to ramble, irritating Ulysses. Your holiness, the elemental symbol for ethanol is... Benny hid in the bushes, observing them and assessing the situation. They say the Holy Emperor's partner is a young man. So it's him. The scene changed to another luxurious mansion. In a dark study, Hay sat majestically in his chair, radiating a dark aura. The Holy Emperor chose a young man as his partner. Benny chuckled, his tone full of disdain. The reason the Holy Emperor hit his partner is because his partner is a young man? Hay folded his arms, gazing out the window in contemplation. As the sole heir of the divine clan, he sought a male partner who couldn't bear him an heir. A sly smile crept across his lips as if he had orchestrated a cunning scheme. However, this also benefited another plan. The scene shifted to the cathedral. Footsteps echoed in the silent space, then abruptly stopped. A cold voice rang out, Elder, is something the matter? Benny bowed respectfully. Your holiness, I have a bad feeling, so I dare to ask you a question about a critical matter of the Holy Kingdom. It concerns your partner. Surely your partner, like us, is a priest? Hearing this, the person addressed as Your Holiness remained silent. Benny deliberately added, also that priest, is it Joyden? Upon hearing the name Joyden, the person immediately turned, a murderous aura emanating from them. What are you trying to say? Elsewhere, a mysterious hand tightly gripped a piece of paper. The person scoffed inwardly. What interesting news. The Holy Emperor chose such an incompetent partner. The more they thought about it, the wider their smirk grew. Then, they burst into laughter that seemed to tear the sky apart. Everything will go according to my plan. Elsewhere, with Joyden, Stellan slung an arm around Joyden's shoulder, asking Joyden, why haven't you been to the Holy Emperor's office lately? It feels like it's been ages since we chanted together like this. Joyden sighed dejectedly. It seems the Holy Emperor is very busy. Since the New Year's banquet, I've barely seen him. Rios spoke up from beside them. Priest, you seem very tired. Joyden responded awkwardly. Thanks for your concern, Rios. I just haven't been sleeping well. Hearing this, Stellan asked, why? Is someone bullying you? I've received orders to eliminate anyone who bullies Joyden. Do you need any help? Joyden panicked. No need. Who gave that order? Stellan replied casually. The Holy Emperor. Joyden, in disbelief, asked, the Holy Emperor? Stellan, unfazed, said, what's so surprising about that? Our main mission is to protect you, and we can do anything to accomplish that mission. You're a priest, so you're probably not used to it, but this is the most appropriate way for us. Hearing this, Joyden's mood darkened. That's it. I remember the first time I met the Holy Emperor. He killed all those magical beasts and assassins. Perhaps in their world, this is the right way to handle things. Stellan suddenly asked, hey, Joyden, is there an academy being built in Lebobis? Joyden replied, yeah. Stellan scratched his head, sighing, no wonder. I just arrived at the entry checkpoint and saw the Palladium documents authorizing Lebobis' entry. Joyden asked curiously, why? Is there a problem? Stellan hesitated, not really a problem. It's just that considering the Holy Emperor's order to eliminate anyone who bullies you, it feels like something big is going to happen. Elsewhere, a mysterious red-haired woman appeared, stroking her hair. She stood before a massive mansion, her expression arrogant. This is the formidable Holy Kingdom of Palladium. Thank you for watching today's video. So we've reached the end of Season 1 of this captivating series. See you in Season 2, where the story promises to be even more dramatic and surprising. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us, and so you don't miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a great day.